Fated to My Ex-Best Friend by N. Swanson, narrated by Bookzoro. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Chapter 1. I hated my brother. I really hated him. Boo-hoo! Okay, maybe hate was a strong word. Mommy always said we shouldn't use that word. But right now, sitting on my bed with tears streaming down my face, it felt like the right word. Tyler was so stupid. Why were boys so stupid? Daddy wasn't stupid. Daddy was smart and kind and always knew what to say to make me feel better. So why did Tyler have to be such a jerk? He'd broken my favorite doll. Not by accident either. He'd grabbed her right out of my hands and thrown her across the room, and her arm had popped off when she hit the wall. When I started crying, he just laughed. Laughed! Like it was the funniest thing in the world. I'd screamed at him. He'd screamed back. Then Mommy came in and sent us both to our rooms, which wasn't fair because I hadn't done anything wrong. Tyler was the one who broke my doll. Tyler was the one who was mean. But I got in trouble too, just for yelling. It wasn't fair. Nothing was fair. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and looked out my window. The woods behind our house stretched out like a dark green blanket, the trees swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. I loved those woods. I walked in them all the time, following the little path that went between the oak trees and past the creek where I sometimes saw frogs. The woods always made me feel better. I didn't even think about it. I just jumped off my bed, opened my door as quietly as I could, and tiptoed down the hallway. I could hear Tyler's video game blaring from his room and Mommy talking on the phone downstairs. Nobody would notice if I slipped out for a little while. I just needed some time alone. Time to think. Time to not be angry anymore. The back door creaked a little when I opened it, but not loud enough for anyone to hear. I stepped outside, and the warm summer air wrapped around me like a hug. Our backyard was big, with Daddy's vegetable garden on one side and Mommy's flower beds on the other. But I didn't stop to look at any of it. I headed straight for the tree line, where the path began. The woods were cooler than the yard, shaded by the tall trees that seemed to reach all the way up to the sky. I knew this path so well I could probably walk it with my eyes closed. Past the big oak tree with the knot that looked like a face. Past the fallen log that I always had to climb over. Past the berry bushes where I wasn't allowed to eat the berries because Mommy said some of them might be poisonous. I walked, and slowly, the angry feeling in my chest started to fade. Out here, with just the birds singing and the leaves rustling, everything felt peaceful. Everything felt okay. I don't know how long I'd been walking when I heard it. A howl. Long and lonely, echoing through the trees. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. That didn't sound like a dog. That sounded like something wild, something big. Another howl answered the first, this one from a different direction, closer. I wasn't supposed to be scared of the woods. I came here all the time, but I'd never heard sounds like that before, and suddenly, the peaceful feeling was gone, replaced by something cold and tight in my stomach. I needed to go home, right now. I turned around, but nothing looked familiar. Had I passed the berry bushes already? Where was the fallen log? I started walking faster, my eyes darting around, trying to find something I recognized. But everything looked the same. Trees and more trees, and shadows that seemed darker than they should be. Another howl, and this time it was definitely closer. I ran. I didn't care about the path anymore. I just ran, my feet pounding against the forest floor, branches scratching at my arms and face. I had to get away from those sounds. I had to get home. Why had I come out here? Why hadn't I just stayed in my room? My foot caught on something, a root maybe, or a rock, and suddenly I was falling. I hit the ground hard, my hands scraping against the dirt and leaves. Pain shot through my knee, and when I looked down, I saw blood seeping through my jeans. Boo-hoo! That's when I started crying. Boo-hoo! Not just because my knee hurt, though it did, but because I was lost. Really, truly lost. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know which way was home. And those howls were still echoing through the trees, making my whole body shake with fear. Ah! Help! I screamed, my voice cracking. Somebody help me! But nobody answered. Just the wind in the trees and the distant sound of birds. I pulled my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around them, making myself as small as possible. Maybe if I just stayed here, Mommy and Daddy would come looking for me. They had to notice I was gone eventually. They had to. Boo-hoo! I cried until my throat hurt and my eyes felt puffy and sore. The shadows were getting longer, and I realized with a jolt of fresh terror that it was getting late. What if it got dark? What if I had to spend the whole night out here? Help! I whimpered, but it came out so quiet I barely heard it myself. Please, somebody help me. Time felt weird. I didn't know if I'd been sitting there for minutes or hours. Everything hurt. My knee, my hands, my chest from crying so hard. I was just about to start screaming again when I heard something. A rustling sound. Close. Too close. I looked up, my heart hammering, expecting to see whatever had been making those howling sounds. A wolf, maybe. Or a bear. Something with teeth and claws that would... But there was nothing there. Just trees and shadows and the rustling leaves. Hello. My voice came out shaky and small. Is something there? Hello. For a moment, nothing. Then, slowly, a figure stepped out from behind a large oak tree. It was a boy. He looked a little older than me, maybe 10 or 11. And he was staring at me with the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. His hair was black and messy, like he'd been running through the woods too, and there were leaves stuck in it. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt that had some kind of symbol on it I didn't recognize. He tilted his head, studying me. Are you lost? I nodded, not trusting my voice. He took a step closer, and I noticed he was barefoot. Who walked through the woods barefoot? But somehow, he didn't seem to mind. He moved like he belonged here, like the forest was his home. My name is Ryder, he said, and his voice was kind. Not like Tyler's voice when he was being mean. This was the voice of someone who actually cared. What's yours? Emily, I managed to say. Ryder smiled, and it made his whole face light up. He came closer and held out his hand to me. Come on, Emily. Let me help you up. I hesitated for just a second, then reached out and took his hand. His skin was warm and tingly. His grip was strong as he pulled me to my feet. My knee throbbed when I put weight on it, and I must have made a face because Ryder's smile faded into concern. You're hurt, he said, looking down at my bloody knee. I fell, I said, wiping my eyes with my free hand. I realized Ryder was still holding my other hand, but I didn't want him to let go. Something about his touch made me feel safer, like everything might actually be okay. Come on, Ryder said, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. "I'll take you home with me, and my parents can call your parents. They'll come get you." "Okay," I whispered. We started walking, and Ryder kept hold of my hand the whole time. He seemed to know exactly where he was going, never hesitating, never looking confused. He led me through parts of the woods I'd definitely never seen before, past trees that were bigger and older than any near my house, through clearings filled with wildflowers that glowed in the fading sunlight. "How do you know where you're going?" I asked, after what felt like forever. Ryder glanced back at me and grinned. "I know these woods really well. I've lived here my whole life." "In the woods?" He laughed. "Sort of. You'll see." We walked for so long that my legs started to ache, but I didn't complain. Ryder kept looking back to check on me, and every time our eyes met, I felt a little braver, a little bit less scared. Finally, the trees started to thin out, and I could see something ahead. A building. No, not just a building. A huge wooden structure that looked almost like a lodge or a cabin, but bigger than any cabin I'd ever seen. It had multiple levels with balconies and big windows that reflected the orange and pink sky. Smoke curled up from a chimney, and I could hear voices and laughter coming from inside. I stopped walking, my mouth falling open. "You live here?" Ryder laughed again, and I decided I really liked the sound of his laugh. "Yeah, with my family and other members of my pack." "Pack?" I repeated, confused. That was a weird word. Wasn't a pack something that wolves had? But Ryder was already pulling me forward, toward the big wooden building. As we got closer, I could see people moving around inside through the windows. Lots of people. Way more than just a regular family. The front door opened before we reached it, and a woman stepped out. She was beautiful, with long dark hair like Ryder's and the same bright blue eyes. She was wearing jeans and a soft-looking sweater, and when she saw us, her eyes widened. "Ryder!" she said, her voice full of surprise. "Who is this?" Ryder squeezed my hand. "Emily, this is my mom. Mom, this is Emily. I found her in the woods. She's lost." "Boo-hoo," the woman, Ryder's mom, immediately came down the steps and knelt in front of me. Her eyes were warm and kind, just like Ryder's, and when she looked at me, I felt tears starting again. "Oh, honey," she said softly, reaching out to brush a leaf from my hair. "You must have been so scared. Let's get you inside and call your parents, okay? They're probably worried sick." "Boo-hoo," I nodded, not trusting myself to speak without crying. Ryder's mom stood up and put a gentle hand on my shoulder, guiding me toward the door. Ryder stayed right beside me, still holding my hand, and I was grateful for it. I didn't want him to let go. Not yet. Inside, the building was even more amazing than the outside. The main room was huge, with high ceilings and big wooden beams. There was a massive fireplace on one wall, with a fire crackling in it, and comfortable-looking couches and chairs scattered around. People were everywhere, adults and kids, all talking and laughing. Some of them looked up when we came in, their eyes curious. "Come on," Ryder said, tugging on my hand. "Let's go to my room while Mom calls your parents." I followed him up a wide staircase and down a hallway lined with doors. Ryder's room was at the end, and when he opened the door, I saw it was exactly what a boy's room should look like. There were posters on the walls, superheroes, and cars, and one of a wolf howling at the moon. His bed was unmade, and there were toys and books scattered around. "Sorry it's messy," Ryder said, sounding embarrassed. "It's okay," I said. "My room's messy too." That made him smile. He led me over to his bed and we both sat down. My knee was still throbbing, and Ryder noticed me looking at it. "Does it hurt a lot?" he asked. "A little," I admitted. "Mom will clean it up when she's done calling your parents," he said. Then he jumped up and went to a shelf, pulling down a comic book. "Want to read this while we wait? It's really good. It's about a superhero who can turn into a wolf." I nodded, and Ryder sat back down next to me, close enough that our shoulders touched. He opened the comic book and started reading it out loud, doing different voices for the different characters. I found myself laughing, the fear and sadness from earlier fading away. Ryder was nice, really nice, and funny, and he made me feel safe in a way I couldn't quite explain. We were halfway through the comic when there was a knock on the door. Ryder's mom poked her head in, smiling. "Emily, your parents are here," she said gently.
My heart jumped. Mommy and Daddy were here. They'd come to get me.
But at the same time, I felt a weird sinking feeling in my stomach. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to stop reading comics with Ryder. Ryder must have seen something on my face because he stood up and held out his hand again. "Come on, I'll go down with you." I took his hand and let him lead me back downstairs. In the main room, I saw Mommy and Daddy standing near the door, talking to Ryder's mom. When Mommy saw me, her face crumpled and she rushed over, dropping to her knees and pulling me into a tight hug. "Emily! Oh, baby, we were so worried." She pulled back, her hands on my shoulders, her eyes scanning me for injuries. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm okay," I said, even though my knee hurt and my hands were scraped. Ryder found me. He helped me.
Daddy came over too, and he looked relieved but also a little angry. "Emily, you know you're not supposed to go into the woods alone, especially not without telling us."
"I'm sorry," I whispered, feeling tears starting again. I was mad at Tyler, and I wanted to be alone, and I didn't mean to get lost. Daddy's expression softened, and he reached out to ruffle my hair. "We'll talk about it at home. Right now, we're just glad you're safe." The whole time, Ryder stayed right next to me, his hand still in mine. I could feel Mommy and Daddy noticing, but they didn't say anything about it. Ryder's mom brought out a first aid kit and cleaned up my knee while Mommy and Daddy thanked her over and over. I watched Ryder the whole time, and he watched me back, those blue eyes never leaving my face. Finally, it was time to go. Daddy picked up my jacket that I'd apparently left on the couch, and Mommy took my hand, my other hand, the one Ryder wasn't holding. "Come on, sweetie," she said gently. "Let's go home." I looked at Ryder, and suddenly I felt like crying again. I didn't want to leave him. What if I never saw him again? But Ryder smiled at me, that same bright smile that made everything feel okay. "Don't worry," he said. "We'll see each other at school tomorrow." I blinked. "We go to the same school?" "Yeah, I'm in 5th grade. What grade are you in?" "3rd," I said. "See, same school. I'll look for you at recess, okay?" I nodded, feeling a little bit better. Then, without really thinking about it, I let go of his hand and threw my arms around him in a hug. Ryder hugged me back, and something inside me settled. Something that had been scared and anxious and lost suddenly felt calm and safe and found. "Thank you for helping me," I whispered. "Anytime," Ryder whispered back. When I finally let go and followed Mommy and Daddy out to the car, I kept looking back. Ryder stood in the doorway with his mom, waving. I waved back until we turned a corner and I couldn't see him anymore. In the car, Mommy and Daddy asked me questions about what happened, but I barely heard them. I was thinking about Ryder, about his blue eyes and his laugh, and the way his hand felt in mine, about how safe I'd felt with him, even though I'd just met him. Boo-hoo. The further we drove from that big wooden building, the heavier I felt, like something was pulling at my chest, trying to drag me back. I pressed my face against the window, watching the trees go by, and felt tears sliding down my cheeks again. But these tears were different from the scared, lost tears from before. These tears were because I missed Ryder already, and we'd only just met. I didn't understand it. I was only 8 years old. How could I miss someone I barely knew? But I did. I missed him so much it hurt. Emily? Mommy's voice was soft. Are you okay, baby? I nodded, even though it wasn't quite true. I'm just tired. It's been a long day, Daddy said from the front seat. When we get home, we'll have dinner and you can go straight to bed. How does that sound? Okay, I whispered, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be thinking about Ryder, about his smile and his laugh and the way he'd held my hand and made me feel safe, about how, even though I'd been lost and scared and alone, he'd found me. And I couldn't wait to see Ryder at school tomorrow. Chapter 2. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, turning slightly to the left, then to the right. The sundress was simple, light blue with tiny white flowers hitting just above my knees, not too dressy, not too casual. I'd paired it with my favorite white sneakers because heels at a field party were just asking for a twisted ankle, and I'd left my hair down in loose waves. I looked good. Not like I was trying too hard, but good enough that maybe Ryder would notice. God, when had I started caring so much about whether Ryder noticed me? I knew exactly when. It had been gradual at first, so subtle I hadn't even realized it was happening. But somewhere between freshman year and now, my feelings for my best friend had shifted into something that made my stomach flip and my heart race whenever he was near. Ryder was leaving for college in a week. 1 week. 7 days. And then he'd be gone until Christmas break. And I'd be here without him for the first time since I was 8 years old. The thought made my chest ache. Tomorrow was his 18th birthday. Tonight was his party, the big blowout at the field that everyone had been talking about for weeks. Half the school would be there, including every girl who'd spent the last 4 years trying and failing to get Ryder's attention. Because Ryder didn't date. He didn't hook up at parties or flirt with the cheerleaders who threw themselves at him. He was always polite, always kind, but never interested. He spent his time with me. Which, of course, made me the target of more jealous glares and snide comments than I could count. I'd learned to ignore it mostly, but sometimes it still stung. Especially when girls like Brittany Chen or Madison Foster would make pointed remarks about how Ryder was wasting his time or how I was keeping him from having a real relationship. As if what we had wasn't real. As if the way he looked at me sometimes, with those impossibly blue eyes that seemed to see straight through me, didn't make my entire body feel like it was on fire. My phone buzzed on my dresser, and my heart jumped.
Ryder, here!
Just one word, but it was enough to send butterflies exploding in my stomach. I grabbed my white cardigan from the back of my desk chair. The nights were getting cooler now that it was late August, and took one last look in the mirror. My cheeks were already flushed, my eyes bright with anticipation. This was fine. This was normal. Just another night with Ryder. Except it wasn't, because in a week he'd be gone, and I didn't know how I was going to survive without him. I headed downstairs, my sneakers quiet on the hardwood steps. Mom was in the kitchen, putting away the last of the dinner dishes, and she looked up when she heard me. Her face softened into a smile. "Oh, honey, you look beautiful." "Thanks, Mom." I felt my cheeks heat even more. "Big party tonight?" She dried her hands on a dish towel, her expression knowing.
"Yeah, for Ryder's birthday."
"Ah," she nodded slowly. "And how are you feeling about him leaving next week?" I shrugged, trying to play it off like my heart wasn't breaking. "It's fine. He'll be back for Christmas." Mom gave me a look that said she saw right through me, but she didn't push. "Well, have fun tonight. Be safe. Text me if you need anything." "I will." I kissed her cheek and headed for the door. The evening air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and the faint hint of wood smoke from someone's fireplace. Our house was on the edge of town, backing up to the woods where I'd gotten lost all those years ago, where Ryder had found me. His black Jeep was parked in our driveway, and my breath caught when I saw him. He was leaning against the driver's side door, one ankle crossed over the other, looking down at his phone. He was wearing dark jeans and a gray Henley that suited him perfectly, giving him the quiet confidence that always seemed to draw people's attention. His black hair was slightly messy, like he'd run his hands through it, and even from here I could see the sharp line of his jaw, the curve of his lips. When had Ryder changed so much? Somewhere along the way, the boy I'd always known had grown into someone impossible to ignore. I knew the answer to that, too. It had been gradual, just like my feelings. One day he'd been the cute boy who'd saved me in the woods, and then suddenly he was 6 feet tall with muscles that came from hours of training with his dad, and a face that made him one of the most admired boys in school. As if sensing me, and he probably did, because Ryder always seemed to know when I was near. He looked up from his phone. His eyes met mine before briefly taking in my appearance. His expression softened into a warm smile that made me feel seen, and for a moment neither of us looked away. I felt my cheeks grow warm, but I smiled back instead of looking away. When his gaze finally met mine again, I gave him my biggest smile, trying to ignore the way my heart was hammering against my ribs. "Hey," I said as I walked toward him. "Hey." His voice was deeper than it used to be, rough in a way that did things to my insides. He pushed off the Jeep and opened the passenger door for me, like he always did. Such a small gesture, but it never failed to make me feel special. I climbed in, and he closed the door gently before rounding the front of the vehicle. I watched him through the windshield, admiring the easy, confident way he moved. Everything about Ryder was graceful, controlled. He slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, and then his hand found mine on the center console. The tingles started immediately, spreading from where our palms touched up my arm and through my entire body. It had been happening for years now, ever since I was 12 or 13. At first it had freaked me out, but Ryder had explained that it was normal, and for whatever reason I never questioned him. I didn't think too much about it anymore. It was just part of being near Ryder. part of what made being with him feel so right. He laced our fingers together as he backed out of the driveway, and I settled into my seat, content just to be near him. "Are you excited for your birthday dinner tomorrow?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Ryder groaned. "No, you know how much I hate birthday dinners with my family." I laughed. I'd never actually been to one of his family birthday dinners. They were family only, some kind of tradition, but Ryder's stories about them were legendary. Apparently they were always full of drama, with various family members arguing, while Ryder was forced to sit at the head of the table and pretend to enjoy being the center of attention. "You'll survive," I said, squeezing his hand. "And afterwards, you get to spend the night with me." His expression softened, and he glanced over at me. "Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself." It was our tradition. Every year on Ryder's birthday, after he suffered through the family dinner, he'd pick me up and we'd drive out to the cliffs overlooking the valley. We'd build a fire, roast marshmallows, talk for hours, and then sleep under the stars. When we were younger, one of our parents had always come with us, usually his dad or my dad. But now that we were older, they trusted us to go alone. Those nights were my favorite, just me and Ryder, away from everyone else, with nothing but the stars and the fire and each other. This year felt different, though, more significant, because it would be our last night together before he left for college, and I didn't know when we'd get another chance to do this. The thought made my throat tight. "Em?" Ryder's voice pulled me from my thoughts. "You okay?" "Yeah." I forced a smile, just thinking. He squeezed my hand, and I knew he understood. He always understood. The field was already packed when we arrived. Cars lined the dirt road leading up to it, and I could hear the bass from the music thumping even before Ryder turned off the engine. Someone had set up a massive bonfire in the center of the field, and people were scattered everywhere, dancing, drinking, talking in groups. "Ready?" Ryder asked, but he didn't let go of my hand. "Ready!" We walked into the party together, and I felt the eyes on us immediately. Whispers followed in our wake, and I caught more than one girl shooting daggers at me with her eyes. I ignored them. I'd gotten good at that over the years. Ryder kept me close, his hand never leaving mine. When people came up to wish him happy early birthday or congratulate him on getting into college, I stayed tucked against his side. When someone offered him a drink, he took it with his free hand, because the other one was still holding mine. We weren't dating. We'd never kissed, never done anything more than hold hands and hug, and occasionally fall asleep curled up together on one of our couches during movie nights. But everyone thought we were together, and honestly, sometimes it felt like we were. I'd had a few drinks, more than I probably should have, and I was feeling warm and loose and happy. The party was loud and chaotic, but I felt safe with Ryder's arm around my waist, his body solid and warm against mine. "I need to use the bathroom," I said, leaning up to speak directly into his ear so he could hear me over the music. He nodded and reluctantly let me go. "Don't be long." "I won't." The porta potties were set up on the far edge of the field, away from the main party. I wrinkled my nose as I approached them. They were disgusting, but it was better than trying to find a private spot in the woods. When I came back out, I scanned the crowd for Ryder's familiar dark head. He was tall enough that I could usually spot him easily, but there were so many people. "Hey there, beautiful." I turned to find a guy I vaguely recognized from school blocking my path. He was a senior, I thought. Played football. His name was... Derek? Derek? "Hi," I said politely, trying to step around him. He moved to block me again. "Where are you going so fast? Party's just getting started." "I'm just trying to find my friend." "Your friend?" He grinned, and I could smell the alcohol on his breath. "You mean Ryder Black? Come on, everyone knows you two aren't really together. He's just too nice to tell you he's not interested."
My face burned! Excuse me!
I tried to push past him, but his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. "Hey, don't be like that. I'm just trying to talk to you." His grip was tight, almost painful. "You're really pretty, you know that? Way too pretty to be wasting your time on a guy who doesn't want you." Fear spiked through me, cutting through the pleasant buzz from the alcohol. "Let go of me. Come on, just give me a chance."
I said let go!
I shoved at his chest with my free hand, but he was so much bigger than me, so much stronger. He laughed, and then suddenly I was falling. My back hit the ground hard, knocking the air from my lungs, and panic flooded through me as he loomed over me. "You shouldn't have done that," he said, and there was something dark in his eyes that made my blood run cold. I opened my mouth to scream, but before I could make a sound, a growl ripped through the air. Not a human sound. Something primal and terrifying and absolutely furious. Derek was suddenly gone, tackled away from me by a blur of motion. I scrambled backward, my heart pounding, and watched in shock as Ryder slammed his fist into Derek's face.
Again! And again!
Derek tried to fight back, but he didn't stand a chance. Ryder was faster, stronger, and absolutely savage. Blood sprayed from Derek's nose, and he made a horrible gurgling sound as Ryder hit him again.
Ah! Ryder!
I screamed, finally finding my voice.
Ryder! Stop!
He didn't seem to hear me. His eyes were wild, almost glowing in the firelight, and I could see his hands shaking with barely controlled rage. A crowd had gathered, people shouting and pulling out their phones, but no one was brave enough to get between Ryder and his target.
I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain in my back and the way my hands were shaking. Ryder, please!
I ran to him and grabbed his arm, and the moment I touched him, something shifted. He froze, his fist raised for another blow, and then slowly turned to look at me. His eyes were definitely glowing now, an eerie blue light that should have terrified me but somehow didn't. He breathed, and his voice was rough, almost broken. "I'm okay," I said softly, keeping my hand on his arm. "I'm okay. You can stop now."
He looked back down at Derek, who was groaning and bleeding on the ground, and I felt the tension in his body. He wanted to keep going. Every instinct in him was screaming to finish what he'd started.
"Please," I whispered. "For me." I did it. He lowered his fist and stood, pulling me against his chest. I could feel his heart racing, could feel the tremors running through his body as he fought for control.
"Matt!" he barked, and one of his friends, a tall guy with sandy hair who was one of Ryder's cousins, appeared at his side. "Get him out of here! Make sure your dad knows what he did."
Matt's expression darkened. "Consider it done." He grabbed Derek under the arms and started dragging him away. The crowd was dispersing now, the show over, people muttering and whispering as they went back to their drinks and their dancing. "Come on," Ryder said quietly, his arm tight around my waist. "Let's get you out of here." He guided me back to his jeep, and I let him, still shaking from the adrenaline and the fear and the shock of seeing Ryder lose control like that. He opened the passenger door and helped me in, his hands gentle despite the blood on his knuckles. Then he rounded the Jeep and climbed into the driver's seat, but he didn't start the engine. Instead, he turned to me, his eyes searching my face. "I'm sorry I ruined your party, Ryder," I said, my voice small. His expression twisted. "You didn't do anything, Em. It was that idiot, and he will be dealt with." His voice was hard on the last part, promising retribution that made me shiver. Then his gaze softened. "Are you hurt?" I shook my head automatically, but when he reached for my arm, the one Derek had grabbed, I couldn't help the small wince that escaped me. Ryder's jaw clenched. He gently pushed up the sleeve of my cardigan, revealing the red marks on my wrist where Derek's fingers had dug in. They'd probably be bruises by tomorrow. "I'm going to kill him," Ryder said quietly, and I believed him. "Ryder," but he wasn't listening. He lifted my wrist to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to the red marks, so gentle it made my breath catch. My entire body flushed hot. The tingles that always came from his touch intensified, spreading like wildfire through my veins, and suddenly I was hyper-aware of everything. The way his lips felt against my skin, the way his thumb was stroking the inside of my wrist, the way he was looking at me, his blue eyes dark and intense, and filled with something that made my heart race for an entirely different reason. The air in the Jeep felt thick, charged with an electricity that made it hard to breathe. Ryder was still holding my wrist, his lips just barely touching my skin, and I could see the war playing out on his face. He wanted to kiss me. I could see it in his eyes, in the way his gaze kept dropping to my lips and then back up again, in the way his breathing had gone shallow and quick. I wanted him to kiss me. God, I wanted it so badly I ached with it. "Ryder," I whispered, and I didn't even know what I was asking for. His eyes flashed that eerie blue again, and for a moment I thought he was going to do it, thought he was going to close the distance between us, and finally kiss me the way I'd been dreaming about for months. But then he dropped my wrist like it had burned him and turned away, starting the engine with shaking hands. "I should get you home," he said, his voice rough and strained. "Ryder." "It's late. Your parents will worry." He pulled out of the field and onto the road, driving faster than he normally did. His hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, and he wouldn't look at me. The drive back to my house felt like it took forever and no time at all. When he pulled into my driveway, he barely put the Jeep in park before he was saying, "I'll see you tomorrow night, for the cliffs." "Okay," I said quietly, trying to understand what had just happened, why he was suddenly acting like he couldn't wait to get away from me. I climbed out of the Jeep, my heart heavy, and he drove away before I even made it to the front door. Boo-hoo. I stood there in the driveway, watching his taillights disappear down the street, and felt tears prick at my eyes. He'd wanted to kiss me. I knew he had. So why had he pulled away? Why did it feel like he was running from me? And how was I supposed to survive him leaving for college when I couldn't even survive one night of him pushing me away? Chapter 3. I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window and a knot of anxiety sitting heavy in my stomach. Today was Ryder's birthday. Tonight, we'd go to the cliffs like we did every year, just the two of us, under the stars, like we'd been doing since we were kids. It was our tradition, our thing, and normally I'd be excited, Normally, I'd wake up with butterflies in my stomach, the good kind. But today, all I felt was nervous and hurt. I rolled over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand, staring at the blank screen for a long moment before I finally typed out a message. "Happy birthday, Ryder. Hope it's a good one." I hit send before I could overthink it, then dropped the phone onto my comforter and stared at the ceiling. Last night kept replaying in my mind. The way he'd looked at me in the car, his eyes dark and intense. The way he'd kissed my arm where that guy had grabbed me, so gentle and reverent it had made my heart race. The unspoken tension between us felt impossible to ignore. He'd wanted to kiss me, I was sure of it. And then he'd just pulled away, dropped my arm like it burned him and couldn't get me home fast enough. My phone buzzed, and I snatched it up. "Thanks." That was it. Just thanks. I stared at the single word, feeling something crack in my chest. No emoji, no "see you tonight," nothing. Just a cold, impersonal thanks, like I was some acquaintance who'd sent him a generic birthday wish on social media. I tossed my phone aside and pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes, willing myself not to cry. It was fine. Everything was fine. Tonight would be normal, just like always. We'd roast marshmallows and look at the stars and talk about nothing and everything, and I'd forget about the way he'd looked at me last night. I'd forget about the almost kiss that I couldn't stop thinking about. I had to, because in a week, he'd be gone. I spent the morning helping Mom clean the house, grateful for the distraction. She had me dusting the living room while she vacuumed, and then we moved to the kitchen, wiping down counters and organizing the pantry. "You're quiet today," Mom said as we worked side by side, her tone gentle. "Just thinking," I said, scrubbing at a stubborn spot on the counter. "About Ryder leaving?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. She was quiet for a moment, then reached over and squeezed my hand. "I know it's hard, sweetie, but you two will be okay. You've been best friends for so long. A little distance won't change that." I forced a smile. "I know. But what if it wasn't just friendship anymore? What if I'd ruined everything by wanting more?" After lunch, I started gathering supplies for tonight. Sleeping bags, pillows, the tent, a cooler with drinks and snacks. I loaded everything into my car, my movements mechanical as I tried not to think too hard about what the night might bring. By 3 o'clock, I was driving out to the cliffs, the familiar dirt road bumpy beneath my tires. The cliffs were about 20 minutes outside of town, perched on a hill that overlooked the valley below. It was beautiful up here, peaceful and private, with a view of the stars that was unmatched anywhere else. It was our place, mine and Ryder's. I parked in the small clearing and got to work setting up the tent. It was a 2-person tent, big enough for both of us to sleep comfortably but small enough that we'd be close. My hands shook slightly as I hammered in the stakes, and I had to stop and take a deep breath. "Get it together, Emily." Once the tent was up, I arranged our sleeping bags inside, fluffing the pillows and making sure everything looked perfect. Then I set up the fire pit, stacking logs and kindling the way Ryder had taught me years ago. I laid out a large blanket near the fire, the soft fleece one we always used for stargazing. By the time I finished, the sun was starting to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I stood there for a moment, looking out over the valley, and felt that familiar ache in my chest. This was it, our last birthday tradition before everything changed. I drove back home, my mind a mess of emotions I didn't know how to untangle. Dinner with my family was a blur. Mom had made spaghetti, and I pushed the noodles around my plate, barely tasting anything. My brother kept trying to get my attention. asking me about some video game he wanted, but I could barely focus on what he was saying. "Emily, are you feeling okay?" Dad asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said quickly. "Just thinking about tonight." Mom gave me a knowing look. "You and Ryder have fun, okay? And be safe." "We will." As soon as dinner was over, I excused myself and headed upstairs to change. I pulled on a pair of jeans and a soft hoodie, then grabbed my jacket. It would get cold up at the cliffs once the sun went down. I checked my phone one more time, but there were no new messages from Ryder. My stomach twisted. "It's fine. Everything's fine." I drove back to the cliffs as the sky darkened, the first stars beginning to appear overhead. When I pulled into the clearing, Ryder's Jeep wasn't there yet. I climbed out of my car and walked over to the fire pit, pulling out the lighter I'd brought and coaxing the kindling to life. The flames caught quickly, crackling and popping as they grew, casting flickering shadows across the clearing. I sat down on the blanket and hugged my knees to my chest, staring into the fire. He'd be here soon. And then, what? Would we talk about last night? Would he pretend it never happened? Would I? The sound of an engine made me look up, and my heart jumped into my throat as Ryder's Jeep pulled into the clearing. He parked next to my car and climbed out, and even in the dim light, I could see how good he looked. He was wearing jeans that fit him perfectly, and a dark-fitted shirt that clung to his broad shoulders and muscular arms. His black hair was slightly messy, like he'd run his hands through it a few times, and when he walked toward me, the firelight caught his blue eyes, making them almost glow. God, he was beautiful. I stood up, my heart pounding, and forced a big smile onto my face. "Hey, birthday boy," he smiled back, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Hey, Em." I walked over to him and wrapped my arms around him in a hug, breathing in his familiar scent, woodsy and clean, with a hint of something wild I could never quite place. He hugged me back, his arms strong and warm around me, and for a moment, everything felt okay. But then he pulled away, and the distance between us felt like a chasm. "How was family dinner?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light as we walked back to the fire. Fine," he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Any juicy drama?" I teased, sitting down on the blanket and patting the spot next to me. He sat down, close but not as close as he usually did, and shook his head. "Nope, just the usual." "Okay," I said, drawing out the word. An awkward silence settled between us, and I hated it. We never had awkward silences. We could talk for hours about nothing, or sit in comfortable quiet, but this tension, was new and unwelcome. I grabbed the bag of marshmallows and the skewers I'd brought, desperate for something to do with my hands. "Wanna make s'mores?" "Sure." We roasted marshmallows in silence, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the distant chirping of crickets. I watched my marshmallow turn golden brown, then pulled it from the flames and sandwiched it between 2 graham crackers with a piece of chocolate. Ryder did the same, and we ate our s'mores without speaking. It was torture. When we finished, I wiped my sticky fingers on a napkin and lay back on the blanket, staring up at the sky. The stars were out in full force now, thousands of them scattered across the inky blackness like diamonds. Ryder lay down next to me, his hands folded on his stomach, his eyes fixed on the sky. I tried to focus on the stars, tried to lose myself in their beauty like I always did, but all I could think about was him, the warmth of his body next to mine, the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, the way his profile looked in the firelight. My heart was racing, my palms sweaty despite the cool night air. I couldn't do this. I couldn't just lie here and pretend everything was normal when it wasn't. Slowly, I rolled onto my side, propping myself up on my elbow so I was facing him. He didn't move, didn't look at me, just kept staring at the sky. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and brushed a strand of hair off his forehead. His breath hitched, and his eyes finally met mine. God, those eyes. So blue, so intense, like they could see straight through me. We stared at each other, the air between us thick with everything we weren't saying. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. And then, before I could lose my nerve, I leaned down and kissed him. For a split second, he froze, and panic shot through me. But then he was kissing me back, his hand coming up to cup the back of my head, his lips moving against mine with a hunger that stole my breath. It was everything I'd imagined and more. For a moment, the kiss was all I could think about. The warmth of his arms around me, the closeness we had both tried to ignore, and the rush of emotions that came with finally crossing that line between friendship and something more. The world beyond the fire and the stars seemed to disappear as we held on to each other, caught between relief, hope, and uncertainty. "Damn," he muttered, and then he was pulling back, his hands braced on either side of my head as he stared down at me. His eyes were wild, his breathing ragged, and for a moment, I thought he was going to kiss me again. But then he sat back on his heels, running a hand through his hair, and said, "Shit, Em, we can't do this." The words hit me like a bucket of cold water. "Why not?" I asked, my voice small. He looked away, his jaw tight. "You're my best friend, Em." Embarrassment flooded through me, hot and sharp. "Oh," I said, sitting up and wrapping my arms around myself. "I thought maybe you felt more towards me."
Trust me, I feel more,
he said, his voice rough. "But this isn't a good idea. Not right now." "I don't understand," I said, my throat tight. He finally looked at me, and the pain in his eyes made my chest ache. "I'm leaving, Em. We can't start anything right now." The words were like a knife to the heart. "Okay," I said quietly, looking down at my hands. "I understand." "No, you don't," he said, his voice softer now. "But I don't want to hurt you." I wanted to scream at him that he was already hurting me, that pushing me away hurt more than anything, but I couldn't find the words. "Let's just pretend that didn't happen and go back to stargazing," he said, lying back down on the blanket. I nodded, even though everything in me was screaming that I didn't want to pretend. I didn't want to go back to the way things were, but I lay down next to him anyway, staring up at the stars through the blur of unshed tears. He could just forget about our kiss. He could just turn it off, like flipping a switch. And I had to lie here next to him, pretending my heart wasn't breaking. The rest of the night passed in a haze. We talked about safe things, his classes, my plans for junior year, the new movie coming out next month. We laughed at the right moments, made the appropriate comments, and to anyone watching, we probably looked normal. But inside, I was dying. Every time he smiled at me, every time his hand brushed mine, it was a reminder of what I couldn't have, of what he didn't want. When the fire finally died down and we crawled into the tent, I lay in my sleeping bag with my back to him, staring at the fabric wall and willing myself not to cry. "Night, Em," he said softly. "Night," I whispered back. I didn't sleep. The rest of the week was more of the same. Ryder acted like nothing had happened, like we hadn't kissed, like he hadn't held me and touched me and made me feel things I'd never felt before. And I played along. because what else could I do? We hung out every day, just like always. We went to the diner, watched movies at his house, drove around town with the windows down and the music loud. He smiled and joked and was the same writer he'd always been. But every time I looked at him, all I could think about was the way he'd kissed me, the way he'd pulled away, the way he could just pretend it never happened. And then, before I knew it, it was the day he was leaving. He showed up at my house in the late morning, his Jeep packed with boxes and suitcases. I walked outside when I heard him pull up, my heart in my throat. He climbed out and walked over to me, his hands shoved in his pockets, and for a moment we just stood there, staring at each other. "So," he said finally, "this is it." "Yeah," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He pulled me into a hug, and I wrapped my arms around him, burying my face in his chest. He smelled like home, like safety, like everything I was about to lose. "I'm going to miss you, Em," he said, his voice rough. "I'm going to miss you too," I said, my throat tight. He pulled back and looked down at me, his blue eyes searching mine. For a moment, I thought he was going to say something important, something that would make this hurt less. But he just gave me a sad smile and said, "I'll see you at Christmas, okay?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. He squeezed my shoulder, then turned and walked back to his Jeep. I stood there in my driveway, watching as he climbed in and started the engine. He gave me one last wave, and then he was pulling out, driving down the street, his taillights disappearing around the corner. And just like that, he was gone. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty street, feeling like someone had reached into my chest and ripped out my heart. He was gone, and I didn't know if we'd ever be the same again. Chapter 4. I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, mascara wand hovering near my lashes. The girl looking back at me was almost unrecognizable from the one who'd cried herself to sleep in this house 2 years ago. My hair was longer now, falling past my shoulders in loose waves. I'd learned how to do my makeup properly. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make me look alive, put together, normal. I finished my mascara and stepped back to examine the full effect. Denim shorts, a simple white tank top, my favorite sandals. Casual, easy, like I wasn't screaming inside at the thought of leaving this place forever. My room behind me was practically empty. Boxes were stacked against the walls, labeled in my mother's neat handwriting. Emily, storage. Emily, donate. Emily, college. The walls were bare, little rectangles of darker paint showing where my posters and photos had hung for years. My desk was clear. My bookshelf was empty. Even my bed was stripped down to the mattress. My sleeping bag rolled up in the corner because I'd already packed my sheets. This room had been my sanctuary for 18 years. Now it looked like a crime scene, all evidence of my existence carefully removed and boxed away. My phone dinged on the bathroom counter, making me jump. Cat. Outside, I grabbed my phone and my small crossbody purse, taking one last look around the hollow shell of my bedroom. Tomorrow morning, my parents and I would load up the car and drive away. The new owners were moving in next week. By the time they settled in, I'd be somewhere over the Atlantic, flying toward Europe and a summer of trying to pretend I was excited about my future. I closed the door behind me and headed downstairs. Mom was in the kitchen, wrapping glasses in newspaper. She looked up when she heard me. "Have fun tonight, sweetie. Not too late, okay? We have an early flight." "I know. I'll be back by midnight." I kissed her cheek. Love you. Love you too, baby. I walked out the front door and down the driveway to where Kat's beat-up Honda was idling. She grinned at me from the driver's seat, her dark curls piled on top of her head in a messy bun. "Last party," she sang out as I climbed in. "You ready?" "As I'll ever be," I said, buckling my seatbelt. Kat pulled away from the curb, and I watched my house disappear in the side mirror. Strange how something so permanent could become so temporary. How a whole life could be packed into boxes and erased. "You okay?" Kat glanced at me as we turned onto the main road. "Yeah, just weird, leaving." "I know." She reached over and squeezed my hand. "But you're going to UPenn. That's amazing, Em. You're going to have the best time." I forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm excited." It wasn't entirely a lie. I was excited about college, about getting out of this town, about starting fresh somewhere nobody knew me, somewhere I wouldn't see reminders of him on every corner. The fields rolled past outside my window, golden in the evening light. I'd driven these roads 1,000 times, knew every curve, every landmark. The old barn where Kat and I had taken homecoming photos. The gas station where Tyler used to buy me candy when I was little. The turnoff that led to the woods, to the pack house, to... I shut that thought down hard. "So Europe," Kat said, filling the silence. "That's going to be incredible. How long are you gone?" 6 weeks. We're doing London, Paris, Rome, Barcelona, Amsterdam. Mom has this whole itinerary planned out. Living the dream. Kat sighed dramatically. "Meanwhile, I'll be slinging coffee at the diner all summer. You're going to state in the fall, though. That's exciting." "Yeah, I guess," she shrugged. "Wish you were coming with me." "Me too," I said, and meant it. Kat was one of the few real friends I had left. Most of my other friendships had withered over the past 2 years, casualties of my depression and withdrawal. Kat had stuck around, though, even when I was at my worst. We drove in comfortable silence for a while, the sun sinking lower on the horizon. I let my mind wander, watching the familiar landscape blur past. Tonight was my last night here. Tomorrow I'd be gone, and I'd never have to come back. My parents had sold the house. They were done with the suburbs, ready to travel and enjoy their empty nest. Tyler had gotten a job in Chicago right after graduating college last year. He was building a life there, had a girlfriend, an apartment in the city. He wouldn't be coming back either, and I'd gotten into UPenn. Full scholarship. My guidance counselor had cried when I told her. My parents had been so proud. It was everything I'd worked for, everything I'd wanted, except it wasn't, not really. What I'd wanted was, no. I wasn't going to think about that, about him, but of course, once the thought was there, I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop the flood of memories, the ache that never quite went away, no matter how much time passed. After Ryder left for college, we'd FaceTime every single day, sometimes twice a day. He'd call me in the morning before his classes, and again at night before bed. We'd talk for hours about nothing and everything. He'd tell me about his professors, his roommate, the campus. I'd tell him about school, about the college applications I was working on, about the mundane details of my life without him in it. Those calls were the only thing that kept me going, the only bright spot in the gray fog that had settled over everything after he left. But then he'd gotten busy. Midterms, he'd said, papers due, group projects. The daily calls became every other day, then twice a week, then once a week if I was lucky. I'd tried to be understanding. He was in college, adjusting to a new life. Of course he was busy. Of course he had less time. But then he'd stopped returning my calls altogether. I'd call and it would go to voicemail. I'd text and get one-word responses hours later, if I got anything at all. The FaceTime calls stopped completely. I'd told myself he was just overwhelmed, that he'd reach out when things calmed down, that he still cared, he was just stressed. And then Christmas came. I'd been counting down the days. He was supposed to come home for winter break. 2 whole weeks. I'd planned everything we'd do together. Movies we'd watch, places we'd go, late nights at the cliffs like old times. But he never came. I'd worked up the courage to go to his house, my heart pounding as I knocked on the door. A woman I'd never seen before answered, middle-aged, wearing an apron, flour dusting her hands. "Can I help you?" she asked with a polite smile. "Is Ryder home?" The words came out small, uncertain. Her smile turned confused. "I'm sorry, who?" My stomach dropped. "Ryder? Ryder Black? This is his house." "Oh no, sweetie. We moved in about a month ago. The previous family doesn't live here anymore." The world tilted. They moved?" "Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know where they went." She looked at me with concern. "Are you okay?" I nodded automatically, backing away from the door. "Yeah, sorry. Wrong house." But it wasn't the wrong house. It was Ryder's house. The house where I'd spent countless afternoons, where Tina had made me snacks and let me do homework at their kitchen table, where Ryder and I had watched movies in the basement and played video games until his dad told us it was time for me to go home. And they'd moved, a month ago, and no one had told me. I'd driven home in a daze and gone straight to my room, and then I'd cried. I'd cried until I couldn't breathe, until my throat was raw and my eyes were swollen shut. I'd cried until there were no tears left, and then I'd just laid there, hollow and empty. I didn't get out of bed for a week, didn't eat, didn't shower, didn't do anything but stare at the ceiling and try to understand how the person who'd been my whole world could just disappear and stop caring. My parents had been terrified. They'd found me in the bathroom, pills scattered on the floor, my hands shaking as I'd tried to open the bottle. Mom had screamed. Dad had grabbed me, held me so tight I couldn't breathe, kept saying no, 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 over and over like a prayer. They'd taken me to the hospital, kept me there for 3 days while doctors asked questions I couldn't answer, and therapists tried to get me to talk about feelings I couldn't put into words. How could I explain that the person who'd been my entire world had vanished? That I'd driven to his house expecting to find him and found strangers instead? That every unanswered call, every ignored message, every day of silence had carved out a piece of me until there was nothing left but this hollow, aching emptiness? When they finally let me come home, Mom wouldn't leave my side. She slept in my room, sat with me while I stared at the wall, tried to coax me to eat even though food tasted like ash in my mouth. Dad had taken time off work. Tyler had come home from college and stayed, even though it meant missing classes. They were all so scared. I could see it in their eyes every time they looked at me. This terror that I might try again, that they might lose me. After 2 weeks of me barely speaking, barely existing, they'd made the decision. "We think you should stay with Grandma and Grandpa for a while," Mom had said, her voice thick with tears. "Just until you're feeling better." A while turned out to be the rest of my junior year and the entire summer. 7 months away from Pinewood, away from the memories, and away from everything that reminded me of him. Grandma and Grandpa hadn't let me wallow. They'd put me to work in their garden, made me help with cooking and cleaning, dragged me to church and community events. They'd kept me so busy I didn't have time to think, to hurt, to fall apart again. And when the darkness crept in anyway, and it did, often, especially at night, Grandma would sit with me and hold my hand and tell me that heartbreak doesn't last forever, even when it feels like it will. I'd started therapy, learned coping mechanisms, learned that what I'd felt, what I'd done, wasn't weakness or dramatics, but a real mental health crisis that required real help. I learned that depression was an illness, not a character flaw. It had helped, slowly. I'd come back at the end of summer still feeling hollow, still aching, but better at managing it, better at recognizing when the darkness was pulling me under. I was better at asking for help before it got that bad again, better at functioning like a normal person instead of a ghost haunting her own life. I'd thrown myself into my senior year, studied obsessively, joined clubs, padded my college applications, kept myself busy enough that I didn't have time to check my phone every 5 minutes hoping for a message that never came. Didn't have time to wonder where he was or what he was doing, and I never saw him again. And now I was leaving. Finally leaving. Going somewhere he'd never been. Somewhere that didn't have his fingerprints all over it. Somewhere I could breathe without feeling like I was suffocating on memories. Kat's voice pulled me back to the present. You sure you're okay? You've been really quiet. Yeah, sorry, just thinking. About? Everything. Nothing. I shook my head. It's just a lot, you know? Leaving. I know. She reached over and squeezed my hand again. But it's going to be good. You're going to be amazing at Penn. You're going to meet new people and have new experiences and forget all about this boring town. I smiled, grateful for her optimism even if I didn't quite believe it. Thanks, Kat. We pulled into the field, and I could already hear the music thumping, see the glow of the bonfire in the distance. Cars were parked everywhere, people milling around with red cups in their hands. The annual end-of-summer party, same as every year. Same field where Ryder had beaten up that guy for grabbing me. Same field where I'd gotten drunk and stupid and thought maybe he felt the same way I did. I pushed the memory away and climbed out of the car. Let's do this, Kat said, linking her arm through mine. The party was in full swing, music blasting from someone's truck, the bonfire crackling and sending sparks into the darkening sky. I recognized most of the faces. Kids from school, some who'd already graduated, some who were still finishing up. Everyone was laughing, drinking, celebrating the end of something and the beginning of something else. Kat and I found a group of girls we knew from school, and I let myself get pulled into their conversation. Listened to them talk about college plans and summer jobs and who was hooking up with who. Laughed at the right moments, nodded along, pretended I was fully present instead of just going through the motions. After a while, my cup was empty and I excused myself to get a refill. The coolers were set up near the trucks, and I wove through the crowd, keeping my eyes down. I was digging through the ice for a drink when I heard it. A laugh, deep and familiar and impossible. My blood ran cold. My hand froze in the cooler, ice water dripping from my fingers. No, it couldn't be. He wasn't here. He was at school, or wherever he'd been for the past 2 years. Anywhere but here. But I knew that laugh. Would know it anywhere. In any crowd, after any amount of time. I straightened slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs, turned toward the sound, and there he was. Ryder. He was standing about 20 feet away, surrounded by a group of guys and girls I didn't recognize. He looked different, older somehow. His hair was a little longer, his shoulders broader. He was wearing jeans and a dark t-shirt that stretched across his chest, and even from here I could see he'd put on more muscle. He looked good. He looked so good it hurt. He was laughing at something one of the guys said, his head thrown back. That smile I'd memorized 1,000 times lighting up his face. And next to him, tucked under his arm, was a girl. She was beautiful. Long blonde hair, perfect skin, the kind of effortlessly pretty that made my stomach twist with inadequacy. She was looking up at Ryder with adoration in her eyes, her arm wrapped around his waist, fitting against his side like she belonged there. Like I used to belong there. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only stand there with ice water dripping from my hand, watching them like a car crash I couldn't look away from. The girl said something to Ryder, standing on her tiptoes to reach his ear. He smiled down at her, that soft smile I'd thought was just for me, and then he leaned down and kissed her. It wasn't a quick peck. It was a real kiss, his hand coming up to cup her face, her fingers tangling in his hair. It was intimate and easy and familiar, like they'd done it 1,000 times before. Like he'd kissed me that night at the cliffs. Something inside me shattered, actually broke apart, sharp and painful and devastating. I felt it crack down the middle, felt all the careful walls I'd built over the past 2 years crumble to dust. I'd told myself I was over him, told myself I'd moved on, that I was fine, that seeing him wouldn't affect me anymore. I'd been lying. Ryder pulled back from the kiss, still smiling at the blonde girl, and then his eyes lifted, scanned the crowd, and found me. Our eyes locked across the distance, and I watched his smile falter, watched his whole body go still, like he'd been struck by lightning. For a moment, we just stared at each other. 2 years of silence and absence and unanswered questions hanging in the air between us. His lips moved, forming my name. Emily, I panicked. I dropped the can I'd been holding, not even hearing it hit the ground, and turned and ran. Pushed through the crowd, ignoring the annoyed shouts as I shoved past people. My vision was blurring, my chest tight, my whole body shaking. I found Kat talking to some guy from our English class. I grabbed her arm, probably too hard. Kat, I need to go, now. She took one look at my face and nodded. Okay. Yeah, let's go. She said a quick goodbye to the guy and we hurried to her car. I climbed in and slammed the door, pressing my hands to my face as she started the engine. What happened? Kat asked as she pulled out of the field. Are you okay? I'm fine. I don't feel good. I need to go home. Did someone do something? Say something? No, nothing like that. I just need to go home, please. She didn't push, just drove, occasionally glancing over at me with concern. I kept my face turned toward the window, trying to breathe, trying not to fall apart completely.
He was here. He was here with someone else. He'd moved on, found someone new, someone better, someone who wasn't a stupid kid with a stupid crush. Of course he had. What did I expect? That he'd been pining for me for 2 years? That he'd been waiting? He'd made it clear I didn't matter, had made it clear when he stopped calling, stopped coming home, stopped being part of my life. I'd just been too pathetic to accept it.
Thanks for the ride, I managed when Kat pulled up to my house. I'm sorry for ruining the party. You didn't ruin anything. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'll text you tomorrow before I leave, okay? Okay. She hugged me tight. Love you, Em. Love you too. I climbed out and walked to the front door on shaking legs. Let myself in quietly. My parents were already asleep. The house dark and silent. I climbed the stairs to my empty room, closed the door behind me, and stood there in the darkness. My sleeping bag was in the corner. My boxes were stacked against the walls. Everything I owned, everything I was, reduced to a few cardboard containers. I walked over to my sleeping bag and climbed inside, still fully dressed, pulled it up to my chin, and stared at the ceiling. Boo-hoo! And then I let myself cry. I cried for the boy I'd loved since I was 8 years old, for the friendship that had meant everything to me, for the kiss at the cliffs that had felt like a beginning but had been an ending, for 2 years of silence and wondering and hoping he'd come back. I cried for the girl I'd been, the one who'd believed in fairy tales and happy endings, and the boy with blue eyes who'd saved her in the woods. I cried until my throat was raw and my pillow was soaked, and there was nothing left inside me but emptiness. Tomorrow I was leaving. Tomorrow I'd get on a plane and fly away from this place, from these memories, from him. I'd go to Europe and then to Penn, and I'd build a new life, a better life, a life where Ryder didn't exist, where he was just a chapter I'd closed and left behind. Tomorrow I'd be fine. But tonight, in my empty room, in my empty house, I let myself break one last time. I let myself cry for Ryder, for us, for everything we'd been, and everything we'd never be. And when the tears finally stopped and exhaustion pulled me under, my last thought was a promise to myself. I would never let him hurt me again. Tomorrow, I was leaving, and I was never coming back. Chapter 5. 5 years later, I stood in the baggage claim at Portland International Airport, watching the carousel spin endlessly as I waited for my suitcase to appear. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the smell of stale coffee from the nearby cafe made my stomach turn. Or maybe that was just nerves. I'd kept my promise to myself. I'd left and never looked back. Europe had been beautiful. A blur of museums and cafes and cobblestone streets where no one knew my name or my history. Penn had been exactly what I'd needed. Challenging, consuming, a place where I could lose myself in coursework and new friendships, and the careful construction of a life that had nothing to do with a boy with blue eyes. And then the world had changed. It happened during my sophomore year. I'd been in my dorm room, studying for a biology exam, when Nina, my roommate, burst through the door with her laptop. You have to see this." The president was on the screen, standing at a podium, looking grave and somehow excited at the same time. "My fellow Americans," he'd said, "today we acknowledge a truth that has existed since the beginning of human civilization. We are not alone on this planet. There are others who walk among us, beings of extraordinary ability who have lived in secret for millennia. Today, that secrecy ends." At first, everyone thought it was a joke, some elaborate hoax or early April Fool's prank. But then the liaisons came, representatives from each supernatural species, visiting cities and towns across the country, vampires with their unsettling stillness and ancient eyes, witches who could make fire dance in their palms, shifters who could transform from human to animal in the space of a heartbeat, wolves, bears, panthers, creatures I'd only read about in fairy tales. The fear had been palpable. For weeks, maybe months, humans walked around in a daze of terror and fascination. Would they hurt us? Could we trust them? How many of our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends were secretly something other? But time, as it always does, had a way of normalizing even the extraordinary. 4 years later, supernatural beings were just part of life. You couldn't always tell who was human and who wasn't, not unless they told you. Though I'd learned that shifters had always known. They could sense each other, smell the difference between human and other. The knowledge had changed everything for me. Suddenly, my degree in political science had a purpose beyond the vague notion of making a difference. The government needed people who could bridge the gap between human and supernatural communities, who could negotiate and mediate and keep the peace. People who understood that fear came from ignorance, and that most conflicts could be resolved with patience and understanding. Forever the peacemaker, as Nina liked to say. I'd applied for the liaison program the day after graduation, and somehow, miraculously, I'd gotten in. Now, at 23, I was the government shifter liaison for the Northeast region. I worked with packs and covens and nests, helping them navigate human laws and customs, smoothing over conflicts before they could escalate. It was fulfilling work, important work, work that kept me busy enough that I didn't have time to think about the past. Except now I was here, back in the Pacific Northwest, back in the state I'd sworn I'd never return to. My suitcase finally appeared, and I grabbed it off the carousel with more force than necessary. This was fine. I was here for Nina, for her mating ceremony. That was all. Edgewood Pack territory might border my old hometown, but that didn't mean anything. It was a big area. The chances of running into anyone I used to know were slim. The chances of running into him were even slimmer.
Emily!
I turned to see Nina practically sprinting toward me, her dark curls bouncing, her face lit up with the kind of joy that only came from being deliriously in love. She crashed into me with a hug that nearly knocked me over.
Oh my God, I missed you so much!
She pulled back, holding me at arm's length to look at me. You look amazing. How was the flight? Are you exhausted? Are you hungry? We can stop somewhere if you want.
Nina,
I laughed, the tension in my chest easing slightly. Breathe. The flight was fine. I'm not that hungry. And I missed you too. She grinned and linked her arm through mine, practically dragging me toward the exit. I can't believe you're finally here. I have so much to show you. The pack house is incredible, and everyone is so nice. And Nate is just... She sighed, a dreamy expression crossing her face. He's perfect, Em. I can't wait for you to really get to know him. I smiled as we walked to her car, letting her chatter wash over me. Nina had been my roommate freshman year at Penn, randomly assigned by some algorithm that had somehow managed to pair two people who would become best friends. She was human, like me, but she'd always been fascinated by the supernatural world. When she'd met Nate while she at a conference a year ago and he'd told her she was his mate, she hadn't hesitated. She'd moved across the country to be with him, to live on Packland, to build a life in a world that was still foreign to most humans. I was happy for her. I really was, even if a small, bitter part of me wondered what it would be like to be wanted that completely. To have someone look at you and know, beyond any doubt, that you were meant to be theirs. We loaded my suitcase into her trunk, and I slid into the passenger seat. The car smelled like vanilla and cinnamon. She started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot. So, how's work? Still saving the world one mediation at a time? Something like that. I leaned my head against the window, watching the landscape blur past. Trees. So many trees. The Pacific Northwest was green in a way that the East Coast never quite managed. I've been working with a pack in Vermont that's been having some issues with a local hunting club, trying to establish boundaries, make sure no one gets hurt. See? You're amazing at this. Nina glanced at me, her expression softening. I'm really proud of you, you know. You found your calling. I shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. I just talk to people. It's not that impressive. It is, though. Not everyone can walk into a room full of territorial shifters and get them to actually listen. She turned onto a highway, heading east. You have this way of making people feel heard. It's a gift. I didn't respond, my attention caught by a road sign. Edgewood, 15 miles. Pinewood, my hometown, 30 miles. My stomach twisted. Nina kept talking. Something about the mating ceremony and the dress she'd found, and how Nate's mom had been so welcoming. I tried to focus, tried to engage, but my mind was drifting, pulled back to a time I'd spent 5 years trying to forget. The last time I'd been here, I'd been 18 and heartbroken. I'd seen him with someone else, had felt my heart shatter into pieces so small I wasn't sure I'd ever found them all. I wondered where he was now, if he was still in the area, or if he'd moved away like I had, if he ever thought about me, about us, about the friendship we'd destroyed, if he was happy, if he'd forgotten me entirely. Earth to Emily! I jerked, blinking as Nina's voice cut through my thoughts. She was looking at me with concern, one hand reaching over to poke my arm. Sorry, I said quickly. I was just thinking. I could tell. You completely zoned out. She smiled, but there was worry in her eyes. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I forced myself to sit up straighter, to push the memories back down where they belonged. Just tired from the flight. Nina didn't look convinced, but she let it go. Hey, you used to live near here, right? My chest tightened. Yeah, my hometown is pretty close to Edgewood territory. That's so cool! Nina's face lit up. Maybe you'll know some of the people at the pack. Most of them went to school in the human towns around here. Nate said a lot of the pack kids were integrated into the regular school system. Maybe, I swallowed hard. Though that was before the announcement, I wouldn't have known who was human and who wasn't. True. Nina tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. It's so weird to think about, isn't it? All these years they were just living among us, and we had no idea. Like, Nate went to regular high school, played on the basketball team, had human friends, and none of them knew what he was. I nodded, my mind racing. Had there been others? Had I gone to school with shifters and never known? Had my teachers been supernatural? My neighbors? Had Ryder? No. I cut the thought off before it could fully form. It didn't matter. He was in the past. Whatever he was, wherever he was, it had nothing to do with me. So, tell me about the pack, I said, desperate to change the subject, to focus on anything other than the growing dread in my stomach. You said they're welcoming? Nina's face softened into a smile. Surprisingly welcoming, yeah. I was worried, you know? I'd heard stories about packs that don't like humans, that see us as weak or inferior. But Edgewood isn't like that at all. There are actually a lot of pack members who are mated to non-shifters. Humans, witches, even a vampire. That's unusual, I said, genuinely interested despite my anxiety. Most packs I've worked with are pretty insular. I know, right? Nate says it's because of the alpha. He sets the tone for the whole pack. He believes in his members mating with their true mate versus taking a chosen mate. And he's always been really progressive about interspecies relationships. Nina glanced at me. Actually, he was one of the big advocates for the integration. Did a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure the announcement went smoothly. Something stirred in my chest. Respect, maybe, for an alpha who'd chosen progress over tradition. That's impressive. A lot of alphas were against going public. Yeah, Nate said it was pretty controversial, but this alpha, he believed it was the right thing to do. That hiding was making everyone weaker, not stronger. She turned onto a smaller road, trees pressing in on either side. I think it makes a huge difference, having a leader who's willing to challenge the old ways. It really does set the tone for the whole pack. I nodded. I agree. I've been to a few packs out east that barely tolerate humans. The alphas there are old school, traditional. They see the integration as a necessary evil at best. That must be hard, Nina said sympathetically. How do you even work with packs like that? Carefully. I smiled slightly. Lots of patience. Lots of listening. You'd be surprised how much people will compromise if they feel like you actually hear them. See, that's what I mean. You're perfect for this job. Nina reached over and squeezed my hand. Forever the peacemaker. I laughed, the sound surprising me. I guess some things never change. We drove in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the landscape growing more rural. Log cabins appeared among the trees, rustic and beautiful. Everything here was wood and stone, built to blend into the forest rather than dominate it. How's work going otherwise? Nina asked. Any interesting cases? It's good mostly. The packs I work with are great, for the most part. There are just two that are more traditional, prefer as little contact as possible with non-shifters. I shrugged, but even they're coming around, slowly. Change takes time. You're so patient, Nina said admiringly. I don't know how you do it. Practice, I said dryly. Lots and lots of practice. Nina laughed, and then we were pulling up to a 2-story log cabin that was somehow both rustic and modern. Large windows reflected the afternoon sun, and a wraparound porch gave it a welcoming feel. The yard was modest, surrounded by towering pines that provided privacy and shade. As soon as Nina turned off the engine, the front door opened and a man stepped out. Nate was exactly what I'd expected from Nina's descriptions. Tall, easily over 6 feet, with broad shoulders, and the kind of muscular build that came from physical labor rather than a gym. His blonde hair was slightly shaggy, and his face was handsome in that way all shifters seem to be. Strong jaw, high cheekbones, eyes that were a little too bright to be entirely human. He bounded down the porch steps as Nina got out of the car, and I watched as he pulled her into his arms, lifting her off her feet slightly as he kissed her. The love between them was palpable, and I felt a pang of something that might have been envy. I got out of the car, grabbing my purse, and Nate set Nina down to turn to me. His smile was warm and genuine as he approached. Emily! It's so great to finally meet you in person. He pulled me into a hug that was surprisingly gentle despite his size. Nina talks about you all the time. All good things, I hope, I said, returning the hug. Always. He pulled back, his eyes kind. Welcome to Edgewood. I hope you'll feel at home here. Thank you for having me. Nate grabbed my suitcase from the trunk like it weighed nothing and headed inside. Nina linked her arm through mine again, practically vibrating with excitement. Come on, let me show you your room. The inside of the cabin was as beautiful as the outside. Exposed beams, hardwood floors, furniture that managed to be both comfortable and stylish. Nate led us down a hallway to a room at the back of the house. "Here you go," he said, setting my suitcase down. "Bathroom's right across the hall. Make yourself at home." The room was perfect. A queen-sized bed with a thick comforter, a small desk by the window, and French doors that led out to a deck. I walked over and looked out at the backyard, modest and private, surrounded by trees that swayed gently in the breeze. "It's beautiful," I said honestly. "Thank you." "We'll let you get settled," Nina said. "Come find us when you're ready. No rush." They left, closing the door behind them, and I stood in the middle of the room, my heart pounding. I was here. I was really here, in the place I'd sworn I'd never return to. I unpacked mechanically, hanging clothes in the closet, setting my toiletries in the bathroom. I changed out of my travel clothes into jeans and a soft sweater, washed my face, tried to calm the anxiety that was building in my chest. This was fine. I was fine. I was here for Nina, for her happiness. 2 weeks, and then I'd go back to my life on the East Coast. 2 weeks, and I'd never have to come back here again. A knock on the door made me jump. "Come in," I called, and Nina poked her head in. "Hey, you ready to go meet the alpha?" My stomach dropped. Now? Yeah, it's kind of traditional. When a pack member brings a guest, especially for something as important as a mating ceremony, the alpha likes to meet them. Nina smiled encouragingly. "It's just a formality. He's really nice, I promise." I nodded, my mouth dry. "Okay, yeah, let's go." We piled into the car, Nina in the passenger seat, me in the back, Nate driving. As we pulled out of the driveway, I stared out the window, watching the trees blur past. The pack house, Nina had said, where the alpha lived and worked, where I'd have to smile and be professional and pretend that being back here wasn't tearing me apart. I could do this. I'd faced down hostile alphas, negotiated with territorial pack leaders, walked into rooms where I was the only human and everyone else could kill me without breaking a sweat. I could handle meeting one more alpha, even if every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, even if the dread in my stomach felt like a warning I should have heeded, even if some part of me, buried deep and desperate, was wondering if maybe, just maybe, I'd finally get the answers I'd spent 5 years trying not to need. The pack house appeared through the trees, and my breath caught. This was it. There was no turning back now. Chapter 6. The drive to the pack house didn't take long. Log cabin-style houses dotted the landscape along the way, each one nestled among the trees like they'd grown there naturally. Some were small and cozy, others sprawling and grand, but they all shared that same rustic aesthetic, wood and stone and huge windows that let in the forest light. The pack house itself was impossible to miss. A massive log building that rose 5 stories high, with enormous windows that reflected the afternoon sun. It was beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. Solid, permanent. The kind of place that had been here for generations, and would be here for generations more. We parked in a gravel lot beside the building, and I climbed out of the car on shaky legs. My professional mask was firmly in place, but underneath, my heart was racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been here before. Not just in this area, I'd grown up nearby, after all. But here, this building, something about it tugged at the edges of my memory, familiar in a way I couldn't quite place. "Ready?" Nina asked, and I nodded, following her and Nate toward the entrance. The moment we stepped inside, People started greeting them. A young woman with dark hair waved from across the lobby. Two men in their 30s stopped their conversation to nod respectfully at Nate. An older woman smiled warmly at Nina and pulled her into a quick hug. Everyone was friendly, welcoming, the kind of casual warmth that came from a tight-knit community. And I felt like an outsider looking in. "Let me give you the quick tour," Nina said, looping her arm through mine. "First floor is pretty straightforward. Dining hall is through those double doors. Entertainment room is down that hallway. And there are a few sitting rooms scattered around for meetings or just hanging out." I nodded, taking it all in. The space was open and airy, with high ceilings and exposed beams. Everything was wood and stone, warm and inviting. "Second floor is where all the offices are," Nina continued as we headed toward a wide staircase. "Third and fourth floors are rooms for pack members and visitors, and the top floor is reserved for the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. They have apartments up there." We climbed the stairs, and I focused on breathing, on keeping my expression neutral and professional, on not thinking about why my hands were trembling. The second floor was quieter, more businesslike. A long hallway stretched out before us, with doors on either side. At the far end, I could see a reception area. We walked toward it, and I noticed the woman sitting behind the desk. Late 20s, blonde hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail, sharp eyes that tracked our approach. Her gaze landed on me, and her expression cooled. Not hostile exactly, but definitely not friendly. She looked me up and down, her lip curling slightly, before turning her attention to Nate. "We're here to see the Alpha," Nate said, his tone polite but firm. The woman's eyes glazed over for a moment. Mind-linking, I realized, and then she blinked and refocused. "You can go in," she said, her voice clipped. I followed Nina and Nate down the hallway, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. We stopped in front of a door with a simple brass nameplate, Alpha. Nate knocked once, then opened the door. Nina went in first, then Nate, and then me, bringing up the rear. I didn't notice the office, didn't register the furniture or the decor or the massive windows that overlooked the forest. All I saw was the man standing up from behind the desk. He was older, broader in the shoulders, sharper in the jaw. His dark hair was a little longer than I remembered, and there was a confidence in the way he carried himself that hadn't been there before. But it was him. "Ryder! My childhood best friend. The boy who'd saved me in the woods. The teenager who'd kissed me under the stars and then broken my heart. The man I'd been in love with my entire life." I stood there, frozen, as the world tilted sideways. "Ryder is a wolf shifter." The thought crashed through me like a tidal wave, and suddenly everything made sense. The way he'd always been so protective. The growl in his voice when he'd beaten up that guy at the party. He wasn't just a shifter. He was the Alpha of Edgewood Pack. I could hear Nate saying something, introducing me maybe, or explaining why we were here, but the words didn't register. My brain was too busy reeling, too busy trying to process the impossible reality standing in front of me. "Ryder? Here. Alpha." A sharp pinch on my arm jolted me back to reality. "Ow!" I hissed, turning to glare at Nina. "Sorry," she whispered, leaning close. "But you kind of zoned out there." I blinked, suddenly aware that everyone was staring at me. Nate looked concerned. Nina looked worried. And Ryder? Ryder was watching me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Heat flooded my cheeks, and I forced myself to move, to walk further into the room, to slip on the professional mask I'd spent 2 years perfecting. Ryder had stepped around the desk and was standing in the middle of the room now, his hands loose at his sides, waiting. I stopped about 3 feet away from him and bowed my head, a sign of respect in shifter culture. "Thank you for having me as a guest of your pack, Alpha," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos inside me. I looked up, and his eyes locked onto mine. Did he remember me? Maybe not. It had been 5 years. People changed. Maybe I was just another human to him now. But then he spoke. "I'd like to ask Emily some questions in private." His voice was deeper than I remembered, rougher, but it was still his voice, and hearing it say my name made something inside me crack. Nina glanced at me, one eyebrow raised in silent question. I shrugged, trying to look unconcerned even though my stomach was doing somersaults. Nate and Nina both bowed their heads respectfully. Nate took Nina's hand, and they started toward the door. Nina paused, turning back to look at me. "We'll be downstairs in the dining hall when you're done," she said, her tone gentle. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The door closed behind them with a soft click, and suddenly I was alone with Ryder. He didn't move, just stood there, staring at me like he was trying to memorize every detail of my face. I fidgeted with my sleeve, then reached up to touch the necklace at my throat, the delicate silver chain, the small pendant shaped like a crescent moon. He'd given it to me for my 14th birthday, and I'd never taken it off. "I'm surprised you kept the necklace." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I froze, my fingers still on the pendant. My heart was racing, my breath coming too fast. He remembered. Of course he remembered. I dropped my hand, forcing myself to meet his gaze. "It's a reminder of better times," I said quietly. The words came out sharper than I'd intended, but I couldn't take them back, couldn't soften the edge of bitterness that crept into my voice. I looked away, focusing on the bookshelf behind him, the window, the floor, anywhere but his face. I heard him move, and then he was right in front of me, close enough that I could smell him, pine and earth, and it made my head spin. He reached out and touched the necklace, his fingers brushing against my collarbone as he lifted the pendant. He stared at it for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he dropped it and looked at me instead. I looked down, unable to hold his gaze. His fingers caught my chin, tilting my head up until I had no choice but to meet his eyes. The moment his skin touched mine, I felt it. Tingles. Electric and warm, and impossible to ignore, spreading from the point of contact through my entire body. At first, I thought it was static electricity, but the sensation didn't fade. It grew stronger, more insistent, until I could barely think past it. And then I realized I'd always felt this with him. Every time he'd touched me, holding my hand when we were kids, steadying me when I stumbled, pulling me close at that party, I'd felt these tingles. I just hadn't understood what they meant. But I understood now. Mates. The word echoed through my mind, and everything clicked into place. Ryder was my mate, and he'd always known. Shifters could sense their mates once they got their wolf, usually around 10 to 12 years old. Ryder had been 10 or 11 when we met, which meant he'd known from the very beginning. He'd known, and he'd never said anything. He'd known, and he'd left anyway. He'd known, and he'd come back with another girl. The realization hit me like a freight train, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. There was only one reason he wouldn't have told me. Only one reason he would have walked away. He hadn't wanted me. Pain lanced through my chest, sharp and brutal, and I stepped back, pulling away from his touch. "Emily."
Don't!
I said, shaking my head. My eyes were burning, and I blinked hard, refusing to let the tears fall.
We need to talk,
He said, taking a step toward me.
There's nothing to talk about.
I backed away, and he followed, matching me step for step. My back hit the door, and I had nowhere left to go. Ryder closed the distance between us, stopping just in front of me. One hand rested lightly against the wall beside my head, leaving me little room to move. The closeness between us made my heart race. His hands settled gently on my arms as he searched my face, as though trying to convince himself I was really standing there. Then he lowered his head, pausing near my shoulder as he took a slow breath, overcome by the unmistakable pull of the mate bond. The warmth of his presence sent a strange sensation through me, one that felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar at the same time. The scent of pine and earth surrounded us, stirring memories and emotions I couldn't explain. I wasn't a shifter. I didn't have a wolf. But the mate bond didn't care about species. It worked both ways, drawing us together with a force that neither of us seemed able to ignore. For a brief moment, neither of us spoke. The silence stretched between us, filled with years of unanswered questions and emotions that had never truly disappeared. My heart pounded so loudly I could barely hear my own thoughts. Part of me wanted to believe everything I was feeling, wanted to believe there had always been something connecting us. But another part, the part that remembered the pain, the abandonment, and the girl with her arm around his waist, refused to forget. I held on to that pain, using it to steady myself as I placed my hands against his chest and pushed. He was stronger than me, and the movement barely made him step back, but it was enough to break the moment.
What the hell, Ryder?
I snapped, pushing him again.
Let me go.
Sorry, Em, he said quietly, immediately giving me space. The mate bond caught me off guard. Em.
The old nickname hit me like a slap, and my anger flared hotter. Let me go!
This time he did. His hands fell away from my hips, though he didn't step back. He just stood there, close enough to touch, watching me with those dark, unreadable eyes. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him, trying to ignore the way my body was still humming from his touch.
Ryder ran a hand through his hair, looking frustrated. Will you sit? He asked, gesturing toward the couch against the far wall. Do I have a choice? He stepped back, giving me space, but placed his hand on the door. The gesture was clear. You don't have a choice. I walked over to the couch and sat down on one end, as far from him as possible. He sat on the other end, angling his body toward mine.
I'm sorry, Em, he said quietly. I am really sorry.
And what exactly are you sorry for? I asked, my voice cold. I'm sure you've realized already that we're mates.
I nodded, not trusting myself to speak.
Yes, I've known since I saved you in the woods when we were kids, he continued. But I couldn't tell you. So you were never going to tell me.
The words came out sharper than I'd intended, but I didn't care.
It's complicated. Uncomplicate it for me, then.
He sighed, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. This was before the announcement, when I left for alpha training. Of course you lied about that, I said bitterly. It was easier to tell you I was going to college, he admitted. When I left for alpha training, they were already talking about coming out to the public about our existence. And at that time, most packs were not happy about it. Unfortunately, I got in with the wrong crowd there. Extremists who didn't like humans and thought mating with non-shifters made us weak. My stomach twisted. "It made me doubt our bond," he said, his voice low. "And by the end of the 2 years, I believed them. I came back and told my parents I was going to reject you." The words hit me like a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs, felt the sting of tears I refused to let fall. He'd wanted to reject me. "You know how much my parents love you," Ryder continued. "They were surprised and not happy. They believe in true mates. I got into a huge fight with them about it and ended up at that stupid party where you saw me." The image flashed through my mind. The blonde girl with her arm around his waist, his arm around her shoulders, the way the kiss they shared. "I'm sorry, Emily, that you had to see that," he said, and for the first time, I heard genuine regret in his voice. "After I saw you, I realized my parents were right about true mates. I could never reject you." He turned to look at me, his expression nervous, vulnerable. "I want you as my mate, Emily." I stared at him, completely shocked. This wasn't where I'd thought this conversation was going. "Em?" I don't know what to say to you," I whispered. "You don't have to say anything right now," he said quickly. "But will you think about being my mate before rejecting me?" I nodded, still too stunned to form coherent thoughts. He'd known I was his mate. He'd wanted to reject me, and now he wanted me back. "Can I leave now?" I asked, my voice small. Ryder looked hurt, but he nodded. I stood up, my legs shaky, and walked toward the door. My hand was on the handle when I heard him say my name one more time. I didn't turn around. I opened the door and ran. Down the hallway, down the stairs, past the people in the lobby who turned to stare, out the front doors and into the parking lot. I didn't stop until I was on the road, walking aimlessly, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked like a crazy person. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. I needed to think. Chapter 7. I walked for what felt like hours, my feet carrying me through streets I barely recognized. The town had changed in 5 years. New shops, new restaurants, new faces everywhere I looked. But I wasn't really seeing any of it. My mind was too full of Ryder's words, playing on an endless loop. "I was going to reject you. I couldn't do it. I want you as my mate, Emily." The contradictions made my head spin. How could he want me and not want me at the same time? How could he have known all these years and never said anything? How could he have kissed that girl, touched her, when he knew that I was supposed to be his? I found myself at a small park on the edge of town. There was a playground with brightly colored equipment, a few benches scattered around, and a walking path that circled the perimeter. Families were everywhere, kids shrieking with laughter on the swings, parents pushing strollers, couples walking hand in hand. I sat down on an empty bench far from everyone else and dropped my head into my hands. Did I want to be with him? The question should have been simple, but nothing about this was simple. Yes, I still loved him. That was the worst part. After everything, after he abandoned me, after seeing him with that girl, after 5 years of trying to move on, I still loved him. Some part of me was hardwired to feel this way about him, and no amount of distance or time or hurt could change it. Stupid mate bond. But love wasn't enough, was it? Knowing that he'd wanted to reject me, God, it hurt. It hurt worse than seeing him kiss that blonde girl. It hurt worse than all those years of silence, because it meant that at some point, I hadn't been enough for him. The mate bond, this supposedly sacred, unbreakable thing, hadn't been enough to make him want me. And now he'd changed his mind. Now he wanted me back. But what happened the next time things got hard? What happened when being with me became inconvenient again? Would he decide I wasn't worth it? Would he walk away? I didn't know if I could survive that. It had taken me so long to put myself back together after he left. So long to feel like myself again. To stop checking my phone every 5 minutes hoping he'd call. To stop seeing his face in every crowd. Did I really want to risk going through that again? Emily. I looked up to find Nina and Nate standing a few feet away. Nina's face was creased with concern, and even Nate looked worried. Hey, I said, my voice rough. I cleared my throat. How did you find me? We went back to the 2nd floor to get you, Nina said, sitting down beside me. When you weren't there, we started looking. Are you okay? I shrugged. The honest answer was no, I wasn't okay. But I didn't know how to explain everything that was churning inside me. Nate leaned down and kissed Nina softly. I'm going to grab us some food. Text me if you need anything. Nina nodded, and Nate walked away, leaving us alone. Do you want to talk about it? Nina asked gently. I glanced around the park. There were too many people here, too many ears that might overhear. Not here. Nina nodded immediately. Okay, Nate's grabbing us food, then we'll head back to the house. We sat in silence for a few minutes, watching the families around us. A little girl with pigtails was trying to climb the monkey bars, while her dad spotted her from below. She made it halfway across before losing her grip, and he caught her easily, swinging her around until she giggled. Something in my chest ached. Come on, Nina said, standing up. Let's go meet Nate. We walked to a small restaurant a few blocks away. Nate was just coming out the door as we arrived, carrying 2 large bags that smelled amazing. Got enough for an army, he said with a grin. Figured you might be hungry. I realized I was. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, and my stomach was starting to protest. We all climbed into Nate's car and drove back to their house. The ride was quiet, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Nina kept glancing at me, but she didn't push, and I was grateful for that. Back at the house, we spread the food out on their dining table. Nate had gotten a little bit of everything. Burgers, fries, chicken tenders, onion rings, even a few salads that I suspected were Nina's influence. So, Nate said, biting into a burger. How's work going, Emily? Nina said you're working with PAX now? I nodded, grateful for the neutral topic. Yeah, I work as a PAC liaison for the Northeast region. Nice. How do you like it? Nate said. It can be intense at times, but it's rewarding. Most people don't actually want to fight. They just want to be heard and understood. Once you create space for that, solutions usually follow. We talked about my work for a while, and then the conversation shifted to Nina and Nate's upcoming mating ceremony. Nina's eyes lit up as she described the dress she'd found, the flowers they'd chosen, the menu they were planning. It's going to be beautiful, I said honestly. I'm so happy for you guys. Thanks, Em. Nina squeezed my hand. It means a lot that you're here. Nate told me about his work as a patrol wolf, explaining how they monitored the PAC's territory and kept watch for any threats. It sounded dangerous, but he talked about it with such casual confidence that I could tell he loved it. And Nina's starting at the daycare after the ceremony, Nate added, smiling at his mate. She's going to be amazing with the pups. Nina blushed. I'm excited. I've always loved working with kids. After we finished eating, Nate glanced at the clock and stood up. I've got to head out for patrol. You two going to be okay? We're fine, Nina said, standing on her toes to kiss him. Be safe. Always am. He left, and Nina and I moved to the couch. She curled up on one end, tucking her feet under her, and looked at me expectantly. Okay, she said. Tell me everything. I took a deep breath. Where did I even start? Do you remember sophomore year? I asked. When we got really drunk at that party, and I told you about the guy I was in love with? Nina's eyes widened slightly. Yeah, your childhood friend, the one who broke your heart. That childhood friend was Ryder. For a moment, Nina just stared at me. Then her jaw dropped. What? The Alpha is the love of your life? I nodded, feeling tears prick at my eyes. I didn't know he was a wolf shifter. I didn't know he was going to become alpha of this pack. But yeah, it was always him. Oh my God, Emily. Nina scooted closer and pulled me into a hug. I'm so sorry. That must have been such a shock when you saw him today. We pulled away, and I wiped at my eyes. A lot of things make sense now. So are you guys mates? Nina asked carefully. Yes! The word came out bitter. And he knew. The entire time, he knew. Nina's expression shifted from sympathy to anger. He knew? And he never told you? Never. Not when we were kids. Not when we were teenagers. Not even that last night before he left. I laughed, but it sounded hollow. He just let me think I was crazy for feeling the way I did about him. That's... Nina shook her head. I don't even know what to say. That's really messed up, Em. It gets worse. I pulled my knees up to my chest. Remember how I told you I saw him kissing another girl at that party? Yeah, the blonde. He was kissing her knowing I was his mate. Knowing we were supposed to be together. What? Nina's voice rose. How could he do that? That's not cool at all. How can you kiss someone else when you know your mate is right there? Because he was going to reject me. The words hung in the air between us. Nina's face went pale. What? He said he wanted to reject me when he got involved with a group of extremists during Alpha training. They convinced him that human mates were weak, that they would make him weak. So he decided he was going to reject the bond. I swallowed hard, but then he saw me again, and he realized he couldn't do it. Oh my God. Nina grabbed my hand. Emily, I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine how that must feel. He wants me to be his mate now, I said. He asked me to think about it before I reject him. Are you going to accept? I don't know. I dropped my head back against the couch. I need to think. I mean, how important is a mate to him if he's willing to throw me away 1 second and then accept me the next? What happens when things get hard again? Will he decide I'm not worth it? Nina was quiet for a moment. Then she said, He may be an alpha, but he's still a guy. And sometimes guys can be really dumb. She held up a hand. I'm not justifying what he did. At all. What he did was awful, and you have every right to be hurt and angry. I'm just saying, people make mistakes, even big ones. I looked at her, and despite everything, I felt a laugh bubble up. Are you seriously defending him right now? No! Nina laughed too. I'm just trying to be fair. But honestly, if you told me you never wanted to see him again, I would completely understand. He hurt you, Em. Really badly. I don't know what to do, I whispered. You don't need to have the answer right now, Nina said firmly. You just found all this out today. Give yourself time to process. Yeah, I rubbed my face. You're right. Let's watch a movie, Nina suggested, reaching for the remote. Something mindless and fun, no romance. Thank God. She put on some action movie with lots of explosions and minimal plot. I tried to focus on it, but my mind kept drifting back to Ryder. Did I want to give him a second chance? Part of me did. That part that still loved him, that remembered how it felt to be with him, that wanted to believe we could make this work. But another part of me was terrified. He'd hurt me so badly. It had taken forever, to feel like myself again after he left. To stop crying myself to sleep. To stop feeling like there was a hole in my chest where my heart used to be. Could I really risk going through that again? And even if I decided to try, could I ever really trust him? Could I ever really believe that he wouldn't change his mind again? Wouldn't decide I wasn't worth the trouble? The mate bond was supposed to be this sacred, unbreakable thing, but he'd been willing to break it. He'd been willing to throw me away. How was I supposed to get past that? I glanced at Nina, who was absorbed in the movie, occasionally commenting on the ridiculous action sequences. She'd found her mate, and it seemed so easy for them. They fit together perfectly, no doubts, no complications. Why couldn't it be that simple for me? But I knew the answer, because Ryder and I had history, because we'd loved each other before we knew what we were, because we'd hurt each other in ways that couldn't be easily undone. On the TV, the hero was making some dramatic speech about never giving up, about fighting for what mattered. I almost laughed at the irony. Was Ryder worth fighting for? Was I? I didn't have the answers, not yet. But I had 2 weeks to figure it out. This is going to be a long 2 weeks, I thought, settling deeper into the couch. The movie played on, explosions and gunfire filling the silence, but I barely heard it. My mind was too full of bee eyes and broken promises and a bond I'd never asked for but couldn't seem to escape. 2 weeks. I just had to make it through 2 weeks. And then, well, then I'd have to decide if my heart could survive loving Ryder Black one more time. Chapter 8. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of Nina humming in the kitchen. For a moment, I forgot where I was, forgot everything that had happened yesterday. Then it all came rushing back. Ryder, the mate bond, his planned rejection, the kiss that had turned my world upside down all over again. I groaned and pulled the pillow over my face. "Emily, you awake?" Nina called from downstairs. "Unfortunately," I muttered, but I dragged myself out of bed anyway. I found Nina in the kitchen, already dressed and pulling ingredients out of the fridge. She smiled when she saw me. "Morning! I was thinking pancakes. Sound good?" "Sounds perfect." I moved to help her, grateful for something normal to focus on. Something that didn't involve blue eyes and tingles and impossible decisions. We fell into an easy rhythm, Nina mixing the batter while I started on the bacon. The domesticity of it was soothing, and for a little while, I could almost pretend everything was fine. We were just flipping the first batch of pancakes when the front door opened and Nate walked in, looking exhausted. His hair was disheveled, his clothes rumpled, and there were dark circles under his eyes. "Hey, babe," Nina said, immediately moving to kiss him. "How was patrol?" "Long," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her neck. "But quiet, no issues." I looked away, feeling like I was intruding on something private. The way they fit together so naturally, so easily, it made my chest ache. Nate pulled back and noticed me standing by the stove. "Morning, Emily. Sleep okay?" "Yeah, thanks." I flipped a pancake, focusing on getting the edges just right. "Oh, before I forget," Nate said, moving to pour himself a cup of coffee. "The Luna wants to have lunch with you today." My stomach dropped. "Luna?" The word came out sharper than I intended. I thought the alpha, wasn't mated. Nate looked confused for a second, then understanding dawned on his face. "Oh, no, the alpha isn't mated. We still call his mother Luna since he doesn't have a mate yet. Sorry, should have been clearer." Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by embarrassment. Of course, I should have known that. "Right, sorry." "No worries," Nate said easily. "She asked if you could meet her at the pack house around noon." "I'll drop you off," Nina offered, sliding another pancake onto the growing stack. "I need to run some errands in town anyway." "Thanks," I said, though my mind was already racing. Tina wanted to have lunch with me, Ryder's mother, the woman who had been like a second mom to me when I was a kid, who had welcomed me into her home countless times, who had probably known all along that I was her son's mate. What did she want to talk about? Was she going to try to convince me to give Ryder another chance? Or worse, was she going to tell me to stay away from him? Breakfast passed in a blur of conversation I barely registered. Nina and Nate talked about the upcoming mating ceremony, about pack politics I didn't understand, about people I'd never met. I nodded and smiled in what I hoped were the right places, but my mind was elsewhere. Before I knew it, Nina was pulling up in front of the pack house, and my heart was hammering in my chest. "You okay?" Nina asked, giving me a concerned look. "Yeah," I lied, "just nervous." "Tina's really nice," Nina assured me. "You'll be fine." I nodded and climbed out of the car, smoothing down my shirt nervously. I'd changed 3 times this morning, unable to decide what to wear to lunch with my childhood best friend's mother, who also happened to be the Luna of a werewolf pack. I'd finally settled on jeans and a simple blue blouse, casual but put together. The pack house looked even more imposing in the daylight. The stone facade gleamed in the sun, and I could see people moving around inside through the large windows. Wolves. All of them wolves. And standing at the front door, waving enthusiastically, was Tina. She looked almost exactly the same as I remembered. Her dark hair had a few more silver streaks, and there were laugh lines around her eyes that hadn't been there before, but she still had that same warm, welcoming smile that had made me feel safe as a scared little girl lost in the woods. When she saw me, she ran down the steps and pulled me into a tight hug.
"Oh, Goddess, it is great to see you, Bunny."
I couldn't help but laugh at the nickname. I hadn't heard it in years. "It's great to see you too, Tina." She pulled back, holding me at arm's length and looking me over with shining eyes. "Look at you, all grown up and beautiful. Come on, come inside. I'm so glad you could make it." She linked her arm through mine and practically dragged me up the steps and through the front door. The interior was just as impressive as I remembered. High ceilings, warm wood floors, large windows that let in streams of natural light. But now I noticed details I'd missed before. The pack insignia carved into the mantel above the fireplace, the formal portraits of past alphas lining the walls, the sense of history and power that permeated every corner. "Let's grab some food first," Tina said, leading me toward what I assumed was the kitchen. "I had the cook prepare some of your favorites. Do you still love chicken salad sandwiches?" "You remembered," I said, touched. "Of course I remembered. You used to eat them every time you came over." She squeezed my arm affectionately. "I remember everything about you, Bunny." We loaded up plates with sandwiches, fruit, and cookies. Then Tina led me upstairs. My heart started pounding as we climbed the wide staircase. At the top of the stairs, Tina turned right, leading me down a hallway lined with doors. I must have had a weird look on my face because she laughed. "Don't worry, lunch is just the two of us. Ryder isn't here right now. He's out dealing with some pack business." Relief washed over me, and I smiled. Good. I mean, not that I don't want to see him, just... "I understand," Tina said gently. "You need some space. That's perfectly normal." She stopped in front of a door across the hall from one marked Alpha and pushed it open. The nameplate read Luna in elegant script. The office was beautiful, smaller than Ryder's, but warm and inviting. Large windows overlooked the forest, and the furniture was a mix of professional and comfortable. There was a desk in one corner, but Tina led me to a small table by the window where we could sit and eat. "I just wanted us to have some privacy," she said, setting down her plate and gesturing for me to sit. I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure I believed her. There was something in her expression, a hint of mischief that reminded me so much of Ryder it made my chest ache. Tina had her scheming face on, the same one she'd worn when she used to try to get Ryder and me to admit we liked each other when we were kids. We settled into our seats, and for a few minutes, we just ate in comfortable silence. The chicken salad was just as good as I remembered, and I realized I was actually hungry. "So," Tina said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, "tell me about your parents. How are they doing?" I smiled. "They're great, actually, living their best empty nester life. They travel constantly now. I think they've been to more countries in the past 5 years than most people visit in a lifetime." "That sounds wonderful," Tina said warmly. "They always did love to travel." "Where are they now?" "On a cruise around the world, actually. They'll be gone for another 3 months." I laughed. "I only really see them during the holidays now, and even then, I usually have to meet them wherever they happen to be. Last Christmas was in Thailand." "Thailand? How exotic." Tina's eyes sparkled. "I'd love to see them again sometime. Greg and I miss them." "I'm sure they'd love to see you and Greg too," I said honestly. My parents had always liked the Blacks, had been sad when they'd moved away after Ryder left for college. If only they knew the truth. "And what about you?" Tina asked, leaning forward with interest. "Ryder mentioned you're working as a pack liaison now. That must be fascinating work." My fork paused halfway to my mouth. Ryder mentioned it? How did he even know? I'd never told him. We hadn't exactly had a casual catch-up conversation yesterday. My mind raced. Had he been keeping tabs on me? The thought sent a strange flutter through my chest, equal parts unsettling and something else I didn't want to examine too closely. "It is," I said, trying to keep my voice steady even as questions swirled in my head. Work was a safe topic, even if the fact that Ryder apparently knew about my career wasn't safe at all. "I cover the Northeast region, helping newly integrated packs navigate human society and mediating any conflicts that arise. It's challenging, but rewarding. I'm so proud of you, Tina said, and the sincerity in her voice made my throat tight. You always were so good at bringing people together, even as a little girl. This job suits you perfectly. Thank you, I managed. Tina took a sip of her water, and something shifted in her expression. You know, Ryder played a big role in the integration. He worked tirelessly to get support from other packs, to convince them that revealing ourselves to humans was the right thing to do. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Of course he had. Ryder had always been passionate about doing the right thing, about protecting people. I'm sure we both know the reasoning behind Ryder wanting the integration, Tina said softly. I looked down at my plate, unable to meet her eyes. Because of me. He'd pushed for integration because of me. Because he'd known I was his mate and wanted a world where we could be together. Except he'd also planned to reject me, so what did any of it matter? Tina reached across the table and grabbed my hand. Her touch was warm, maternal, and it made my eyes sting with unshed tears. I know he hurt you, she said gently. But he's grown and changed since then. Please, Emily, give him another chance. I know you still love him. I looked up at her, startled. How? She smiled, sad and knowing. Oh, Emily, you always wore your heart on your sleeve, especially when it came to Ryder. I could see it in the way you looked at him, even when you were children. That kind of love doesn't just disappear. My face burned with embarrassment. Had I really been that obvious? Had everyone known except me? Don't be embarrassed, Tina said, squeezing my hand. It's normal for mates to feel this love so strong. There are no words to describe it. The bond between mates is sacred, powerful. What you're feeling, it's beautiful. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Beautiful. Right. It felt more like torture. Can I ask you something? I said after a moment. Of course, sweetheart. Anything. Have I been here before? To the pack house, I mean. Besides yesterday. Tina's smile widened. Yes. When Ryder saved you in the woods all those years ago, he brought you here. You were so scared, so small, but you were also so brave. I don't understand, though, I said, frowning. You all lived in Pinewood. I remember your house there. Tina's expression shifted, guilt flickering across her features. Actually, we only temporarily lived in Pinewood. What? I stared at her, confused. We've always lived here at the pack house, she explained, looking uncomfortable. Well, Greg and I don't anymore. We have a smaller house on the Packlands now that Ryder's the Alpha, but the Alpha family has always lived here. We only got the house in Pinewood so that Ryder could be closer to you. The words hit me like a physical blow. So that was all fake? Not exactly, Tina said quickly, still looking guilty. Ryder practically lived there full-time since you two spent so much time together. But Greg and I went back and forth quite a bit so we could still take care of the pack. We tried to make it as normal as possible for you, but yes, our real home was always here. I sat back in my chair, trying to process this. Everything about Ryder's childhood, his home, his family, it had all been carefully orchestrated to keep me close, because I was his mate, and even as a child he'd known. I went back to the house, I heard myself say. That first year when Ryder was at college, Alpha training. Tina's face crumpled with sadness. Oh, Bunny, I'm so sorry. We sold the house since Ryder left for school and...
And he planned to reject me, I finished, my voice flat. So there was no reason for him to be near me anymore, right? Tina nodded, tears shining in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Emily. If I had known what he was planning, I would have... A knock at the door interrupted her. We both turned as the door opened, and my heart stopped. Ryder stood in the doorway, looking unfairly handsome in dark jeans and a fitted black t-shirt that showed off his muscular frame. His blue eyes found mine immediately, and I felt that pull, that magnetic attraction that I couldn't seem to fight no matter how hard I tried. Tina gave me a sheepish smile that was absolutely, completely guilty. "Oh," Ryder said, his eyes widening slightly. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were here, Em." Yeah," I managed, my voice coming out higher than normal. "Your mom wanted to have lunch with me." "Really?" Ryder looked at his mother, one eyebrow raised. "I'm supposed to have lunch with my mom, too." "Oh, dear," Tina said, and she was definitely not winning any acting awards. "I'm so sorry, honey. I forgot I was having lunch with you when I asked Emily to have lunch with me, too. Well, since you're here, we can all have lunch together." She totally knew what she was doing, I thought, fighting the urge to glare at her. "She set us up." "Of course," Ryder said, his face breaking into a smile that made my traitorous heart skip a beat. "I'd love to have lunch with you both." Ugh, why is he so good-looking? I thought desperately. And stupid hormones, control yourself, Emily. I forced a tense smile. "I guess you're here, and it would be rude to kick you out." I laughed, trying to make it sound natural. Ryder's smile softened, and I could see in his eyes that he knew I was uncomfortable, but he didn't leave. Instead, he walked around the table and sat in the chair right next to me, on my side of the table, not across from me where there was a perfectly good empty chair. As he sat down, his arm brushed against mine, and tingles exploded across my skin. I saw him notice my sharp intake of breath, saw the satisfaction flash in his eyes. He'd done that on purpose. I bit my lip, trying to focus on anything other than the warmth radiating from his body, the scent of him, pine and earth, that seemed to wrap around me. Why do the tingles feel more intense today? And why does he smell so good? I can't even think straight right now. "So, Mom," Ryder said, his voice casual as he reached for a sandwich. "What were you two talking about?" "Oh, just catching up," Tina said brightly. "Emily was telling me about her parents' travels. They're on a cruise around the world." "That sounds amazing," Ryder said, and I could feel him looking at me, even though I was staring determinedly at my plate. They started talking about pack business, something about border patrols and a dispute with a neighboring pack, and I tried to focus on eating. But I was hyper-aware of every movement Ryder made, every breath he took. My body was betraying me, leaning slightly toward him even as my mind screamed at me to move away. I was half listening to their conversation, half freaking out, just trying to make it through this lunch without doing something stupid. Finally, they finished discussing whatever pack issue they'd been talking about, and Tina clapped her hands together. "Oh, Emily, I should take you on a tour of the town after this. Show you around properly." "That's a great idea," Ryder said immediately, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Of course he thinks it's a great idea, I thought sourly. But Ryder didn't seem to be in any hurry to leave. He kept talking with his mom, asking me questions about my work, about my apartment in the city, about whether I'd kept in touch with anyone from high school.
I tried to be polite, giving 1 or 2 word answers, hoping he'd get the hint that I didn't want to be here with him any longer. But Ryder just smiled, completely unfazed. And then I felt it, his hand settling on my thigh under the table. I jumped slightly, and his fingers squeezed gently, sending tingles racing up my leg. I reached down and pushed his hand away, but within seconds, it was back, warm and insistent. I pushed it away again. He put it back. This happened 3 more times before I finally gave up. Tina was starting to give us suspicious looks, clearly noticing something was going on under the table, and I didn't want to give her any ideas. So I let his hand stay there, trying to ignore how impossible it was to focus on anything else with him this close. This is torture, I thought desperately. Absolute torture. Finally, Tina finished eating. Gosh, she'd taken forever, and I was pretty sure she'd been eating slowly on purpose. "Well," she said, standing and stretching, "I need to use the bathroom before we head out. Emily, I'll meet you downstairs in a few minutes, okay?" "Okay," I said, already pushing back my chair. But Tina was already gone, closing the door behind her and leaving me alone with Ryder. I stood up quickly, my heart pounding. I should go, but Ryder was faster. He caught my wrist, his fingers wrapping around it gently but firmly, and pulled me back. "Let me go, Ryder," I said, trying to sound firm even though my voice was shaking. Instead of letting go, he pulled me closer, leaning in until his face was near mine, a teasing smile playing at his lips. "But you smell so good," he murmured. "Stop it," I said, though there was no real force behind it. "Nope, never." I meant to pull away. I really did. But something in me, the same something that had been pulling toward him since the moment I first saw him again, refused to let me go. "No, no, no," I thought frantically. "Don't give in." It was useless, being this close to him after everything. After 5 years apart, after all the anger and hurt, undid something in me I didn't know how to protect anymore. For one suspended moment, none of it mattered. Not the rejection, not the lies, not the years of missing him. There was only him and the quiet, terrifying relief of being close to him again. This was insane. We were in his mother's office. Anyone could walk in, but I couldn't make myself care. Someone cleared their throat. Ryder froze. I froze. Slowly, Ryder turned his head, and I looked past his shoulder to see Greg, Ryder's father, the former alpha, standing in the doorway with his arms crossed and one eyebrow raised. Horror crashed over me like a tidal wave. "Oh my God," I breathed. I shoved Ryder away with strength I didn't know I had, and practically threw myself off the table. My shirt was askew, my hair was a mess, and I was pretty sure my face was the color of a tomato. I couldn't look at Greg, couldn't look at Ryder, couldn't process what had just happened. So I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I bolted past Greg, mumbling something that might have been an apology, and fled down the hallway. I could hear Ryder calling my name behind me, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I ran down the stairs, through the main hall, and out the front door, not caring who saw me or what they thought. All I could think was, what the hell is wrong with me? Chapter 9. I'd gotten really good at hiding over the past few days. The morning after Ryder and I had been caught by his father, God, I still wanted to die every time I thought about it. I'd perfected the art of avoidance. I knew Ryder's schedule. I knew which routes he took through town. I knew when he'd be at the pack house and when he'd be out on patrol. And I made damn sure I was never anywhere near him. It had been going well, actually, until yesterday, when I'd spotted him coming out of the coffee shop on Main Street. I'd panicked, spun around so fast I'd stepped right off the curb without looking, and nearly gotten flattened by a pickup truck. The driver had laid on the horn, and I'd stumbled back onto the sidewalk, my heart hammering in my chest. When I'd looked up, Ryder had been standing there on the opposite sidewalk, his arms crossed over his chest, one eyebrow raised. Even from across the street, I could see the smirk on his face. I'd turned and speed-walked in the opposite direction. But today, I couldn't hide. Today was Nina and Nate's mating ceremony, and as Alpha, Ryder would be the one presiding over it. There was no getting out of this one. I pulled up to Nina's house a little after noon, my stomach already in knots. The ceremony wasn't until 4, but Nina had asked me to come help her get ready. When I knocked on the door, it swung open to reveal a woman in her mid-50s with warm brown eyes and laugh lines around her mouth. "You must be Emily," she said, pulling me into a hug before I could even respond. "I'm Margaret, Nate's mother. It's so wonderful to meet you. Nina's told us so much about you. It's nice to meet you too," I managed, a little overwhelmed by the enthusiastic greeting. "Come in, come in!" Margaret ushered me inside, where I found Nina standing in the middle of the living room in a simple white slip, looking both excited and terrified. A younger woman, early 20s, with the same warm brown eyes as Margaret, was fussing with Nina's hair. "Emily!" Nina's face lit up when she saw me. "Thank God you're here. I'm freaking out." "This is Nate's sister, Jenna," Margaret said, gesturing to the younger woman. Jenna turned and gave me a bright smile. "Hi! Nina's told me all about you. I'm so glad you could be here." "Me too," I said, and I meant it. Despite my own complicated feelings about being at the pack house today, I was genuinely happy for Nina. She deserved this. Deserved Nate. Deserved this family. Deserved all of it. "Okay, so I need help with my makeup," Nina said, gesturing helplessly at the array of products spread across the coffee table. "I have no idea what I'm doing." "I've got you," I said, settling onto the couch beside her. "Trust me." The next few hours passed in a blur of laughter and preparation. Margaret told embarrassing stories about Nate as a child, while I did Nina's makeup. Soft and natural, just enough to make her glow. Jenna worked on Nina's hair, twisting it into an elegant updo with a few loose tendrils framing her face. "I can't believe this is happening!" Nina said at one point, her eyes shining with tears that I'd immediately ordered her not to cry because I'd just finished her mascara. "Believe it," Margaret said warmly, squeezing Nina's shoulder. "You're perfect for our Nate. We're so happy to have you joining our family." I watched Nina's face crumple a little at that, in a good way. She'd lost her parents when she was 16, and I knew how much it meant to her to have this kind of family warmth again. "Okay, time for the dress," Jenna announced, carefully lifting the garment from where it hung on the closet door. It was beautiful, simple and elegant, with delicate lace sleeves and a flowing skirt. Nina had chosen white, even though mating ceremonies didn't require it. "I want it to feel like a wedding," she'd told me when we'd gone shopping for it a few days ago. "I want it to feel like everything I dreamed about when I was a little girl." We helped her into it, and when she turned to look at herself in the full-length mirror, I heard Margaret let out a soft gasp. "Oh, honey," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You look absolutely beautiful." Nina did. She looked radiant, her face glowing with happiness, her eyes bright with excitement, and just a touch of nervousness. "Nate's going to lose his mind when he sees you," Jenna said with a grin. "You think?" Nina asked, biting her lip. "I know," I said firmly. "You look perfect, Nina." She turned to me, her eyes suddenly serious. "Thank you for being here, Em. I know this is complicated for you." I knew what she meant. Being at the pack house, seeing Ryder, everything that had happened between us. "This is your day," I said, squeezing her hand. I wouldn't miss it for anything. And I meant it. Whatever my own mess was with Ryder, I could put it aside for a few hours to be here for my best friend. We loaded into Margaret's car, a sensible sedan that somehow managed to fit all of us, plus Nina's dress without wrinkling it. The drive to the pack house was short, and as we pulled up, I felt my stomach tighten with nerves. The pack house looked different than it had the last time I'd been here. The back lawn had been transformed, with a path of white rose petals leading to what I assumed was the ballroom Margaret had mentioned. Lanterns hung from the trees, ready to be lit as the sun set. "It's beautiful," Nina breathed. "The pack went all out," Jenna said proudly. "Everyone's been working on this for days." We made our way inside, and Margaret led us through a side entrance to avoid the guests who were already starting to arrive. The ballroom was in the back of the pack house, and when we stepped inside, I couldn't help but gasp. It was stunning. The room was large but not cavernous, with high ceilings and tall windows that let in the late afternoon light. White fabric had been draped from the ceiling, creating a soft, romantic canopy effect. More lanterns hung at varying heights, and flowers, white roses and peonies, were everywhere. There was a small raised platform at the front of the room where I assumed the ceremony would take place. "This is a big pack," Margaret explained, seeing my expression. "But we only invited family and close friends. Mating ceremonies are intimate affairs." I nodded, looking around at the chairs that had been set up, maybe 50 or 60 of them. It was small, especially compared to what I imagined a full pack gathering would look like. "Nina, honey, let me just fix this one piece of hair," Margaret said, reaching up to adjust one of the tendrils that had come loose during the car ride. I took that as my cue to head into the ballroom and find a seat. The room was starting to fill up with guests. Wolves, I assumed, based on the way they moved and the way they looked at me with curious but not unfriendly eyes. I found a seat about halfway back, on the aisle, and settled in. My heart was already racing, and Ryder wasn't even here yet. "Get it together," I told myself firmly. "You can handle a few hours in the same room as him." But then the side door opened, and Ryder walked in, and every thought in my head evaporated. Damn, why is he so good-looking? He was wearing a dark suit, charcoal gray, perfectly tailored to his broad shoulders and lean frame. The jacket emphasized the width of his chest, and the pants fit him in a way that should probably be illegal. His dark hair was styled, but still had that slightly tousled look that made me want to run my fingers through it. And his face, God, his face. Strong jaw, high cheekbones, those intense dark eyes that seemed to see right through me. He moved through the room with the easy confidence of an alpha, nodding to guests, shaking hands, but there was something else in the way he carried himself. a kind of restrained power, like he was holding himself back. I couldn't stop staring at him. And then, as if he could feel my eyes on him, he turned and looked directly at me. Our gazes locked, and I felt my heart stutter in my chest. His expression shifted, softened, somehow, and then one corner of his mouth lifted in a slow, knowing smirk. He'd caught me checking him out. I felt heat flood my face, and I quickly looked away, focusing very intently on the flowers at the front of the room. My cheeks were burning, and I could feel my pulse hammering in my throat. And then I heard it, a low, rich laugh that seemed to carry across the room despite the murmur of conversation around us. That laugh did something to me. It sent a shiver down my spine, made my stomach flip, made me want to look at him again even though I knew I shouldn't. It was warm and genuine, and just a little bit smug, and it made me remember every time he'd laughed like that when we were kids. Usually right after he did something to make me laugh too. I risked a glance in his direction and found him still watching me, that smirk still playing at his lips. He shook his head slightly, as if to say, "I see you," and then turned to greet another guest. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. This is going to be a long ceremony. The room continued to fill, and I tried to focus on anything other than Ryder. I watched as Nate entered from a different door, looking nervous and excited in his own dark suit. He took his place on the platform, his eyes scanning the room, probably looking for Nina. Then, an older man joined them on the platform. He was distinguished looking, probably in his 70s, with silver hair and the bearing of someone who'd seen a lot in his life. This must be the elder Margaret had mentioned. Ryder stepped up onto the platform as well, and I felt my breath catch again. He looked so commanding up there, so sure of himself. This was Ryder as Alpha, and it was both familiar and completely foreign to me. The room quieted as people took their seats. I could feel the anticipation building, the excitement. And then the music started, something soft and instrumental, and everyone turned to look at the back of the room. Nina appeared in the doorway, and I felt tears prick at my eyes. She looked absolutely radiant, the late afternoon sun streaming through the windows caught in her hair, making her glow. Her dress flowed around her as she walked, and her face, God, her face was pure joy. She was looking at Nate like he was her entire world, and when I glanced at him, I saw the same expression mirrored on his face. This was what the mate bond was supposed to be. This certainty, this joy, this sense of rightness. Nina walked down the aisle alone, no one to give her away, since her parents were gone, but she didn't look lonely. She looked strong and sure, and so happy. When she reached the platform, Nate stepped down to meet her, taking her hand and helping her up the steps. They stood facing each other, hands clasped, and I could see Nate mouth the words, "You're beautiful," to her. Everyone took their seats, and the elder stepped forward.
"We are gathered here today,"
he began, his voice deep and resonant, "to witness and celebrate the mating of Nate Reeves and Nina Castellano." I tried to focus on his words, on Nina and Nate, on the ceremony itself, but I could feel Ryder's eyes on me. The pull was almost physical, like a string tied around my ribs, tugging me toward him. I resisted for as long as I could, but finally, I gave in and looked up at him. Our eyes met, and the world seemed to narrow to just the two of us. The elder was still talking, his words washing over me, but all I could hear was my own heartbeat. All I could feel was the mate bond thrumming between us. The mate bond is sacred, the elder was saying. It is the universe's way of bringing together two souls who are meant to be one, two halves of the same whole. Ryder's gaze was intense, almost burning. I could see everything in his eyes. Want, need, regret, hope. It was overwhelming. Mates know each other in ways no one else can, the elder continued. They feel what the other feels. They understand without words. They love without conditions, accepting each other's flaws and celebrating each other's strengths. My chest felt tight. These words, they were beautiful, but they also hurt, because this was what Ryder and I were supposed to have, this certainty, this acceptance, this unconditional love. But we'd lost so much time. He'd pushed me away, made choices that had hurt us both, and now we were here, staring at each other across a room full of people, connected by a bond neither of us had asked for but both of us felt. The mate bond is not just about passion, the elder said, and I saw Ryder's jaw tighten slightly. Though passion is certainly part of it, it is about partnership, about choosing each other, every day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. I couldn't look away from Ryder. It was like we were in our own world, the ceremony happening around us but not quite reaching us. I could feel everything he was feeling, the longing, the frustration, the desperate need to close the distance between us. And I knew he could feel the same from me, the confusion, the hurt, but also the love that I'd never quite been able to kill, no matter how hard I'd tried. A mate is the person who sees you at your worst and loves you anyway, the elder said. The person who knows your darkest secrets and doesn't turn away. The person who will stand beside you through every storm, every challenge, every joy. Ryder's expression softened, and I saw something like pleading in his eyes. Please, they seemed to say, please give us a chance. I felt tears prick at my eyes, and I had to look away before I started crying in the middle of Nina's ceremony. I focused on my best friend instead, on the way she was looking at Nate like he'd hung the moon. This was what I wanted, this certainty, this happiness. But could I have it with Ryder? Could I trust him not to hurt me again? The elder's voice pulled me back to the present. And now, we will perform the blood ceremony, binding these two souls together for all time. I watched as Ryder stepped forward, pulling a small ceremonial blade from his jacket pocket. It was beautiful. The handle looked like it was made of bone or antler, carved with intricate designs. Nate held out his hand, palm up, and Ryder made a small, precise cut across it. Nate didn't even flinch. Then Ryder did the same to Nina's palm, and she bit her lip but stayed still. Join your hands, Ryder said, his voice carrying across the room with an authority that made me shiver. Nate and Nina clasped their hands together, their blood mixing. I could see the moment the bond snapped into place. Both of their eyes widened slightly, and Nina let out a small gasp. The bond is formed, the elder intoned. Two souls, now one. But Ryder wasn't done. He made a small cut on his own palm, and I realized what was coming next. This was the part where he accepted Nina into the pack. He took Nina's other hand, clasping it firmly, and I saw Nina's eyes widen again. This was different from the mating bond. This was the pack bond, connecting her to every wolf in Ryder's pack, allowing her to mind link with them, changing her scent to mark her as one of them. It was intimate and powerful, and I felt a strange pang in my chest watching it. This was what would happen to me if I accepted Ryder as my mate. I would become part of his pack, connected to all of them, bound to them in ways I couldn't fully understand. The thought was both terrifying and thrilling. Ryder released Nina's hand and stepped back, and the elder raised his arms.
I present to you Nate and Nina Reeves, true mates bound for all time. The room erupted in applause and cheers. Nina and Nate kissed, and I felt tears stream down my face, happy tears for once. They looked so perfect together, so right. Please join us in the next room for the reception, Nate called out, his arm around Nina's waist, both of them grinning like idiots. I stood with everyone else, wiping at my eyes and hoping my mascara hadn't run too badly. People started filing toward the doors that led to the reception area, but I hung back, waiting for the crowd to thin. Nina and Nate were at the front of the room, accepting hugs and congratulations. I made my way up to them, and when Nina saw me, she pulled me into a tight hug. "Thank you for being here," she whispered in my ear. "I wouldn't have missed it," I said, squeezing her back. "You looked beautiful. You both did." I hugged Nate too, and he grinned at me. Thanks for keeping her sane while she was getting ready. "That was all Margaret and Jenna," I said. "I just did her makeup." "Well, you did a great job," Nate said, looking at his mate with such open adoration that I had to look away. I left them to talk to Nate's family, who had swarmed them with hugs and congratulations, and started making my way toward the reception. The room was nearly empty now, just a few stragglers chatting near the doors. And then Ryder was beside me. I hadn't heard him approach. He moved too quietly for someone so large, but suddenly he was there, matching my pace as I walked toward the reception area. "Are you done ignoring me?" he asked, his tone casual, but with an undercurrent of amusement. I kept my eyes straight ahead. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't ignoring you." He laughed, that same rich, warm laugh from earlier, and I felt it all the way down to my toes. "Yeah, right," he said. "The day after we kissed, you almost got run over by a car running away from me." My face flamed. "Maybe I was ignoring you. Apparently you didn't get the message, since you're talking to me now." He laughed again, and I couldn't help but glance at him. He was looking at me with such open affection that it made my chest ache. "Oh, Em," he said, shaking his head. "I told you I was going to show you that I want you as my mate, and that's a little hard when you run the other way every time you see me." I felt my blush deepen because he was absolutely right. I had run away from him, multiple times, like a coward. But then his expression shifted, became more serious. "You're only here for another week or so," he said quietly. "I don't have a lot of time left." I stopped walking and turned to look at him. There was something in his voice, something desperate, almost pleading, that made my heart clench. He looked vulnerable. This powerful alpha, this man who commanded respect from an entire pack, looked vulnerable because of me. Before I could respond, he grabbed my hand and started pulling me toward a different door. Not the one leading to the reception, but one that opened onto a patio. "Ryder, what?" "Just come with me," he said. "Please." I let him lead me outside. The sun was just starting to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange and gold. The air was warm, and I could smell the flowers that lined the patio, roses and jasmine and something else I couldn't quite identify. Ryder led me down a stone path, past the main patio area, to a more secluded spot
where a stone bench sat hidden behind flowering bushes. It was private, intimate, and my heart started racing for an entirely different reason. He turned to face me, still holding my hand. I'm serious about wanting you as my mate. I pulled my hand away, wrapping my arms around myself. I don't know, Ryder. You really hurt me when you ignored me for almost 2 years, then came back and the first thing I see is you kissing another girl. He ran his hand over his face, looking pained. I'm sorry, Em. I was so dumb and let myself be influenced by the wrong people. I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him that sorry wasn't enough, that he'd broken my heart, but he held up his hand.
Can I finish before you rip into me?
He asked. I pressed my lips together and nodded. He took a deep breath. I've wanted to tell you we were mates since the day I met you, he said. But under wolf shifter law, I couldn't until you turned 18. That applies to shifters and non-shifters both. I also knew that if we started a relationship, I wanted you to know the truth. I didn't want to lie to you or hide what I was. I remembered that night, my 18th birthday, when I'd kissed him and he'd pulled away. I'd thought he didn't want me, but really, when you kissed me on my 18th birthday, Ryder continued, I had to stop it because I didn't want us to start our relationship without you knowing everything. I was going to tell you the next day, but then he trailed off, looking guilty. Then you left for alpha training, I finished. He nodded, and like I said the other day, I got in with the wrong crowd. I let them poison me with their extremist views. He paused, his jaw tightening. Before I left for alpha training, there was already talk about integration, and not everyone was happy about it. There were quite a few alphas and betas in training who did not want integration to happen, and they were very convincing. I stayed quiet, letting him talk, even though every word felt like a knife to my chest. They convinced me that interspecies mating would weaken us, he said, his voice rough, that I needed a wolf shifter Luna to be a strong alpha. I told my parents I was going to reject you, and they were not happy, but they thought it was just a rebellious phase. Reject me, the words echoed in my head, making my chest tight. When I came back that summer, I was hell-bent on rejecting you, he continued. You know that the bond is still there until we reject each other, or if I take a chosen mate, right? I nodded, not trusting my voice. Well, I told my parents I was going to reject you and take a chosen mate. He looked at me, his eyes full of guilt and regret. I brought one of the she-wolves from Luna training with me. I thought she was going to be my chosen mate. I felt my heart crack. I'd known, logically, that the blonde girl at the party had meant something to him, but hearing him say it out loud, hearing him admit that he'd planned to choose her over me, it hurt more than I'd expected.
I'm not telling you this to hurt you, Em, Ryder said quickly, seeing my expression. I want to be completely honest with you. No more secrets, no more lies. I nodded, blinking back tears. Okay. My parents were not happy, he continued. We got into a huge fight, and I left and went to that party with her. I thought I had it all figured out. I thought it was going to be easy to reject you and take a chosen mate so I could be a strong alpha with a wolf shifter Luna. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was softer. But I was wrong. The minute I saw you at that party, I knew I'd made a mistake. Seeing you was like I was seeing clearly for the first time since I'd left. I felt the mate bond in full force. But not only that, I also felt my love for you that I'd locked away when I left for training. My breath caught. Love. He'd said love.
I knew in that moment that I'd made a huge mistake, he said. I told the she-wolf that I wasn't going to take her as my chosen mate. She was pissed, understandably, since less than an hour before I'd been telling my parents she was going to be my Luna. I remembered seeing them together, seeing him kiss her. But you kissed her. I did, he admitted, right before I saw you. And the second I pulled away from her, I knew it was wrong. I knew she wasn't you, could never be you. I didn't know what to say to that. I knew I couldn't show up at your house that night, because you'd be pissed, he continued. So I waited until the next day, but when I got there, you were already gone. I tried to call you, but your phone was off. Then I found out you'd left for a trip to Europe. I had left. I'd run away, just like I'd been running away from him for the past few days. I knew I'd messed up badly, Ryder said. So I made it my mission to help get integration underway and do everything possible to make this world one where it would be safe for you to be my Luna. I worked tirelessly to convince wolf packs to agree to integration and to welcome other species. I also opened our pack to allow interspecies mating, which has actually helped us a lot because we have the highest numbers of true mated couples now. The only ones that have chosen mates are the ones that have been rejected or have lost their true mate. I stared at him. He'd done all of that for me? And yes, he said, giving me a sheepish look. I kept tabs on everything you did. I was so happy when you went to school for political science, and when you got accepted as a liaison. When Nate told me he was mated to Nina, I couldn't be happier, because I knew that you were finally coming back. He'd been watching me, keeping track of me, making sure I was okay. So that's everything, he said finally. That's the whole truth. I just stared at him, my mind reeling. It was too much information, too many revelations all at once. You've been keeping tabs on me, I asked, and I heard the annoyance in my own voice. He gave me a sheepish smile. I had to make sure you were okay, and if you ever needed me, I wanted to be there. But of course, you've always been able to take care of yourself. I nodded slowly, processing. If Nina and Nate didn't end up together, I asked, were you ever going to find me? Of course I was, he said immediately. I was going to wait another year or so until my pack was even stronger, but yes, I was always going to come for you, Em. The certainty in his voice made my chest ache. What if I had found someone else? He gave me a guilty look. What? I asked, my eyes narrowing. He rubbed the back of his neck. That wouldn't have happened. What do you mean? I kind of made sure your relationships never went further than a couple of dates. For a moment, I just stared at him, not quite believing what I'd heard. And then the anger hit. What the hell? I snapped. You've been sabotaging my relationships? He had the grace to look guilty. You're my mate. You're mine. Are you kidding me? I was furious now, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. You're the reason we're not together right now. I know, Em, he said quietly. I messed up. Damn right you did! The last 5 years I've spent trying to make things better, safer for you to be my mate, my Luna, he said. I glared at him. Yeah, that still doesn't make it right that you've been messing with my relationships. I paused, a horrible thought occurring to me. Did you harm any of them? No, he said quickly. Not to say I haven't wanted to, but I knew I'd have to tell you one day, and I didn't want you to hate me. I nodded, some of my anger deflating. At least he hadn't hurt anyone. So now you know everything, he said. That was a lot to process, Ryder.
I know, but I need you to know that I'm all in. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not changing my mind. I want you, Em. Only you.
I nodded, my throat tight. I just need time to think. Okay, he said, and I could hear the disappointment in his voice. We sat there in silence for a while, the sounds of the reception drifting out to us from inside. I could hear music, laughter, the clink of glasses. Nina and Nate were celebrating their new life together, and here I was, sitting on a bench with my mate, trying to figure out if I could forgive him for the past. The thing was, I understood why he'd done what he'd done. I didn't agree with it, and I was still angry about it, but I understood. He'd been young and stupid and influenced by people who didn't have his best interests at heart. He'd made mistakes, but he'd also spent the last 5 years trying to make up for those mistakes. He'd changed laws, opened his pack to integration, worked tirelessly to make the world safer for people like me. He'd done all of that for me. "Can I kiss you?" Ryder asked quietly. I looked at him. He was watching me with such hope, such longing, that it made my heart ache. "I don't think that's a good idea," I said, "seeing as all reasoning leaves me whenever we do that." He nodded, looking sad, and that expression, that sadness, broke something in me. I was still pissed at him. I was still hurt, but I also loved him, had always loved him, and seeing him look so defeated made me want to comfort him. Oh, screw it, I thought. I leaned forward and kissed him. For a moment, he seemed surprised, frozen, but then he kissed me back, his hand coming up to cup my face, and it was like coming home. The kiss was full of everything we'd never said. 5 years of longing, of regret, of a love neither of us had ever quite managed to let go of. When we finally broke apart, Ryder rested his forehead against mine, both of us a little breathless. "God, I want you," he murmured against my lips, "but not here, not like this." I nodded, a little disappointed, but he was right. We were on a bench behind some bushes, but we were still technically at Nina and Nate's reception. Anyone could walk out here. Ryder smiled, something warm and hopeful in it. "Come back to my apartment with me?" I smiled back and nodded, my heart racing. This was happening. This was really happening. And for once, I wasn't going to run away. Chapter 10. The moment we were inside the pack house, Ryder swept me up into his arms like I weighed nothing. I let out a surprised laugh, wrapping my arms around his neck as he carried me toward the stairs. "Ryder, people are going to see." "I don't care," he said, his voice rough with need. His eyes met mine, and the intensity in them made my breath catch. "Let them see. You're mine, Em. You've always been mine." The possessiveness in his voice should have annoyed me. It should have made me want to argue, but instead it sent a thrill through my entire body. He carried me up 2 flights of stairs without even breaking a sweat, and I found myself pressing kisses to his jaw, his neck, anywhere I could reach. He groaned, his grip on me tightening. "You're killing me, baby," he muttered, fumbling with a door at the end of the hallway. When he finally got it open, I caught a glimpse of his apartment, and it was huge. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the forest, and the space was open and modern, all dark wood and leather furniture. It screamed alpha, power and wealth, but I didn't have much time to admire it. The minute the door closed behind us, Ryder set me down slowly, letting my body slide against his the whole way, and then his mouth found mine again, kissing me like he'd been waiting 5 years for exactly this moment. I kissed him back just as fiercely, my hands fisting in his shirt. I needed him closer. I needed to know this was real, that after everything, we'd actually made it here. "Tell me to stop if you want me to stop," he said, his voice hoarse, pulling back just far enough to look at me. "Tell me now, Em, because once I start, I don't know if I'll be able to." I shook my head, my heart pounding. "Don't stop. Please don't stop." Something in his eyes shifted at that, fierce, possessive, almost reverent all at once. His hands found the zipper of my dress, and for a moment neither of us moved, the weight of 5 years suddenly present in the small space between us. I felt his knuckles brush my spine, and I shivered, not from nerves, but from how much I wanted this, wanted him, after all this time. "You have no idea how long I've wanted this," he murmured against my temple. "How long I've wanted you." "I think I have some idea," I said softly, and he huffed out a laugh against my skin, low and warm. He lifted me again, carrying me through the apartment to his bedroom, and I barely registered the massive bed before he was laying me down against the cool sheets. Careful, like I was something he still couldn't quite believe was his. Ryder knelt over me for a moment, just looking, and I felt my cheeks flush under the weight of his gaze. "I've dreamed about this," he said quietly, "having you here, being able to call you mine, for real this time, not just in my head." "Then stop talking," I whispered, half laughing, half breathless, reaching up to pull him down to me. He laughed against my mouth, and then there were no more words for a long while. What followed was everything neither of us had let ourselves imagine for 5 long years. Slow and tender, and full of a closeness that went far deeper than anything physical. It was 5 years of longing finally given somewhere to go. It was every unspoken apology, every what if, every night I'd told myself I was over him, all of it dissolving into the simple truth that had been waiting for us the whole time. There was no distance between us anymore, no walls, no history standing guard, no fear of what came next. Just trust. Just his voice, low and steady, murmuring my name like it was something precious. Just the quiet, overwhelming certainty that whatever this was, whatever we were to each other, it had always been inevitable. 2 people finding their way back to the one place they were always meant to end up. The moonlight spilled faintly through the tall windows, and somewhere beneath the quiet, I could hear both our heartbeats, racing and then slowing, racing and then slowing, until it felt like they were beating in time with one another. For the first time in 5 years, I felt whole, not healed exactly. Healing would take longer than one night, but whole, in a way I hadn't let myself be since the day I'd watched him walk away from me at that party. Afterward, we lay tangled together beneath the sheets, my head on his chest, his fingers tracing slow, absent circles against my bare shoulder. Neither of us said anything for a long moment. We didn't need to. Then Ryder went quiet in a different way, searching my face with something careful in his eyes. Was this your first time?" he asked softly. I felt my cheeks flame, but I nodded, unable to meet his gaze. "Hey," he said softly, cupping my face and turning it back toward him. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I want to make sure I did right by you." "You did," I said, and then, trying to deflect the sudden lump in my throat, "though I thought you would have known already, since you've been stalking me and all." His cheeks turned red, and he had the grace to look sheepish. I tried my hardest to prevent it, but I never knew what you actually did on your dates. Just how long you were with someone. I told myself it was for the greater good. Looking back, I know how messed up that sounds. The admission should have made me angry. It should have reminded me of all the ways he'd interfered in my life, all the years he'd taken from us without asking. But right now, with him looking at me like I was precious, like I was everything, I couldn't bring myself to care. Not tonight. Tonight belonged to us, and nothing else. I don't want to think about any of that right now, I admitted, tracing a lazy pattern over his chest. I just want to be here, with you. He pulled me closer at that, tucking me against his side, and I rested my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow beneath my ear. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head, his hand stroking up and down my back in slow, absent circles. "I love you, Emily," he murmured. "I know I have a lot to make up for, but I love you. I always have." I snuggled closer, feeling safe and cherished and more content than I could remember feeling in years. "I love you too, Ryder." We lay there in comfortable silence after that, our breathing evening out, his fingers still tracing lazy patterns against my skin. The events of the day, the ceremony, the conversation on the patio, and now this, had left me exhausted in the best possible way, my whole body heavy with a kind of peace I hadn't let myself feel in 5 years. Somewhere outside I could hear the faint sound of the reception still going, music and laughter drifting up from the ballroom below, a reminder that life had simply carried on around us while everything inside this room had changed completely. As I drifted off to sleep in Ryder's arms, I realized something. I was home, not in the town I'd grown up in, not in the house where I'd spent my childhood, not even in the life I'd built for myself 3,000 miles away. Here, with him. This had been home all along. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. I woke slowly, awareness creeping in piece by piece. The warmth of another body pressed against mine. The steady rise and fall of breathing that wasn't my own. The weight of an arm draped across my waist. Ryder! My eyes flew open, and I found myself staring at his chest, my head tucked perfectly under his chin. Memories from last night flooded back. The conversation on the patio, the kiss, coming back to his apartment, and then... oh God! I'd slept with him. Heat flooded my cheeks, and I felt my entire body flush with embarrassment. I should probably be more pissed at him. He'd kept tabs on me for 5 years, sabotaged my relationships, and only yesterday had I learned the full truth about everything. But lying here in his arms, feeling the steady beat of his heart against my cheek, I couldn't summon the anger I probably should have felt. Because I loved him. I'd always loved him, even when I'd tried to convince myself I was over him. And knowing what he'd done, not the sabotage part, but the 5 years of work to make the world safe for us, to create a place where I could be his Luna without fear, it showed me just how much he loved me too. He'd spent 5 years fighting for us, 5 years working toward a future where we could be together. That had to count for something. I snuggled closer to him, breathing in his scent, pine and earth. His arm tightened around me instinctively, even in sleep, and I felt a warmth spread through my chest that had nothing to do with embarrassment. "Good morning, beautiful." His voice was rough with sleep, and I tilted my head back to find him looking down at me, those blue eyes soft and warm. "Morning," I said, my voice coming out smaller than I'd intended. A slow smile spread across his face. I could get used to this. I couldn't help but laugh, the sound breaking some of the tension I'd been holding. "Yeah?" "Yeah." He shifted, rolling us so that he was hovering over me, his weight supported on his forearms. "Waking up with you in my arms? Best morning of my life." Before I could respond, he lowered his head and kissed me. It was soft and sweet at first, a gentle good morning, but it quickly deepened, his mouth moving against mine with unhurried warmth. When he pulled back, we were both breathing harder, our foreheads resting together.
"Are you in pain?"
he asked, his voice strained.
"From last night?"
I did a quick mental inventory. There was a slight soreness, but nothing that hurt. Nothing that would stop me from wanting this again. "No," I said softly. "Stay. Please stay." There was something different about this morning than last night had been. Last night had been 5 years of longing finally let loose. Urgent, desperate, almost disbelieving. This was slower, softer. There was no rush, no fear of the moment ending, nothing chasing us. Just the two of us, fully awake now, fully aware, learning what it meant to simply be together without anything standing in the way anymore. By the time we finally came up for air, the sun had climbed higher outside the windows, spilling warm light across the sheets, and I felt lighter than I had in years, like something that had been clenched tight in my chest for 5 long years had finally, fully let go. We stayed tangled together for a long moment afterward, both of us breathing hard, in no hurry to move. "Shower?" he asked after a moment, pressing a kiss to my temple. I nodded, not quite trusting my voice yet. The shower was large, of course it was, with multiple shower heads, and enough space for both of us to move comfortably. Ryder turned on the water, adjusting the temperature before pulling me under the spray. It was intimate in a different way than the morning had been. He washed my hair, his fingers massaging my scalp in a way that made me want to purr. I returned the favor, running my soapy hands over his chest and shoulders, marveling at how solid he felt beneath my palms. By the time we got out, I was feeling more relaxed than I had in years. "I don't have any clothes," I said, suddenly realizing I was going to have to put on my dress from yesterday. Ryder grinned, that cocky smile that always made my heart skip. "Actually, you do." "What?" He led me to a closet I hadn't noticed last night. I'd been a bit distracted, and opened it. Inside were clothes, women's clothes, all in my size. I turned to stare at him, my eyebrows raised in question. He had the decency to blush, his hand rubbing the back of his neck in that gesture I'd always found endearing. I always knew you'd be back one day, and wanted you to have clothes." I blinked at him, then I started laughing. "What?" he asked, looking confused. "I'm going to ignore the creepy part of that," I said, still giggling, "and just be happy I have clothes to wear instead of having to wear my dress from yesterday." His expression relaxed into a smile. "So you're not mad?" "Oh, I'm definitely filing this under slightly stalkerish behavior," I said, pulling out a pair of jeans and a soft sweater. "But considering everything else you've done, a closet full of clothes barely registers." I got dressed quickly, and Ryder did the same. When we were both ready, he took my hand and laced our fingers together. "Ready to face the family?" he asked. I took a deep breath. "As ready as I'll ever be." We walked down to the dining room together, and I could hear voices before we even entered. When we stepped through the doorway, I saw Tina and Greg already seated at the table, plates of food in front of them. They both looked up when we entered, and the smiles that broke across their faces were blinding. "Emily!" Tina jumped up and rushed over, pulling me into a tight hug. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so happy!" Greg was right behind her, and when Tina finally released me, he pulled me into a hug too. "Welcome to the family, officially," he said warmly. I felt tears prick at my eyes. This was what I'd been missing all these years, this sense of belonging, of being wanted and loved. "Thank you," I managed to say. We all sat down, and Tina immediately started piling food onto my plate. Eggs, bacon, toast, fruit. It was enough to feed 3 people. "Mom," Ryder said, laughing, "she can serve herself." "Nonsense," Tina said, waving him off. "She needs to eat. She's too thin." I caught Greg's eye, and he winked at me, clearly amused by his mate's fussing. We'd barely started eating when Tina set down her fork and clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I get to finally plan a mating ceremony and a Luna ceremony," she exclaimed. I felt Ryder tense beside me, and I looked over to see him watching me nervously. Mom," he said carefully, "let's wait a little before doing all that." I nodded quickly, grateful that he wasn't pushing. "Yeah, I mean, we need some time." Tina's face fell slightly, but then she straightened her shoulders and pointed at both of us. "Fine, but I'm giving you 2, no more than a month to get it figured out, and then I am planning. Understood?" I couldn't help but laugh. Tina's enthusiasm was contagious, and I found myself smiling despite my nervousness about the whole ceremony thing. "A month," Ryder agreed, squeezing my hand under the table. "I knew you 2 were going to make up when I walked in on you in the office," Greg said casually, taking a sip of his coffee. Both Ryder and I froze, heat flooding my cheeks as the memory of that encounter came rushing back. Oh God, I'd tried so hard to forget about that mortifying moment. "What?" Tina's head whipped toward her mate. "You didn't tell me." Greg just winked at us, clearly enjoying our discomfort. "Honey," he said to Tina, his voice warm with amusement, "let's not embarrass the kids." Tina looked like she wanted to press for details, but she smiled and went back to her breakfast. "Fine, but I expect to hear all about it later." "Mom," Ryder groaned, and I buried my face in my hands. The rest of breakfast passed in comfortable conversation, and by the time we were finished, I was feeling more at ease. This was my family now, or would be, once Ryder and I made things official. After we'd cleared our plates, I turned to Ryder. "Can you drop me off at Nina and Nate's house?" "Why?" he asked, his brow furrowing. Before I could answer, he took my hand and pulled me slightly away from his parents, lowering his voice. "Will you move in with me?" My heart skipped a beat. "Yes," I said without hesitation, "but I need to pack up my stuff. It won't take long." The smile that spread across his face was radiant. "Okay, let's go." We said goodbye to Tina and Greg. Tina made me promise to come back for dinner, and headed out to Ryder's truck. The drive to Nina and Nate's house was short, and when we pulled up, I could see Nina through the window, moving around in the kitchen. We knocked, and Nate answered, his face breaking into a grin when he saw us. "Alpha," he said, nodding respectfully to Ryder. Then he looked at me, his smile widening. "Emily, Good to see you. Is Nina here? I asked. In the kitchen. Come on in. We followed him inside, and Nina looked up from where she was washing dishes. When she saw me, and then saw Ryder behind me, her eyes went wide. "Oh my God," she said, abandoning the dishes and rushing over. "You two made up." I nodded, unable to keep the smile off my face.
I'm so happy.
Nina pulled me into a tight hug. "And you're staying, right? Please tell me you're staying." "I'm staying," I confirmed, and Nina squealed. "I'm going to pack up my stuff and stay with Ryder," I added.
Nina's squeal reached a pitch that probably only dogs could hear. This is the best news ever.
Nate came over and clapped Ryder on the shoulder.
"Congratulations, Alpha. I'm happy for you both."
"Thanks, Nate," Ryder said, and I could hear the genuine warmth in his voice.
Nina helped me pack, chattering excitedly the entire time about how perfect this was and how she'd known we were meant to be together. It didn't take long. I hadn't brought much with me, and most of it was still in my suitcase anyway. When we were done, Ryder carried my bags out to the truck while I said goodbye to Nina.
"I'm really happy for you," she said, hugging me tight. "You deserve this, Em. You deserve to be happy." "Thank you," I whispered. "For everything. Always," she said firmly. Ryder and I loaded everything into the truck and headed back to the pack house. As we drove, he reached over and took my hand, lacing our fingers together. "You okay?" he asked. I looked over at him, at this man who had been my best friend, my first love, and now my mate, and felt a sense of rightness settle over me. "Yeah," I said, squeezing his hand. "I'm more than okay." And for the first time in 5 years, I actually meant it. Chapter 12. The drive back to the pack house felt different this time. Maybe it was because my suitcase was in the back of Ryder's truck, or maybe it was because I was actually moving in with him. Either way, there was a sense of permanence to this trip that made my heart race with a mixture of excitement and nerves. When we pulled up to the pack house, Ryder came around to my side and opened the door, offering me his hand. I took it, letting him help me down, and he immediately pulled me close for a quick kiss. "Ready?" he asked against my lips. "As ready as I'll ever be," I said, smiling. He grabbed my suitcase from the back, refusing to let me carry anything, and we headed inside and up to his apartment. Our apartment, I corrected myself. I was going to have to get used to thinking of it that way. Once we were inside, Ryder set my suitcase down in the bedroom and turned to me, his expression apologetic. "I hate to do this," he said, running a hand through his hair, "but I really need to go work for a bit. I've been neglecting my alpha duties to spend time with you, and there are some things I need to take care of." I felt a pang of guilt. He'd been with me almost constantly since I'd arrived, and while I loved every second of it, I knew he had responsibilities, important ones. "Of course," I said quickly. "Go, do what you need to do. I'll be fine here." He stepped closer, cupping my face in his hands. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Make yourself at home, okay? This is your place now, too." "Okay," I whispered. He kissed me again, deeper this time, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. But then he pulled back with a groan. "If I don't leave now, I'm never going to leave," he said, his voice rough. I laughed, even though part of me wanted to pull him back. "Go, I'll be here when you get back." He pressed one more kiss to my forehead and then left, closing the door behind him. I stood there for a moment, just taking in the silence. Then I turned to my suitcase and got to work. Unpacking didn't take long. Most of my clothes went into the closet Ryder had already filled with things in my size, which was still slightly creepy but also incredibly sweet. I put my toiletries in the bathroom, arranged a few personal items on the dresser, and within an hour, I was done. The apartment looked more lived in now, with my things mixed in with Ryder's. It felt right. I pulled out my phone and stared at it for a long moment. There were 2 calls I needed to make, and I wasn't looking forward to either of them. Well, that wasn't entirely true. One of them I was dreading, the other was just going to be emotional. I decided to start with the hard one first. I scrolled through my contacts until I found Sandy's number and hit call. She answered on the second ring. "Emily, how's the vacation going?" Her voice was warm and cheerful, and I felt another pang of guilt. "Hey, Sandy," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's going really well, actually. That's kind of why I'm calling." There was a pause. "Oh?" I took a deep breath. "I need to quit." "What?" Sandy's shock was evident. "Emily, what are you talking about? You love this job. You're amazing at it." "I know," I said, and I meant it. I did love my job. Being a pack liaison had been fulfilling and important, and I'd been good at it. But something's come up, something I can't pass up. "Does this have anything to do with Ryder Black?" Sandy asked, and I could hear the knowing tone in her voice. I blinked. "How did you—" "Emily, I've known Ryder for years. We've worked together on several integration projects. And I know he's from your hometown." She paused. "Are you two—" "We're mates," I said quietly. Sandy let out a delighted laugh. "Oh, Emily, that's wonderful! I'm so happy for you!" I felt tears prick at my eyes. "You're not mad?" "Mad? Honey, no. I'm thrilled for you. Ryder's a good man, and you deserve to be happy." She paused. "Though I am going to miss you. You've been one of my best liaisons." "Thank you," I whispered, "for everything, for understanding." "Of course. When's your last day?" "I'm not coming back," I admitted. "I'm staying here, with him." "Then consider this your official resignation, effective immediately," Sandy said warmly. "Go be with your mate, Emily. Live your life. And if you ever need a reference or want to come back to this kind of work, you call me. Understood?" "Understood," I said, smiling through my tears. "Thank you, Sandy. Take care of yourself, Emily, and congratulations." We said our goodbyes, and I ended the call, wiping at my eyes. That had gone better than I'd expected. Now for the emotional one. I pulled up my parents' number and hit call, my heart pounding. Mom answered almost immediately. "Emily, sweetheart, how are you? How was Nina's ceremony?" "Hi, Mom," I said, and just hearing her voice made me feel like I was going to cry. "The ceremony was beautiful. Nina looked so happy, and Nate is perfect for her." "Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Your father and I were thinking about her. She's such a sweet girl." "She really is," I said, smiling. "And Mom, I have to tell you something. Ryder is here. He's the alpha of Nina's pack." There was a pause. "Ryder? Ryder Black?" "Yes." "Oh, sweetheart." Her voice softened with concern. "How are you doing with that? I know how hard it was when he left." I took a deep breath. It was hard to see him at first. Really hard. But we talked. And Mom, he told me I'm his mate. He wants to be with me. "And?" Mom asked gently. "What did you decide?" I want to be with him, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Okay, Mom said after a moment. As long as you are happy, sweetheart. That's all that matters to your father and me. I am happy, Mom. I really am.
Does he make you happy?
She asked, and I could hear the protective edge in her voice.
Does he treat you well?
Yes, I said, and I felt tears starting to fall. I shared with her how he spent the last 5 years working to make the world safer for us, so I could be his Luna without fear. He never stopped thinking about me. Mom was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion. That's beautiful, Emily. If he makes you happy, and he's good to you, then I'm happy for you. But if he ever hurts you... I know, Mom, I said, laughing through my tears. I know. I just worry about you, baby. You've loved him for so long, and I don't want to see you get hurt again. I know, I said softly, but I think this time is different. I think we're going to be okay. Then I'm happy for you, Mom said, and I could hear her smile. Is Dad there? I asked. He's right here. Let me put you on speaker. There was a rustling sound, and then I heard my dad's voice. Emily? Hi, Dad, I said. Your mother's crying, he said, but I could hear the warmth in his voice. I hope this is good news. I'm mated to Ryder, I said. Ryder Black? Dad's voice was thoughtful. Your childhood best friend? Yes. I shared with him about Ryder being an alpha and his work with the integration. And you're happy? I'm really happy, Dad. Then I'm happy for you, sweetheart. He paused. But I'm going to need his phone number. I blinked. What? Why? So I can call him and threaten him, of course, Dad said matter-of-factly. It's my job as your father. I burst out laughing. Dad, he's an alpha. He could probably snap you in half. Doesn't matter. I'm still your father, and he needs to know that if he hurts you, he'll have to answer to me. I was still laughing, but I felt a warmth spread through my chest. Okay, Dad, I'll give you his number. Good girl. I rattled off Ryder's number, and Dad repeated it back to me to make sure he had it right. We love you, Emily, Mom said, her voice still thick with tears. And we can't wait to see you both. I love you too, I said. Both of you. We talked for a few more minutes before saying goodbye, and when I ended the call, I felt lighter than I had in years. My parents were happy for me. Sandy was happy for me. Everything was falling into place. I set my phone down and looked around the apartment. It was quiet, and I suddenly felt restless. I needed to do something, maybe explore, or make this place feel like mine. I started wandering through the rooms, really looking at everything this time. The living room was spacious and comfortable, with a large couch and a TV mounted on the wall. The kitchen was modern and well-equipped, though I suspected Ryder didn't cook much. But it was the walls that caught my attention. There were pictures everywhere, family photos mostly, Ryder with his parents, Ryder with what looked like pack members, Ryder at various ceremonies and events. He looked happy in all of them, confident and strong. But then I saw them. Pictures of us. Shh! My breath caught in my throat as I moved closer. There, on the wall next to a picture of Ryder and his father, was a photo of Ryder and me as kids. We couldn't have been more than 12, and we were grinning at the camera, our arms around each other's shoulders. I moved to the next one. This one was from when we were teenagers, sitting on the hood of his truck. I remembered that day. We'd driven out to the lake and spent hours just talking. And then I saw it. A picture of me at my college graduation. I stared at it, my heart pounding. I was in my cap and gown, holding my diploma, smiling at the camera, but I didn't remember anyone taking this picture. I didn't remember Ryder being there. "Okay," I said aloud to the empty apartment. "This guy is truly a stalker. How did he even get a picture of me from graduation?" I was going to have to ask him about that later. But even as part of my brain was yelling, "Ryder is your own personal stalker," the other part was melting. He had pictures of me in his apartment, pictures of us together, pictures of me alone. He'd kept me close, even when we were apart. He'd been claiming me as his all along, making sure anyone who came into his space knew I existed, knew I mattered to him. I felt tears prick at my eyes again, but this time they were happy tears. I loved this man. I loved him so much it hurt. I spent a few more minutes looking at the pictures, committing each one to memory, before I decided I needed to see him. I needed to be near him. I headed downstairs to his office, my heart racing with anticipation. The same receptionist was at the desk, the blonde who'd been checking Ryder out the other day. She looked up when I approached, and her expression immediately soured. "Can I help you?" she asked, her tone cold. "I'd like to see Ryder," I said, keeping my voice polite. She looked me up and down, her lip curling slightly. Then her eyes glazed over, and I knew she was mind-linking him. After a moment, she blinked and looked back at me. "He said you can go in," she said, her tone making it clear she wasn't happy about it. "Thank you," I said sweetly, and walked past her toward Ryder's office. I could feel her glare on my back, but I didn't care. Let her be jealous. Ryder was mine. I opened the door to his office and stepped inside. Ryder was on the phone, leaning back in his chair, and he was laughing at something the person on the other end had said. He looked relaxed and happy, and when he saw me, his entire face lit up. I just stood there for a moment, watching him. He looked so different from the Ryder I'd seen when I first arrived, the one who'd been tense and guarded. This Ryder was open and warm, and I knew I was the reason for the change. The thought made me smile. He motioned for me to come to him, and I crossed the room. As soon as I was close enough, he reached out and pulled me onto his lap, wrapping one arm around my waist to hold me in place. I settled against him, finally tuning in to his conversation. "Yes, I will," he was saying, his voice warm. "She's right here. Yes, I'll have my mom call you. She's going to be very happy to hear that. We'll see you soon, I'm sure. Bye." He ended the call and set his phone down on the desk, then turned his attention to me. I looked at him questioningly, and he smiled, turning the phone so I could see the screen. "My parents!" "They move fast," I said, laughing. "I just spoke with them not too long ago." "Your father threatened me," Ryder said, his eyes dancing with amusement. "Good," I said, grinning. He laughed and pulled me closer, his lips finding mine. The kiss started soft but quickly deepened, his hand sliding up my back, tangling in my hair, and I shifted on his lap, pressing closer. Then there was a knock at the door. Ryder groaned against my lips but didn't pull away. The knock came again, more insistent this time, and the door opened. A tall, muscular man walked in, and I immediately felt Ryder tense beneath me. "Hey, you got a few mins?" the man asked, then stopped short when he saw me on Ryder's lap.
Does it look like I want to be interrupted right now?
Ryder asked, his voice edged with annoyance. The man had the grace to look sheepish. Sorry, I didn't know you were busy. Obviously, Ryder said dryly. The man's expression shifted into a smile, and he looked at me with open curiosity. You must be Luna Emily. I looked at him, confused, then turned to look at Ryder. He just smiled at me, his expression warm and proud. The name's Ken, the man said. I'm your beta. I smiled, trying to process this information. Nice to meet you, Beta Ken. Just Ken is fine, he said, waving a hand dismissively. Okay, then call me Emily, I said. Ken shook his head. Okay, but only in private. I gotta call you Luna in public. I noticed him glance at Ryder, as if seeking confirmation. I looked at Ryder too, and he just nodded and smiled at me. I turned back to Ken. I'll leave you two lovebirds to it, Ken said, grinning. He backed toward the door and left, closing it behind him. The moment he was gone, Ryder's lips found my neck. Now, where were we? He murmured against my skin. I shook my head, pulling back slightly. Mister. He looked at me questioningly, his eyebrows raised. Luna? I asked, looking at him. Ryder's expression shifted, and he looked almost embarrassed. Well, I am the alpha of this pack, so you'll be my Luna. I felt nervousness flutter in my stomach. It was one thing to know intellectually that I would be Ryder's Luna. It was another thing entirely to have someone actually call me that. Ryder must have felt my anxiety through our bond, even though he hadn't marked me yet. Our connection was strong. We'd known each other our entire lives, and he was an alpha. The bond between us was more powerful than most. He said softly, his hands coming up to cup my face. You're going to be an amazing Luna. I want you to be my mate and my Luna. I nodded, trying to swallow past the lump in my throat. I know. It just hits differently thinking about it, versus having someone actually call me Luna. Ryder nodded, understanding flickering in his eyes. I tried to reassure him, seeing the worry starting to creep into his expression. I just need to get used to it. He looked relieved, and I could feel his panic starting to recede. I could feel it through our bond. He'd been terrified that I was going to back out, that the reality of being Luna was going to be too much for me. I grabbed his face in my hands, making sure he was looking at me. Ryder, I am still hurt about what happened 5 years ago, but I love you, and I want us to work. His smile was brilliant. I do too. He kissed me again, and this time I let myself sink into it. His hands moved to my waist, pulling me closer, and I wrapped my arms around his neck. Man, I thought, losing myself in the kiss, I will never get bored of kissing this man. Chapter 13. The past few days had been a blur of stolen moments and tender touches, of learning Ryder all over again and discovering that somehow, impossibly, I loved him even more than I had before. We'd spent hours just talking, about everything and nothing, about his years as alpha, about my work as a pack liaison, about the dreams we'd had when we were younger and the ones we were building now. He told me about the changes he'd made to the pack, the alliances he'd forged, the threats he'd neutralized. I told him about the conflicts I'd mediated, the cultures I'd experienced, the person I'd become in his absence. But mostly, we just existed together, learning each other's rhythms again, the way we fit together like puzzle pieces that had been separated too long. And God, we couldn't keep our hands off each other. It was like 5 years of longing had condensed into this desperate need to touch, to confirm that this was real, that we were finally together. Ryder would reach for me in the middle of a conversation, pulling me into his lap just to hold me. I'd find myself gravitating toward him in a room full of people, my hand seeking his without conscious thought. Every morning, I woke up wrapped in his arms. Every night, I fell asleep to the sound of his heartbeat, and in between, there were stolen kisses in hallways, heated looks across crowded rooms, and moments of intimacy that left me breathless and wanting more. Ryder hadn't officially introduced me as Luna yet. We'd agreed to wait until I was ready and had time to learn what that role actually meant. But he introduced me as his mate to everyone we encountered, and every single time, my heart would swell with pride and happiness. "This is Emily," he'd say, his arm tight around my waist, his voice filled with unmistakable possession and love. "My mate." And I'd smile, feeling my cheeks heat with a blush that never seemed to fade, and watch as pack members' faces lit up with genuine happiness for their alpha. Well, most of them anyway. There were still a few she-wolves who shot me looks that could kill, jealous glares that made it clear they'd had their sights set on being the alpha's mate. I'd catch their eyes lingering on Ryder with longing, or see the way their expressions would sour when they saw us together. But honestly, I didn't even care. Ryder had always been mine. From the moment he'd found me lost in the woods when I was 7 years old, from our first kiss at that party, from every phone call and every moment of longing during our 5 years apart, he'd been mine. And now, finally, I was his too. Besides, Ryder usually caught those jealous looks at the same time I did. His response was always immediate and unmistakable, a low, warning growl that had the offending she-wolf dropping her gaze and scurrying away. The first time it happened, I'd been startled. Now, I found it oddly satisfying. Though sometimes I wished I was a wolf shifter so I could growl back at them when he wasn't around. Tina had been incredible these past few days, patiently showing me the ropes of everything Luna-related. We'd spent hours going over pack finances, discussing the various programs and initiatives the pack ran, and talking about the delicate balance of being both a leader and a nurturer to the pack. Today, we were sitting in the Luna office, my future office, I reminded myself with a flutter of nerves, going over staffing for the pack house. "So the kitchen staff rotates on a weekly schedule," Tina was saying, pointing to a detailed spreadsheet on her laptop. "We have 3 head cooks who each manage their own teams. They coordinate the menus together to make sure we're not repeating meals too often, and that we're accommodating everyone's dietary needs." I nodded, taking notes. It was actually pretty self-explanatory once you understood the system. The pack house ran like a well-oiled machine, with everyone knowing their role and executing it flawlessly. "The cleaning staff works in zones," Tina continued. "Common areas are cleaned daily, private quarters weekly unless requested otherwise. The laundry service is available to everyone, but most people prefer to do their own." We went through the rest of the staffing: maintenance, security, the daycare workers, the teachers for the pack school. It was a lot to take in, but Tina was patient, answering my questions and sharing stories about various pack members that helped me put faces to names. After about an hour, we'd covered everything on her list. Tina closed her laptop and smiled at me. "You're going to be wonderful at this, Emily. I can already tell." "I hope so," I said, feeling that familiar flutter of nervousness in my stomach. There's just so much to learn. You'll learn, Tina assured me, and I'll be here to help you every step of the way. We should probably head down for lunch soon. Ryder and Greg will be waiting. I glanced at the clock and realized she was right. But before we could pack up, I felt a surge of certainty wash over me. I'd been thinking about this for days, weighing my options, considering what I wanted, and I'd made my decision. Tina, I said, my voice coming out steadier than I felt. I wanted to talk to you about something first. She turned to look at me, and I saw excitement immediately spark in her eyes. Oh? I took a deep breath. I've decided. Officially, I want to become Luna. You can start planning the mating ceremony and the Luna ceremony. For a moment, Tina just stared at me. Then she let out a scream that probably shattered glass somewhere in the pack house. Oh my goddess! She shrieked, launching herself at me and pulling me into a bone-crushing hug. Emily! Oh, sweetheart, I'm so happy. This is wonderful. We have so much to plan. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. I was laughing, hugging her back, when suddenly the door to the office was ripped open with such force that it slammed against the wall. Ryder burst through first, his eyes wild and glowing with his wolf, his body tense and ready for a fight. Greg was right behind him, equally alert, and Ken brought up the rear, all three of them scanning the room for threats. What's wrong? Ryder demanded, his voice rough with his wolf. His eyes found me immediately, checking me over for injuries. Are you hurt? Tina just smiled, completely unbothered by the fact that she'd just sent 3 of the pack's most powerful wolves into a panic. Don't worry, boys. I was just excited because Bunny told me I can start planning the mating and Luna ceremony for her and Ryder. And then she screamed again, just as loud as before. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing at the expressions on their faces. Ryder's panic melted into relief and then joy, his entire face transforming as he processed what his mother had said. Greg looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past 30 seconds, and Ken just shook his head, though I could see him fighting a smile. Ryder crossed the room in 3 long strides and pulled me into his arms, lifting me off my feet as he kissed me. I wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him back, feeling his happiness and relief and love pouring through our bond. You're sure? He murmured against my lips when he finally pulled back enough to speak. I'm sure, I said, and I meant it. He kissed me again, deeper this time, and I heard Tina sigh happily in the background. Sheesh, Mom, Ryder said when he finally set me back on my feet, though he kept his arms around me. You scared us half to death. Ken nodded emphatically. I thought someone was dying. Greg just shook his head, looking at his mate with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Tina, I am too old for this kind of excitement. Tina tisked at him, walking over to pat his cheek. Please, honey, we have way more excitement than this daily. Then she winked. Ryder made a gagging sound. Mom, no. Please, goddess, no. Ken and I burst out laughing. Greg just grinned, pulling Tina against his side and kissing the top of her head. I assume you two are ready for lunch? Ryder asked, looking around and noticing that Tina and I had already packed up our things. We both nodded, and Ryder immediately pulled me into his side, his arm secure around my waist as we headed out of the office and down the stairs toward the dining hall. It was another typically busy day in the pack house. The hallways were filled with pack members going about their business, and it seemed like every few feet, Someone would stop to say hello or nod respectfully at Ryder. Most everyone had gotten used to seeing us together by now. The initial shock and curiosity had faded into acceptance, and I'd started to feel like I actually belonged here, like I was part of the pack rather than just a visitor, though I still got the occasional evil eye from a she-wolf here and there. It happened as we were walking past a group of younger wolves, 3 women who looked to be in their early 20s, all beautiful in that effortless way that shifters seem to manage. 2 of them smiled and nodded politely. The third one, a stunning brunette with amber eyes, let her gaze linger on Ryder just a beat too long, her expression hungry and possessive. I felt Ryder tense beside me at the same moment I registered the look. His response was immediate, a low, warning growl that rumbled through his chest and had the she-wolf's eyes widening in alarm before she quickly dropped her gaze and hurried away with her friends. I bit back a smile. It happened at least once a day, and every time, I found it oddly satisfying to watch Ryder put them in their place. Though sometimes I really did wish I was a wolf shifter, so I could growl back at them when he wasn't around. That would be incredibly useful, but the majority of the pack was genuinely happy that Ryder had found his mate. Even though I was human, they'd been incredibly accepting and welcoming. I'd had dozens of pack members approach me over the past few days to introduce themselves, to tell me how happy they were for their alpha, to offer their help if I needed anything. It made the transition easier, knowing that most of the pack wanted me here. When we reached the dining hall, Tina and I grabbed a table while the guys went to get food. The dining hall was packed, as usual during lunch hour, filled with the sounds of conversation and laughter and the clatter of dishes. Ryder returned a few minutes later with 2 plates piled high with food, one for him and one for me. He set mine down in front of me with a kiss to my temple before settling into the chair beside me. Lunch was filled with lots of chatting, mostly dominated by Tina's non-stop excitement about the upcoming ceremonies. She was already making lists, talking about flowers and decorations and guest lists and 1,000 other details that made my head spin. "We'll need to get you fitted for a dress," she was saying, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "Oh, and we should talk about the ceremony itself. There are traditional elements, but we can also personalize it however you want. And the reception. We'll need to—" "Tina," Greg interrupted gently, holding up a forkful of food. "Eat." She paused mid-sentence, blinked, and then obediently took the bite he offered. But the moment she'd swallowed, she was off again, talking about color schemes and music and seating arrangements. Greg had to stop her 3 more times to force food into her mouth, and each time, I found myself smiling. It was adorable how much they loved each other, how Greg knew exactly when to rein Tina in, and how she let him take care of her even in the middle of her excitement. I hoped that Ryder and I would be like that someday, when we'd been mates as long as they had. That comfortable, easy love that came from years of knowing each other inside and out. Ryder was eating with his left hand so he could hold my hand with his right, his fingers laced through mine on top of the table. He did this every single day during lunch, as if he couldn't stand to not be touching me. I found it incredibly cute. There had been one day last week when he'd been really stressed and upset about some pack business, a territorial dispute with a neighboring pack that had required delicate negotiations. The only thing that would soothe him was having me sit on his lap throughout lunch, his arms wrapped around my waist, his face buried in my neck. I hadn't been opposed to it at all. I loved that he always wanted to be touching me, that he couldn't get enough of me, because I felt exactly the same way about him. Everyone joked that we were a typical newly mated pair, unable to keep our hands off each other, constantly seeking physical contact. And they were right, but I didn't care. After 5 years of being apart, of aching for him, I was going to take every moment of closeness I could get. We were almost done with lunch when Ryder suddenly pushed back his chair and stood up. The movement was so abrupt that conversations around us started to die down, pack members turning to look at their alpha with curious expressions. Ryder cleared his throat, and the entire dining hall went quiet. Every eye in the room turned toward us, and I felt my heart start to race. He reached down and pulled me to my feet beside him, his hand warm and steady in mine. "As you all know," Ryder said, his voice carrying easily through the silent room, "I found my mate in Luna." There were smiles and nods throughout the crowd. Everyone did know. It had been the talk of the pack for days. "And she has finally accepted me," Ryder continued, and I could hear the smile in his voice. After lots of groveling on my part, laughter rippled through the dining hall, and I felt my cheeks heat with a blush. "So we're having the mating and Luna ceremony as soon as possible," Ryder announced, "before she can change her mind." More laughter, louder this time, and I couldn't help but smile even as my heart pounded in my chest.
Everyone is invited to the mating and Luna ceremony in 2 weeks. The dining hall erupted in cheers and applause, but I barely heard it. I was staring at Ryder in shock. 2 weeks? That was barely any time at all. I looked over at Tina and Greg, expecting to see surprise on their faces, but they were both smiling and nodding in agreement. They'd known. Ryder had already talked to them about this. I turned back to the crowd, forcing a smile onto my face even as my mind raced. 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks to prepare to become Luna of this pack. And then Ryder was kissing me. Or maybe claiming me was a better word for it. His hand came up to cup the back of my head, his fingers tangling in my hair as he pulled me against him, his other arm wrapped around my waist, holding me tight as his mouth moved over mine with unmistakable possession. The dining hall erupted in cheers and howls, the sound almost deafening, but I barely registered it. All I could focus on was Ryder, his taste, his scent, the way his body felt pressed against mine, the way his wolf was right there at the surface, claiming me in front of his entire pack. Okay, he was totally staking his claim on me in front of everyone. And while maybe I should have been annoyed at him for doing that, for making such a public display without warning me first, all I felt was a rush of warmth that had nothing to do with embarrassment. Something about him claiming me like this, in front of everyone, with such obvious possession and love, made my heart race in a way I couldn't quite put into words. Having him claim me this openly, in front of the whole pack, meant something. It meant he wasn't hiding us, wasn't holding anything back anymore. It meant we were really, finally, official. Ryder finally pulled back after what felt like forever, his eyes glowing with his wolf as he looked down at me. I was breathing hard, my face flushed, my heart still racing. The cheering and howling continued, and then it felt like the entire pack was coming by to congratulate us. People were clapping Ryder on the back, hugging me, offering their well wishes and excitement for the upcoming ceremonies. I smiled and thanked them, trying to focus on their faces and names even as my mind was still spinning from Ryder's kiss and the reality of what we'd just announced. 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, I would officially become Luna of this pack. And somehow, despite the nervousness fluttering in my stomach, despite the overwhelming nature of everything that was happening, I found myself looking forward to it. Because in 2 weeks, I would finally, officially, be Ryder's, and he would be mine. Chapter 14. The past week had been absolutely insane, between Ryder trying to get ahead on his alpha work and me being swept up in planning our mating and Luna ceremony with Tina, on top of learning everything I needed to know about actually being Luna. We'd barely seen each other except at dinner and in bed. And even then, we were usually so exhausted that we'd just collapse into each other's arms and fall asleep immediately. I missed him, which was ridiculous considering we lived together and saw each other every day. But I missed having time alone with him, time where we weren't surrounded by pack members or buried under to-do lists, or learning about pack finances and ceremony traditions. So when Ryder had announced this morning that he was taking me on a proper date tonight, just the two of us, no pack business, no ceremony planning, I'd nearly cried with relief. It had been a few days since we'd announced the ceremonies to the pack, and everyone had been in an incredibly good mood, constantly offering to help with planning or asking if we needed anything. The support was overwhelming in the best way, but it also meant we were constantly surrounded by people. My parents were flying back for the ceremonies and would be here tomorrow, which added another layer of excitement and nervousness to everything. I couldn't wait to see them, but I also knew my dad was going to give Ryder hell, protective father that he was. But tonight was just for us. I stepped out of the shower, wrapping a towel around myself and wiping the steam off the bathroom mirror. My reflection stared back at me, cheeks flushed from the hot water, hair damp and hanging in waves around my shoulders. I took my time getting ready, wanting to look nice for our first official date. I applied a little bit of makeup, just enough to enhance my features without looking like I was trying too hard, some mascara to make my lashes look longer, a touch of blush to add color to my cheeks, a subtle lip gloss that made my lips look fuller. Then I went to the bedroom to get dressed. I'd picked out a dress earlier, a soft, flowy sundress in a deep blue that Ryder had once told me brought out my eyes. It hit just above my knees and had a sweetheart neckline that was flattering without being too revealing. I paired it with a cream-colored cardigan in case it got chilly later, and slipped on a pair of simple sandals. I walked back to the bathroom to check my reflection one more time, smoothing down the dress and adjusting the cardigan. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I felt a flutter of nervousness in my stomach. Did I look okay? Was this too casual? Too dressy? I was still studying my reflection when I heard footsteps behind me, and then Ryder was there, appearing in the mirror behind me. He wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me back against his chest, and pressed a kiss to my cheek. The gesture was so tender, so natural, that it made my heart swell. "You look gorgeous, babe," he murmured against my skin, his eyes meeting mine in the mirror. I felt heat creep into my cheeks. So do you. And God, he really did. He was wearing dark jeans that fit him perfectly, and a button-down shirt in a deep green that made his eyes look even more striking. He'd left the top 2 buttons undone, giving me a glimpse of his collarbone and the strong column of his throat. His hair was slightly damp, like he'd just showered too, and he smelled incredible. That woodsy, masculine scent that was uniquely him. Looking at our reflection together, we looked happy. Really, genuinely happy. And we made a super hot couple, if I did say so myself. I couldn't stop looking at Ryder in the mirror, the way his arms wrapped around me, the way his body pressed against mine, the way he was looking at me like I was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. It all made me feel warm and wanted and loved. He was so good-looking it was almost unfair. Strong jaw, perfect features, those intense eyes that seemed to see right through me, and he was mine. Ryder must have sensed the direction of my thoughts because his eyes darkened slightly in the mirror. Before I could say anything, he spun me around to face him and captured my lips in a slow, deep kiss. I melted into him immediately, my hands coming up to grip his shoulders as his mouth moved over mine with quiet urgency. He kissed me like he had all the time in the world, even though we didn't, and I felt my whole body soften against his. When he finally pulled back, his forehead resting against mine, his voice was low and amused. "If you keep looking at me like that, we're never going to leave." I felt my face heat, because he wasn't wrong. The mate bond had a way of making it obvious exactly how I felt about him, whether I wanted it to or not. Ryder chuckled, the sound low and intimate, and pressed one more kiss to my lips before taking my hand. "Come on. Let's go before I change my mind about leaving this apartment." I let him lead me downstairs and out to the car, trying to calm my racing heart. The man had an unfair effect on me, and he knew it. Ryder opened the passenger door for me, always the gentleman, and I slid into the seat, watching as he walked around to the driver's side. Even the way he moved was attractive, all confident grace and controlled power. I was in so much trouble. The drive to Pinewood was comfortable and easy, filled with light conversation about our day. Ryder told me about a territorial dispute he'd been mediating with a neighboring pack, and I told him about the latest ceremony planning developments. Apparently, Tina had decided we needed ice sculptures, which seemed excessive but also kind of amazing. When we pulled into Pinewood, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. This was the town where I'd grown up, where I'd spent so many years of my life. It looked the same but also different, like time had moved forward while I was away. Ryder drove us to the nice restaurant in town, a small, family-owned Italian and steak place that had been here for as long as I could remember. On the outside, it looked exactly the same, but when we walked inside, I was surprised to see that the interior had been completely updated to look more upscale. The lighting was warm and intimate, with candles on every table. The walls had been painted a rich burgundy, and there were elegant touches everywhere. Fresh flowers, white tablecloths, soft music playing in the background. We were greeted by a hostess who looked to be in her early 20s, pretty in a conventional way with long blonde hair and too much makeup. Her eyes immediately locked onto Ryder, and I watched as she gave him a slow, appreciative once-over that made me want to roll my eyes. I just rolled my eyes instead. This was something I was going to have to get used to. Women checking out my mate. Ryder was gorgeous, and he was the alpha, which made him even more attractive to unmated females. It came with the territory. But Ryder seemed completely oblivious to her attention. He just held my hand and followed her to our table, his focus entirely on me. When we reached our table, a cozy booth in the corner that offered some privacy, Ryder pulled out my chair for me before sitting down across from me. Even after we were seated, he made sure to touch me, his foot finding mine under the table, his hand reaching across to hold mine. It was like he couldn't stand to not be in physical contact with me, and I loved it. We ordered drinks and appetizers, and then settled into easy conversation, continuing to catch up on everything we'd missed in each other's lives over the past week. But there was something I'd been curious about, something I'd been meaning to ask him since I'd discovered it. "So," I said, trying to sound casual as I took a sip of my wine, "I wanted to ask you about something." Ryder looked at me, his expression open and curious. "Yeah?" "The picture you have of me in our apartment, the one from my college graduation." I watched his face carefully. "How did you get that?" Ryder's expression immediately shifted to embarrassment, a flush creeping up his neck. He looked down at his plate, suddenly very interested in his food. "Ryder?" I prompted, fighting back a smile. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, so one of the pack members was also graduating that day. From a different school, but same ceremony venue." He looked up at me, his expression sheepish. "I may have made them take a picture of you." I stared at him for a moment, and then I burst out laughing. "Stalker much?" "Absolutely," he admitted, and there was no apology in his voice, just honesty. "But then again, this is me we're talking about. I already confessed to keeping tabs on you for the last 5 years. I shook my head, still laughing. "You're ridiculous." "I'm in love," he corrected, his eyes intense as they met mine. "There's a difference." My heart squeezed in my chest. If I hadn't grown up with him, if I hadn't been in love with him since I was a teenager, I would probably be very freaked out by his stalker tendencies. But I knew Ryder. I knew his heart, knew that everything he did came from a place of love and protection, not obsession or control. And honestly, part of me found it endearing that he'd cared enough to keep track of me, even when we were apart. But there was something else I needed to know. Something that had been nagging at me since we'd gotten back together. "Can I ask you something else?" I said, my voice quieter now. "Anything," Ryder said immediately. I took a breath, trying to figure out how to phrase this. "Have you dated anyone or been with anyone in the last 5 years?" I saw understanding dawn in his eyes, and he reached across the table to take my hand. "You mean since you know I dated and was still a virgin until you?" I nodded, feeling vulnerable. I knew he'd seen me with that guy at the college party 5 years ago, the one who'd been hitting on me, and I'd dated a few people during my time in Europe, though nothing serious. But I didn't know what Ryder had done in that time. Ryder's face flushed, and he looked almost embarrassed. "I haven't been with anyone since that girl you saw me with 5 years ago." I stared at him in shock. "What? Ryder, that was 5 years ago." "I know," he squeezed my hand. "But it really wasn't that bad. I couldn't even stand another female touching me. I wouldn't have been able to go through with it." "I couldn't help it," I laughed. The image of Ryder, the powerful alpha, unable to even consider being with anyone else because he was so hung up on me, was both ridiculous and incredibly sweet. "Wow," I managed to say between laughs. Ryder smiled, but there was something sad in his eyes. I channeled all that energy into work, into making the pack stronger, into making the world safer for you. He paused, his thumb rubbing circles on the back of my hand. I figured it was the moon goddess's punishment for me, since I tried to reject you. The laughter died in my throat, replaced by a familiar ache. I gave him a sad smile, hating that he still carried that guilt, hating that I still felt the hurt of that rejection even though I understood why he'd done it. "Ryder, I deserved it," he said firmly, his eyes locked on mine. "And I'm going to spend the rest of our lives showing you how much I love you and that I deserve you." I felt tears prick at my eyes, and I squeezed his hand back. You already do. You already show me every day. Not enough, he said softly. It'll never be enough to make up for the time we lost. We finished dinner in a more subdued mood, though not an unhappy one. There was something healing about these conversations, about finally addressing all the hurt and misunderstandings that had kept us apart. After we paid the bill, Ryder insisted, despite my protests. We walked out into the warm evening air. Pinewood was bustling with activity, and I realized there must be some kind of festival going on. "Want to walk around for a bit?" Ryder asked, pulling me close to his side. "I'd love that," I said. We walked through the streets of Pinewood, and I was struck by how much things had changed while also staying the same. Some of the storefronts had been updated with fresh paint and new signs. There were a few new shops I didn't recognize. A boutique clothing store, a fancy coffee shop, a bookstore that looked cozy and inviting. But the bones of the town were the same streets I'd walked as a kid, the same buildings I'd passed on my way to school, the same sense of community that had always made Pinewood feel like home. The festival was in full swing, with people everywhere, families with children, couples holding hands, groups of teenagers laughing and joking. There was an outdoor market set up in the town square, with vendors selling everything from handmade jewelry to local produce to baked goods. And in the center of it all, there was a live band playing on a small stage, their music filling the air with upbeat, joyful melodies. Several couples were dancing in front of the stage, swaying to the music, and I found myself smiling at the sight.
Then Ryder was pulling me forward, leading me right to the front of the crowd.
"Ryder, what are you?"
"Dance with me,"
he said, and it wasn't a question. He pulled me into his arms, one hand on my waist and the other holding mine, and we started to sway to the music. I wrapped my free arm around his neck, letting him lead, and felt myself relax into his embrace. It was perfect. The music, the warm evening air, the feeling of being in Ryder's arms, all of it combined to create this moment that felt almost magical. I rested my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and felt completely at peace. We danced through 2 songs, just holding each other and moving to the music, and I wished we could stay like this forever. Eventually, though, the band took a break, and we decided to walk around the market. We stopped at various booths, looking at handmade crafts and local artwork. Ryder bought me a delicate silver bracelet from one vendor, insisting on clasping it around my wrist himself. We picked up some homemade jam and honey from another booth, and some handcrafted soaps that smelled amazing. The last booth we stopped at happened to be run by someone I recognized. "Oh my God, Emily!" I looked up to see Kat standing behind the table, her face lit up with excitement. She looked exactly the same as I remembered. Curly red hair, bright green eyes, a smattering of freckles across her nose. "Kat!" I said, smiling as we hugged each other over the table. I hadn't spoken to Kat in a while. We'd been close in high school. She'd been one of the friends I'd made after Ryder left, but we'd just lost touch as life went on. I'd gone to Europe, she'd stayed in Pinewood, and our lives had taken different paths. Kat pulled back and looked at me, her eyes taking in every detail. Then her gaze shifted to Ryder, who was standing beside me with his hand on my lower back, and she smiled knowingly. Kat and I had become friends after Ryder left, but I'd told her about him, about the boy I'd loved, about the heartbreak of him leaving, about the complicated feelings I still carried. "Kat, this is Ryder," I said, gesturing between them. "Ryder, this is Kat. We were friends in high school." Kat nodded at Ryder and then gave me a look that clearly said, "So this is him." I felt my cheeks heat, but I just smiled back. "I'm so happy you're back," Kat said, her voice warm and genuine. "We should get together sometime. Catch up properly." "Yes, we should," I agreed immediately. "I'd love that." We exchanged phone numbers, promising to set something up soon. I learned that Kat ran a bakery out of her house now, which explained the booth full of delicious-looking baked goods. "These look amazing," I said, eyeing the display of cupcakes and cookies. "Try one," Kat insisted, pushing a sample toward me. I took a bite of a chocolate cupcake and nearly moaned. It was incredible, moist and rich, with the perfect amount of frosting. "Kat, this is so good," I said around my mouthful. She beamed. "Thanks. It's my grandma's recipe." We ended up buying a box of assorted cupcakes and cookies, with Kat insisting on giving us extra because she was so happy to see me again. "We'll definitely get together soon," I promised as we said goodbye. "I'll text you." "You better," Kat said, giving me one more hug. "It's really good to see you, Em." As Ryder and I walked away from the booth, I felt a warmth in my chest. It was nice to reconnect with old friends, to be reminded that I had a life here in Pinewood, beyond just Ryder and the pack. The drive home was nice and quiet, both of us content to just be together, without needing to fill the silence with conversation. I held the box of baked goods in my lap and watched the scenery pass by, feeling more relaxed than I had in days. When we got back to the pack house, Ryder parked the car and we walked up to our apartment, his arm around my shoulders, mine around his waist. Once we were inside, Ryder turned to me, his expression soft. "I hope you had a nice time tonight." "It was the best date ever," I said honestly. Then I grinned, unable to resist adding, "Probably because you didn't sabotage it like my past dates." Ryder's face flushed with embarrassment, and he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, sorry about that, but also not sorry." I burst out laughing. "You're terrible." "I'm possessive," he corrected, pulling me against him. "There's a difference." "Is there, though?" I teased. Instead of answering, he kissed me, and this kiss was different from the heated ones earlier. This was slow and tender, full of love and promise. When we finally made it to the bedroom, we took our time with each other. There was no urgency, no desperate need, just slow, tender lovemaking that left me feeling cherished and loved and completely satisfied. As I drifted off to sleep in Ryder's arms, I thought about how perfect the night had been, how perfect my life was becoming, and I couldn't wait to see what came next. Chapter 15. I couldn't stop bouncing, literally. My feet kept lifting off the ground in these little excited hops that I couldn't control, and Ryder's arms around my waist were the only thing keeping me from launching myself down the driveway. "Easy, baby," he murmured against my ear, his chest rumbling with quiet laughter. "They'll be here in like 2 minutes. I know, I just..." Another bounce. I'm so excited. It had been months since I'd seen my parents in person, 2 weeks since that phone call where I'd told them about Ryder, about the mate bond, about everything. And now they were here, driving up to the pack house, about to see this whole new life I'd built. In 2 days, I'd officially become Ryder's mate and the Luna of the Edgewood pack. 2 days until the ceremony that would bind us together in front of everyone. 2 days until pack leaders from across the country arrived to witness it. My stomach flipped with a mixture of excitement and nerves. "You're adorable when you're like this," Ryder said, nuzzling into my neck. His lips brushed against my mark, and I felt that familiar spark of warmth shoot through me. "Ryder," I warned, but I was smiling. "My parents are literally about to pull up." "I know." Another kiss, this one lingering, just reminding you who you belong to before your dad gets here and tries to intimidate me. I laughed, tilting my head back to look at him. "He's not going to intimidate you. You're an alpha." "He's your father." Ryder's expression was serious despite the smile playing at his lips. "That's scarier than any alpha." I opened my mouth to respond, but then I saw it. A silver sedan coming up the long driveway, sunlight glinting off the windshield.
"They're here!"
I squealed, and this time I did try to launch myself forward. Ryder's arms tightened around me, holding me in place. "Babe, just wait. They're almost here." I looked up at him, and I knew my face was showing every ounce of love I felt for this man. The way he held me, the way he smiled at my excitement, the way he'd been so patient with all my nerves about the ceremony. He was everything. He must have seen it in my eyes because his expression softened, and he leaned down to kiss me. It was gentle, sweet, full of promise. The car stopped in front of us just as we pulled apart. I didn't wait. The second Ryder's arms loosened. I was running.
"Mom!"
The passenger door flew open, and my mother practically jumped out of the car. She was laughing, her arms already open, and when I crashed into her, she held me so tight I could barely breathe.
"Oh, my baby girl,"
she said, her voice thick with emotion.
"Look at you. You're glowing."
I was laughing and maybe crying a little as I hugged her back. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too, sweetheart." She pulled back to look at me, her hands cupping my face. "You look so happy." "I am," I said, and I meant it with every fiber of my being. Dad came around the car then, and his expression was softer than I'd expected. He pulled me into a hug, and I felt some of the tension I'd been carrying ease. "Hey, kiddo," he said quietly. "Good to see you." "You too, Dad." When he released me, I turned to find Ryder standing a few feet back, giving us space. He looked nervous, actually nervous, and it was so endearing I wanted to kiss him again. "Mom, Dad, you remember Ryder?"
Mom's face lit up, and she moved forward immediately, pulling Ryder into a hug that clearly surprised him. "Ryder Black, look at you! You grew up to be so handsome!"
I saw Ryder's cheeks flush slightly, and he smiled. "Thank you, Mrs. Reed. It's really good to see you again." "Oh, please, call me Lisa." Mom pulled back, still beaming. "I can't believe it's really you. Emily told us everything, and I'm so happy for you both." Dad stepped forward then, and the temperature seemed to drop about 10 degrees. He didn't smile. He just looked at Ryder, really looked at him, with an expression I couldn't quite read. Then he extended his hand. "Mr. Reed," Ryder said, shaking it firmly. "Thank you for coming." Dad's response was non-committal, and the handshake lasted just a beat too long. "We'll see how this goes." "Dad!" I said, a warning in my voice. "What? I'm here, aren't I?" But his eyes never left Ryder's face. I could feel Ryder's tension through the bond, but to his credit, he didn't back down. He met my father's gaze steadily, respectfully, but without submission.
I know I have a lot to prove to you, sir, Ryder said quietly, and I intend to.
Dad just nodded, then turned to grab luggage from the trunk. Mom shot me an apologetic look, and I tried to smile back. I'd known this wouldn't be easy. Dad was still angry about what had happened in high school, about what Ryder leaving had done to me. He didn't know the full extent of it, but he knew enough. And he was my father. Of course he was protective. "Come on," I said, linking my arm through Mom's. "Let me show you to your room. You're staying with us on the 4th floor." Ryder grabbed their suitcases, and we all headed inside. I gave them a quick tour as we walked, pointing out the main common areas, the dining room, the library. Mom oohed and awed over everything, clearly impressed by the packhouse's rustic elegance. Dad remained silent, his expression neutral. When we reached the 4th floor, I led them to the guest room we'd prepared. It was spacious and comfortable, with a large window overlooking the forest and an ensuite bathroom. "This is beautiful," Mom said, setting her purse down on the dresser. "Thank you so much for having us." "Of course," Ryder said, setting down their luggage. "Your family. You're welcome here anytime." I saw something flicker in Dad's expression, not quite approval, but maybe a slight thaw. "We'll let you get settled," I said. "Lunch is in a couple hours. Just come down whenever you're ready." Mom hugged me again. "We'll see you soon, sweetheart." As Ryder and I walked back down the hallway, I felt the weight of Dad's disapproval settling on my shoulders. I knew it would take time. I knew he needed to see that Ryder and I were really happy, that this wasn't some impulsive decision. I just hoped 2 weeks would be enough. Ryder must have sensed my thoughts because he took my hand, threading our fingers together. "Hey, it's going to be okay." "I know. He needs time." "I get it, Em. I really do." He pulled me closer as we walked. "I hurt you." He saw that. "He's your dad. I'd be the same way if someone hurt our daughter." The casual way he said, "our daughter," made my heart skip. We hadn't really talked about kids yet, but hearing him say it so naturally, so easily, it made something warm bloom in my chest. "Come on," he said, steering us toward his office. "We have a couple hours before lunch. I need to go over some last-minute ceremony details with you." But the moment we were inside his office and the door was locked, ceremony details were the last thing on his mind. He pulled me against him and kissed me, deep and searching, and I melted into him, my arms wrapping around his neck. For a few perfect moments, everything else faded away. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Ryder rested his forehead against mine. "So," he said, his voice rough, "your dad's not a big fan of me, huh?" I stopped, pulling back to look at him. I gave him what I knew was a sheepish smile. Yeah." Ryder raised an eyebrow. "Anything I should know?" I took a deep breath. We'd been doing so well these past couple weeks. Everything had been perfect. The ceremony planning, spending time together, getting to know the pack. I hadn't wanted to bring up the past, hadn't wanted to taint this happiness with old pain. But Ryder was right. His mom liked to constantly remind me that good relationships were built on a foundation of trust and truth. "Your mom has always been wise," I said softly. Ryder nodded, his expression growing serious. He took my hand and led me to the couch, and we sat down facing each other. I gave him a nervous smile. "Yes, my dad is still mad at you for what happened in high school." "I know," Ryder said. "I'm sorry, Em." "I know you are." and you've made up for it. For me. But it was really hard for my parents to see me like that. Like what? The question hung in the air between us. This was it. The moment I'd been avoiding, the truth I hadn't wanted to burden him with. But he deserved to know. He needed to know. When you stopped talking to me, I began, my voice quiet, and I found out that your family had sold the house and moved away without anyone telling me. I spiraled. I became really depressed. Ryder's hand tightened around mine, but he didn't interrupt. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping. I couldn't focus on anything. All I could think about was that you were gone and I didn't know why. That you'd left without saying goodbye, without any explanation. I took a shaky breath. My parents were terrified. They didn't know what to do with me. I tried to kill myself, Ryder. The words came out in a rush, and I felt him go completely still beside me. They found me in the bathroom with a bottle of pills. I couldn't see any other way out of the pain. Everything hurt so much, and I just wanted it to stop. I could feel Ryder getting more and more tense as I spoke. His hand was trembling in mine, and I could sense his wolf rising, fighting for control. They took me to the hospital, kept me there for 3 days. Then they sent me to live with my grandparents for the rest of junior year, and the whole summer, 7 months away from Pinewood, away from everything that reminded me of you. Tears were streaming down my face now, and I could see them in Ryder's eyes too. It took me so long to get better, to learn how to function again, to stop feeling like there was this gaping hole in my chest where you used to be. I wiped at my cheeks. My parents watched me almost die because of heartbreak, because of you leaving. So yeah, my dad's still mad, and I don't know if he'll ever fully forgive you for that. For a long moment, Ryder just stared at me, tears rolling down his face. His whole body was shaking now, and I could feel his wolf clawing at the surface, desperate to break free. Then he let go of my hands. He stood up without saying a word and walked out of his office. Ryder, but he was already gone. A moment later, I heard it, a howl so full of pain and anguish that it made my chest ache. Even without a wolf of my own, I could feel the agony in that sound, the grief, the guilt. He'd shifted. His wolf had taken control. I sat there on the couch, my own tears still falling, reliving those dark months, remembering the hollow emptiness, the crushing weight of depression, the moment I decided I couldn't take it anymore. Remembering my parents' faces when they'd found me, the terror, the helplessness. I'd survived it. I'd gotten better, but the scars were still there, hidden beneath the surface. And now Ryder knew. Now he understood the full weight of what his leaving had done. I waited for him to come back, but he didn't. Minutes ticked by, then an hour. I kept checking the bond, feeling for him, but all I could sense was overwhelming grief and self-loathing. Finally, I realized I couldn't wait any longer. My parents would be expecting me for lunch, and this was their first day here. I couldn't let them worry. I rushed upstairs to our apartment and quickly freshened up, washing my face and fixing my makeup. Then I headed to my parents' room and knocked. Mom opened the door, smiling. Perfect timing. We were just about to come find you. Great, I said, forcing brightness into my voice. Ryder got pulled into some work he couldn't escape, but he'll join us later. I saw Dad's expression darken slightly, but he didn't comment. We headed down to the dining room, and I gave them a quick tour on the way, pointing out different areas of the pack house. Mom was genuinely impressed, asking questions about the history and the architecture. Dad remained mostly silent, his expression neutral but not hostile. When we reached the dining room, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Tina and Greg were already there, and the moment Tina saw my parents, her face lit up.
Lisa! Robert!
She rushed forward, pulling my mother into a warm hug.
It's so wonderful to see you again.
Tina! Mom hugged her back just as enthusiastically. You look amazing! Greg shook hands with my dad, and I saw some of the tension ease from Dad's shoulders. He'd always liked Greg. They'd bonded over sports and grilling techniques back when Ryder and I were kids. We all got food from the buffet that had been set up and settled at one of the large tables. Tina immediately launched into a million questions about my parents' travels, and I was grateful for her ability to fill any silence. So you just got back from Thailand? Tina asked, her eyes wide. What was that like? Incredible, Mom said, her face glowing. The temples, the food, the people, everything was just beautiful. I'm so jealous, Tina said with a dramatic sigh. I've been wanting to travel for years, but I've been helping Ryder with pack business since he hadn't found his mate yet. But now that Emily's here, she reached over and squeezed my hand. Greg and I can finally retire and see the world.
You should definitely go,
Dad said, and I was surprised to hear him engage. Travel while you're still young enough to enjoy it. What was your favorite trip? Greg asked. Mom and Dad exchanged a look, and Mom smiled. Probably when we took the kids through Europe after Emily graduated high school. We spent 6 weeks just exploring. France, Italy, Spain, Greece. It was magical. I felt my throat tighten. That trip, the one they'd planned as a way to help me heal, to get me out of Pinewood and away from all the memories. I'd been so broken then, still recovering from everything that had happened after Ryder left. That was a good trip, I said quietly, managing a small smile. It helped me find myself again. Mom reached over and squeezed my hand, understanding in her eyes. Dad's expression softened too, just slightly, and I knew they were both remembering how fragile I'd been back then, how scared they'd been that they might lose me. An awkward silence fell over the table. Tina, bless her, smoothly changed the subject. Well, we're so excited for the ceremony in 2 days. The whole pack is buzzing about it. We're excited too, Mom said, shooting me a warm smile. Our little girl, all grown up. We finished lunch with easier conversation, and when Tina suggested showing my parents around town, I was grateful for the distraction. The 5 of us walked through Edgewood's main street, and I found myself relaxing as Tina and Greg pointed out different shops and landmarks. Mom was delighted by everything, and even Dad seemed to be warming up slightly, especially when Greg started telling stories about the town's history. But then Tina gently pulled me back, letting the others walk ahead. Is everything okay, Bunny? She asked quietly, her face full of concern. I gave her a sad smile. I don't know. Ryder? I nodded, not trusting my voice. Tina squeezed my hand. I'm sure he's okay, she said, but I could see the worry in her eyes too. She gave me a reassuring smile. He just needs some time to process. Whatever it is, you two will work through it. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to trust that Ryder would come back, that we'd be okay. But that howl, that broken, anguished howl, kept echoing in my mind. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just broken something between us that might not be fixable. Chapter 16. The rest of the afternoon dragged on slowly. After the tour of town with my parents, T, and Greg, I'd walked my parents back to their room on the 4th floor. Mom had wanted to rest before dinner. Jet lag was catching up with her, and Dad had some work emails to catch up on. I'd hugged them both, promised to come get them for dinner at 6, and then retreated to the apartment Ryder and I shared on the top floor. Our apartment. The thought still made my heart flutter, even now, even with everything weighing on me. But Ryder wasn't there. I checked my phone. No messages, no missed calls. I tried to distract myself. I unpacked a few more boxes that had arrived from my apartment in the city, books, mostly, and some framed photos. I arranged them on the bookshelf in the living room, trying to make the space feel more like ours instead of just his. But my hands were shaking, and I kept glancing at the door, listening for footsteps in the hallway. Nothing. I could still hear that howl echoing in my mind. The raw, broken sound of it. The pain that had radiated through the mate bond before Ryder had shut it down, closing himself off from me completely. He was hurting. I knew he was hurting, and I hated that I'd been the one to cause it, even if it hadn't been intentional. He needed to know, I told myself. He deserved to know the truth, but that didn't make it any easier. By 5:30, I'd given up on pretending to be productive. I took a long shower, letting the hot water wash away some of the tension in my shoulders, and then I got dressed for dinner. Nothing fancy, just jeans and a soft blue sweater that Ryder had said brought out my eyes. I blow-dried my hair, applied a little makeup to hide the redness around my eyes from the tears I'd shed earlier, and then I went to collect my parents. Mom opened the door with a bright smile. "There's my girl. Feeling better?" "Yeah," I lied. "Much better." Dad was sitting on the edge of the bed, his laptop open in front of him. He looked up when I walked in, and his expression softened slightly. "You look tired, sweetheart." "Just a long day," I said, forcing a smile. "Ready for dinner?" We made our way down to the dining room, and I tried to ignore the knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. The dining room was already filling up with pack members. Dinner was a communal affair here, and everyone ate together unless they had other plans. It was one of the things I loved about pack life, the sense of community and family. But tonight, it just felt overwhelming. Tina and Greg were already seated at one of the large tables near the windows, and they waved us over. I was grateful for their presence. They were a buffer, a distraction from the fact that Ryder still wasn't here. "Where's Ryder?" Tina asked as we sat down, her eyes scanning the room. "He got pulled into some work," I said, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "He said he'd try to make it, but he wasn't sure." Tina's brow furrowed slightly, but she didn't press. Greg, however, gave me a look that said he knew something was off. He didn't say anything, though, just reached over and squeezed my hand briefly before turning his attention to my parents. Dinner was a blur of polite conversation and forced smiles. Mom and Tina talked about the upcoming ceremonies, about travel plans and recipes, and all the little details that seemed so important but felt so distant to me right now. Greg and Dad discussed work, Dad's consulting business, Greg's years of managing pack affairs. I picked at my food, barely tasting it, and tried to contribute to the conversation when someone asked me a direct question. But my mind was elsewhere. "Where are you, Ryder?" I kept thinking to myself. I could feel the mate bond, that invisible thread connecting us, but it was muted, distant, like he was deliberately keeping me at arm's length, not wanting me to feel what he was feeling, and that scared me more than anything. By the time dinner was over, I was exhausted, not physically, emotionally. The weight of the day, of the conversation in Ryder's office, of his absence, was pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. "I think I'm going to head up," I said, standing and gathering my plate. "I'm pretty tired." "Of course, honey," Mom said, standing to give me a hug. "Get some rest. We'll see you in the morning." Dad hugged me too, and I could feel the concern radiating off him. "If you need anything, we're just down the hall." "I know," I said, my voice thick. "Thanks, Dad." I said goodnight to Tina and Greg, and then I made my way back upstairs. The apartment was still empty, still silent, and the loneliness hit me like a physical blow. I changed into one of Ryder's t-shirts. It was huge on me, falling to mid-thigh, and it smelled like him, pine and earth. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, and stared at the ceiling. "Please come back," I thought, sending the words out into the mate bond even though I wasn't sure he could hear me. "Please be okay." I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to the sound of the apartment door opening. I sat up, my heart pounding, and looked toward the doorway. Ryder stood there, silhouetted in the dim light from the hallway. He looked wrecked. His hair was disheveled, his clothes dirty and torn in places, and there were scratches on his arms and face, evidence of his wolf tearing through the forest. But it was his eyes that broke me. They were red-rimmed and haunted, filled with a pain so deep it made my chest ache. "Ryder," I breathed, throwing off the covers and scrambling out of bed. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at me like he wasn't sure if I was real. I crossed the room in a few quick steps and wrapped my arms around him, pressing my face against his chest. He was cold, his skin damp from the night air, but I didn't care. I just held him, trying to pour all my love and reassurance into that embrace. For a moment, he didn't move. Then, slowly, his arms came up around me, and he buried his face in my hair. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, his voice raw and broken. I'm so sorry." "It's okay," I said, even though I wasn't sure what he was apologizing for. For leaving? For what happened 5 years ago? For everything? "It's not okay," he said, pulling back just enough to look down at me. His hands came up to cup my face, his thumbs brushing away tears I hadn't realized were falling. "Nothing about this is okay." "Ryder." "I almost killed you," he said, and his voice cracked on the words. "Do you understand that? I almost killed you, Em. My mate. The one person in this world I'm supposed to protect. And I almost..." He broke off, shaking his head. I can't forgive myself for that." "It wasn't your fault," I said firmly, gripping his wrists. "Ryder, you didn't know. You were just a kid, trying to do what you thought was right." "That's just it," he said, his voice breaking. "I wasn't trying to do what was right. I was being a coward. I was letting other people tell me what to think, what to want." I held on to him, trying to give him some comfort. "Ryder?" He pulled away from me slightly, running his hands through his hair in agitation. "When I left for alpha training, I thought I had it all figured out, but being there without you and all those shifters made me doubt us. Being the ignorant fool that I was, I believe everything they told me." His jaw clenched. "But they were also anti-human. They believed that humans were weak, that they would dilute pack bloodlines, that they had no place in our world. My stomach dropped. Ryder. And I listened to them, he said, his voice thick with self-loathing. I panicked, because all I could hear were their voices in my head, telling me that a human mate would make me weak, that I'd be a laughingstock among the packs, that I'd be betraying my wolf, my pack, everything I was supposed to be. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. So you tried to reject me because I was human? Yes, he said, and the word came out like a confession. I was weak enough to let their prejudice become mine, because I let them convince me that you, my mate, the other half of my soul, weren't good enough.
Boo-hoo!
Tears were streaming down my face now, but they weren't just tears of sadness. They were tears of anger, of betrayal, of hurt so deep it felt like it was tearing me apart. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to hold myself together. You have no idea what that did to me, what it felt like to lose you and not even understand why. I know, he whispered, and that's what I can't forgive myself for. Not just that I hurt you, but that I hurt you for the worst possible reason. Because I let other people's hatred and fear control me instead of trusting what the moon goddess gave us. Instead of trusting you. But it doesn't change what happened, he said. It doesn't change the fact that you were so broken, so desperate, that you tried to. He couldn't finish the sentence. He just pulled me against him again, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. I can't lose you, Em. I can't. You're everything to me. You're not going to lose me, I said, my voice muffled against his chest. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. We stood there for a long time, just holding each other. I could feel his heart pounding against my cheek, could feel the tremors running through his body as he tried to hold himself together. And through the mate bond, I could feel his emotions, the guilt, the regret, the overwhelming love he had for me. It was almost too much. Finally, he pulled back and looked down at me. His eyes were still haunted, but there was something else there too. Determination, resolve. I need to say something to you, he said quietly. I nodded, waiting. He took a deep breath, and then he sank down to his knees in front of me. My breath caught. Ryder, what are you? Just let me say this, he said, taking my hands in his. His grip was firm but gentle, and his eyes never left mine, his voice thick with emotion. I hurt you in ways I can never take back. I caused you so much pain that you didn't want to live anymore, and that, his voice broke, and he had to pause to collect himself. That is something I will carry with me for the rest of my life, knowing that I, your mate, the one person who is supposed to love and protect you above all else, caused you that much suffering. It goes against everything the mate bond stands for. Boo-hoo, I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Tears were streaming down my face now, but I didn't try to wipe them away. I just listened. He looked up at me, his eyes shining with unshed tears. As I kneel before you, Emily Reed, I promise you that I will spend the rest of our lives showing you how important you are to me and how much I love you. You are my other half, my soulmate, and I will spend forever loving you and cherishing you. I promise I will never leave you again. I will always be by your side, and I will fight for you every day and show you that I am worthy of your love. Boo-hoo. The tears were falling freely again, and I couldn't hold them back. I pulled my hands from his and cupped his face, feeling the roughness of his stubble against my palms. I love you, Ryder Black, I said, my voice trembling. I love you so much it scares me sometimes, and I forgive you for all of it, because I know that you would never hurt me intentionally, and I know that you're going to spend the rest of our lives proving that to me. He let out a shaky breath, and then he surged up and kissed me. It wasn't like our other kisses. This was different. This was soft and tender, and filled with so much love it made my chest ache. It was a promise, a vow, a declaration of everything we meant to each other. When we finally pulled apart, we were both breathing hard, and Ryder rested his forehead against mine. "Let me love you," he whispered. "Please, Em, let me show you." I nodded, unable to form words, and he stood, lifting me into his arms like I weighed nothing. He carried me to the bed and laid me down gently, his eyes never leaving mine. Then, slowly, he pulled me into his arms, and we held each other as every wall between us finally fell away. The rest of the night became a quiet reaffirmation of our bond, not through words alone, but through trust, forgiveness, and the love we had fought so hard to find again. Every moment together felt like a promise renewed, healing wounds that had remained open for far too long. I felt the mate bond strengthen with every moment we shared, like a golden thread weaving us together, binding us in ways that went beyond the physical. And when we finally came together, fully, completely, it was with the kind of closeness that comes only from two people choosing each other, again and again, no matter what came before. Ryder held me afterward, my head resting against his chest, his heart pounding in time with mine. "I love you," he whispered into my hair, his voice thick with emotion. "I love you, my beautiful mate." I smiled, feeling the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with me. "I love you too." He pressed a kiss to the top of my head, and I felt him relax, his breathing evening out as sleep began to claim him. I closed my eyes, feeling safe and loved and whole in a way I hadn't felt in years. And as I drifted off to sleep, my last thought was simple. This is where I belong. Chapter 17. I woke to the feeling of warmth surrounding me, the steady rise and fall of Ryder's chest beneath my cheek, and the sound of his heartbeat, strong and sure, echoing in my ear. For a moment I just lay there, letting myself absorb the reality of where I was. In Ryder's arms, in our bed, safe. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft golden glow across the room. I shifted slightly, careful not to wake him, and tilted my head. God, he was beautiful. Even in sleep, there was something commanding about him. The strong line of his jaw, the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, the fullness of his lips that I now knew could be both tender and demanding. His arm was wrapped possessively around my waist, holding me close even in unconsciousness, like he was afraid I might disappear if he let go. I let my gaze travel down the length of his body, the broad shoulders, the defined muscles of his chest and abs. He was devastatingly handsome, all hard planes and masculine beauty, and I still couldn't quite believe he was mine. All mine. After everything we'd talked about last night, the pain, the betrayal, the truth about why he'd tried to reject me, I felt like we'd finally turned a corner. We'd laid everything bare, exposed all the wounds, and somehow we were still here, still together, maybe even stronger for it. I felt a flutter of anxiety in my chest when I thought about today. The pack house would be flooded with guests arriving for tomorrow's ceremony, not just wolf packs, but leaders from the bear and panther communities too. Alphas, lunas, betas, gammas. And then there were the human leaders from the Department of Supernatural Affairs, the DSA, since Ryder had been such an active member in bridging the gap between supernatural and human communities. It was going to be exhausting. A whole day of playing hostess, of smiling and greeting and making small talk with people I'd never met, and I wouldn't get much time alone with Ryder at all. So I decided to take these few stolen moments, right here, right now, and just be with him. I traced my fingers lightly across his chest, feeling the warmth of his skin, the steady thrum of his heartbeat. "You look happy." I jumped slightly, my gaze snapping up to find Ryder staring down at me, his eyes warm and a lazy smile playing at his lips. "I didn't know you were awake," I said, feeling my cheeks heat. "I've been awake for a few minutes," he admitted, his hand sliding up my back in a slow, deliberate caress. "I was enjoying watching you watch me." I felt my face flush deeper. "That's not creepy at all." He laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest. "So, are you happy?" I thought about it for a moment. After everything we'd been through, all the pain and heartbreak and years of separation, was I happy? "I am," I said softly, and I meant it. "I really am." His smile widened, and before I could say anything else, he rolled me onto my back, his body covering mine as he braced himself above me on his forearms. "Good," he murmured, his eyes darkening as they roamed over my face. "I wouldn't want you to be anything other than happy." Then he kissed me, long, slow, and tender. It was the kind of kiss that made my toes curl and my heart race, the kind that promised everything and demanded nothing. I melted into it, my hands sliding up his arms to his shoulders, feeling the flecks of muscle beneath my palms. When he finally pulled back, I was breathless. "We have to get ready," I said, even as my body was already responding to his proximity, to the heat of his skin against mine. "Guests will be arriving soon." "They can wait," Ryder said, his voice dropping to that low, rough tone that always made my stomach flip. "Everyone can wait until I'm done with my beautiful mate." I smiled, unable to help myself. "Ryder." He said, cutting me off with another kiss, this one deeper, more insistent. "Let me have this. Let me have you, just for a little while longer." How could I say no to that? I kissed him back, pouring everything I felt into it. All the love, all the gratitude, all the hope for our future. What followed was slow and thorough, Ryder taking his time with me in a way that left no doubt about how much he cherished every part of this, of us. He asked if I was sure before we went further, waiting for my answer, and when I gave it, he moved with a tenderness that made the moment feel like more than just desire. It felt like devotion. We stayed wrapped around each other for a long while, lost in the closeness of it, until the world outside the bedroom door felt very far away. When it was over, we lay tangled together, hearts pounding in sync, both of us breathless. After a moment, he rolled to the side, pulling me with him so I was tucked against his chest. "We really do need to get up now," I said, even though I didn't want to move. "I know," he sighed, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "Come on, let's shower." We both begrudgingly got up and made our way to the bathroom. The shower was large enough for both of us, and we took our time washing each other, laughing and stealing kisses under the warm water.
But we had responsibilities, guests to greet, a ceremony to prepare for.
So we dried off, got dressed, and headed downstairs hand in hand. The pack house was already buzzing with activity. Pack members were rushing around, making last-minute preparations, and the dining hall was filled with the scent of breakfast. Everyone we passed smiled at us, their faces bright with excitement. I could feel their happiness and their joy at seeing their Alpha and Luna together. It still felt surreal sometimes, being called Luna, being his Luna. We ate breakfast quickly, both of us knowing we had a long day ahead. Tina and Greg joined us, along with a few of the higher-ranking pack members, and we discussed the schedule for the day.
The first guests should start arriving around 9, Tina said, checking her phone. The Silvercrest pack from Montana, I believe. Then the Nightshade pack from Oregon around 10.
And the Bear and Panther representatives? Ryder asked.
This afternoon,
Greg confirmed, along with the DSA officials. I felt a flutter of nerves. I'd never met leaders from other shifter communities before, and I definitely hadn't met any of the executives from the Department of Supernatural Affairs. What if they didn't approve of me? What if they thought a human Luna was a bad idea? Ryder must have sensed my anxiety, because he squeezed my hand under the table and gave me a reassuring smile.
After breakfast, we made our way to the front entrance of the pack house. Ryder stood tall and commanding beside me, every inch the alpha, and I tried to channel some of that confidence. The procession started right on time. Pack after pack arrived, their alphas and Lunas greeting Ryder with respect and me with curiosity. I smiled until my face hurt, shook hands until my arm ached, and made small talk until I thought my brain might shut down. Some of the alphas were warm and welcoming. Others were more reserved, clearly still forming their opinions about me. A few of the Lunas pulled me aside to offer advice or share stories about their own mating ceremonies, which I appreciated more than they knew. By the time lunch rolled around, the pack house was packed. Some guests had to stay at the hotel in Pinewood because we'd simply run out of room. I was exhausted, physically and emotionally drained from hours of standing and smiling and being on. Ryder must have noticed, because he took my hand and, instead of heading to the dining hall with everyone else, led me toward the front door. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Lunch,"
he said simply. "With our parents, at the restaurant in town." My stomach dropped. Our parents? Together? He nodded, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. I was still nervous about my dad and Ryder. Last night had been intense, and while I have forgiven Ryder, my dad was still upset with him, and it didn't help that Ryder was gone all day yesterday. "Ryder, I don't know if this is a good idea."
"It'll be fine,"
he assured me, bringing my hand up to kiss my knuckles. "I'm going to charm the hell out of your dad. He used to love me, remember? We can get back to that." I wanted to believe him. I really did. The drive to the restaurant was short, and when we arrived, I saw that my parents and Ryder's parents were already seated at a large table near the back. My mom's face lit up when she saw us. "There you are. We were starting to wonder if you'd gotten lost."
"Just busy greeting guests,"
Ryder said smoothly, pulling out my chair for me before taking his own seat beside me. I glanced at my dad. He looked neutral. Not angry, but not exactly warm either. It made my chest tight with worry.
"We ordered our food,
and Ryder immediately launched into conversation, talking about how the day was going, how many guests had arrived, the logistics of housing everyone. My mom was eating up every word, asking questions and making comments. Tina chimed in occasionally, clearly proud of her son and how well he was handling everything. But my dad remained mostly silent, his expression unreadable. Then Tina started talking about the ceremonies tomorrow, the mating ceremony and my Luna ceremony, and suddenly both she and my mom were talking over each other, their excitement palpable. "I'm just so happy you two are finally going to be together," my mom gushed, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. "I always knew you would end up together. Even when you were kids, I could see it." I felt my face heat with embarrassment. "Mom, we were so worried when you left," she continued, her eyes getting a little misty. "When Ryder left and never came back, and then you were so sad. But I guess God has a plan for all of us, doesn't he?" The table went silent. I could feel everyone's discomfort, Tina's confusion, Greg's awkwardness, Ryder's tension, and my dad. My dad looked angry, his jaw clenched tight as he was reminded of what had happened all those years ago. I opened my mouth to say something, to try to smooth things over, but Ryder beat me to it. "Robert and Lisa," he said, his voice steady and sincere. "I know I messed up when I left Emily. What I did was horrible, and I can never forgive myself for hurting her so much." Tina looked at me questioningly, clearly not knowing the full story. I gave her a small, reassuring smile. Ryder continued, his gaze fixed on my parents. "I was young and stupid, and I made the worst decision of my life when I walked away from her. But I promise you both, I swear to you, that I will spend the rest of my life showing Emily how much I love her. I will cherish her, protect her, and do everything in my power to make her happy for as long as she'll have me." My mom was practically swooning, her hand pressed to her chest. And my dad's expression had softened. The anger was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like acceptance. He studied Ryder for a long moment, and I held my breath, waiting. Finally, my dad nodded. Just once, but it was enough. It was forgiveness, or at least the beginning of it. Ryder brought my hand up to his lips and kissed my knuckles, his eyes meeting mine. The love I saw there made my heart swell. I smiled at him, then at our parents, feeling like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. The rest of lunch went so much better. My dad even started asking Ryder questions about the pack, about his role as alpha, about the ceremony tomorrow, and Ryder answered every question with patience and respect, clearly trying to rebuild the relationship they'd once had. By the time we finished eating, I felt lighter than I had in days. Before I knew it, I was back at the pack house, sitting in my office, the Luna office, which still felt strange to say, with the party planner, Tina, and my mom.
We were going over last-minute details for tomorrow's ceremonies. The party planner, a cheerful woman named Diane, had a massive binder filled with schedules, seating charts, and vendor contacts. "The flowers will be delivered at 6 a.m., Diane was saying, flipping through her notes. "And the caterers will start setting up at 7. The ceremony itself begins at noon, followed by the reception." "What about the music?" my mom asked, leaning forward eagerly. "All set," Diane confirmed. "We have a string quartet for the ceremony and a DJ for the reception." Tina was practically vibrating with excitement. "This is going to be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful." I smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Tomorrow, I would officially become Ryder's mate. Tomorrow, I would become Luna of the Pinewood Pack.
It was everything I'd ever wanted, and everything I'd thought I'd lost.
After we finished with Diane, Tina announced that it was time to head to Nina's house.
"Nina's throwing you a bachelorette party," my mom said, grinning. I laughed. I can't believe she's doing this. "Of course she is," Tina said. "You're her best friend, and you're about to become Luna. This is a big deal, Emily." We gathered our things and headed toward the front entrance. I was just about to walk out the door when Ryder appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, a playful smirk on his face. "Nina's house," I said. "For the party." "Not without a proper goodbye, you're not." And then he was kissing me, deeply, passionately, possessively, right there in front of both our mothers. When he finally pulled back, I was breathless and more than a little flustered. "What was that for?" I asked, my voice coming out slightly dazed. "So you don't forget who you're mating tomorrow," he said, his eyes dark with heat. I smiled, my heart full. "I could never forget you." "Good." He kissed me again, softer this time. "Don't have too much fun without me." I laughed. "I'll try my best not to." He kissed me one more time, then reluctantly let me go. I climbed into the car with my mom and Tina, both of them grinning at me like fools. "That man is head over heels for you," my mom said, as we pulled out of the driveway. "I know," I said softly, looking back at the pack house, at Ryder standing in the doorway, watching us leave. And as we drove toward Nina's house, toward an evening of celebration with the women I loved most, I couldn't help but think about how far I'd come. 5 years ago, I'd left this town broken and convinced I'd never return.
Now I was about to become Luna, about to mate with the man I'd loved my entire life.
Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 18. The drive to Nina's house was filled with excited chatter from my mom and Tina, both of them talking over each other about tomorrow's ceremony. I sat in the back seat, half listening, my mind still on Ryder standing in the doorway of the pack house, watching us leave. When we pulled up to Nina's place, I could see lights glowing warmly through the windows and hear laughter spilling out into the evening air. My stomach fluttered with a mix of nerves and excitement. "Ready?" Tina asked, turning to look at me with a bright smile.
"As I'll ever be,"
I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. We walked up to the front door, and before I could even knock, it swung open to reveal Nina, her face lit up with pure joy.
"There she is!"
she squealed, pulling me into a tight hug.
"The future Luna!"
I laughed, hugging her back. "You didn't have to do all this." "Are you kidding? Of course I did. Now get in here." The living room had been completely transformed. White and gold streamers hung from the ceiling, balloons clustered in every corner, and a banner that read, "Emily's Bachelorette Party," was strung across the far wall. There were platters of food on the coffee table, bottles of wine chilling in ice buckets, and soft music playing in the background. And scattered around the room were familiar faces. Kat from high school, who I'd reconnected with at the farmer's market. Jenna, Nina's sister-in-law, who I'd met a few times at pack gatherings. And several other she-wolves I recognized from around the pack house.
"Everyone, you remember Emily,
Nina announced, gesturing to me with a flourish. They all cheered, raising their glasses, and I felt my face heat with embarrassment and happiness. "Hi, everyone," I said, giving a little wave. Kat came over first, pulling me into a hug. "I'm so happy for you. You and Ryder. It's like a fairy tale." "More like a really complicated romance novel," I said with a laugh. "Those are the best kind," Jenna chimed in, handing me a glass of wine. "Welcome to the pack." I took the glass gratefully, letting Nina pull me further into the room to introduce me to the she-wolves I hadn't met yet. Everyone was warm and welcoming, their excitement genuine, and I felt some of my nervousness start to ease. "Where's Nate?" I asked Nina when we had a moment alone. She grinned wickedly. "I kicked him out. He's staying at his parents' place for the night. This is a girls-only event."
You kicked your mate out of his own house?
"Damn right I did. He'll survive one night without me." She clinked her glass against mine. "Now drink up. We've got a long night ahead of us." Dinner was a casual affair. Pizza, salad, breadsticks, and way too much wine. We sat around the living room, some of us on the couch, others on the floor, plates balanced on our laps as we ate and talked and laughed. My mom and Tina fit right in, both of them already a little tipsy and telling embarrassing stories about Ryder and me when we were younger. "She used to follow him around like a little puppy," my mom was saying, her cheeks flushed from the wine. "Everywhere he went, there was Emily, right behind him."
Mom,
I groaned, covering my face with my hands. "It's true, and Ryder never seemed to mind. He was always so patient with her." Tina nodded enthusiastically. "Oh, you two were the cutest. When he saved her from the woods, after she left, he was so worried about her. I think he knew even then." "Knew what?" Kat asked, leaning forward. "That she was his mate," Tina said softly, her eyes meeting mine. "Some bonds are just meant to be." I felt tears prick at my eyes, and I quickly took another sip of wine to cover my emotion. After dinner, Nina clapped her hands together. "Okay, ladies, time for games." The first game was, "How well do you know the bride?" And it was both hilarious and mortifying. Nina had prepared a list of questions about me, everything from my favorite color to my most embarrassing moment in high school. My mom, unsurprisingly, dominated. She knew everything: my childhood fears, my favorite foods, the name of my first crush, which, embarrassingly, was Ryder. "How do you know all this?" I asked, laughing as she got yet another answer right. "I'm your mother," she said, as if that explained everything. "I pay attention." The next game was Drink If, and it quickly devolved into chaos. Nina read off a list of statements, and anyone they applied to had to take a drink. "Drink if you've ever done something crazy for love." My mom and Tina both drank, and then kept drinking, and I realized they were getting progressively more drunk with each round. "Drink if you've ever fantasized about your mate in a public place." I felt my face turn bright red as I took a drink, and everyone burst into laughter. By the time we got to pin the kiss on the groom, my mom and Tina were giggling uncontrollably, barely able to stand straight. Nina had printed out a life-size poster of Ryder's face. God knows where she got the photo, and we took turns being blindfolded and trying to place a lipstick kiss in the right spot. Most people ended up kissing his forehead or his chin. My mom kissed his ear. Tina got his neck. When it was my turn, I was blindfolded and spun around 3 times. I stumbled forward, my hands outstretched, and pressed the lipstick kiss right on his lips. "She wins!" Nina announced, and everyone cheered. "Ha ha ha! Of course she does," Kat said, laughing. "She's had plenty of practice." Ha ha! I pulled off the blindfold, my face burning, but I was laughing too. The night took an even more outrageous turn when the doorbell rang and Nina practically sprinted to answer it. "Oh, this is going to be good," Jenna said, grinning. 2 male shifters walked in, both of them tall, muscular, and wearing nothing but bow ties and very tight pants. My jaw dropped. "Nina, what did you do?" I asked, my voice coming out as a squeak. "I hired entertainment," she said innocently. "You're welcome." Music started playing, something with a heavy bass beat, and the 2 shifters began to move. It was a striptease, and it was absolutely ridiculous and completely mortifying, and somehow the most fun I'd had in years. My mom and Tina were losing their minds, cheering and whistling and throwing dollar bills like they were at an actual strip club. I was laughing so hard my stomach hurt, my face buried in my hands as I watched through my fingers. And then one of the shifters, a guy with dark hair and a cocky grin, pulled me up from the couch. "Oh no," I said, trying to sit back down. "No, no, no." But he was already guiding me to a chair in the center of the room, and everyone was chanting, "Lap dance! Lap dance!" I wanted to die. I wanted to sink into the floor and disappear. But then the music was playing, and he was dancing in front of me, his movements smooth and practiced, and I couldn't help but laugh. It was so absurd, so over the top that I just gave in and enjoyed it. My mom was recording on her phone, and Tina was cheering louder than anyone, and I knew I'd never live this down. When it was finally over, the shifters took a bow, collected their tips, and left. The room erupted into laughter and applause. "Ha ha! That was amazing," Kat said, wiping tears from her eyes. "We are never telling Ryder about this," I said firmly, looking around at everyone. "He would have an aneurysm." "Agreed," Nina said, holding up her glass. "What happens at the bachelorette party stays at the bachelorette party." Everyone clinked their glasses together, sealing the pact. As the night wore on, people started to settle in. Some claimed spots on the couches. Others spread out sleeping bags on the floor. My mom and Tina were both passed out in the guest room, snoring softly. I retreated to my former guest room, the one I'd stayed in when I first came back to Pinewood. It felt strange being here again, like coming full circle. I changed into pajamas and climbed into bed, staring up at the ceiling. Tomorrow, I would officially become Ryder's mate. Tomorrow, I would become Luna. The weight of it settled over me, not heavy, but significant. This was everything I'd ever wanted, and everything I'd thought I'd lost. I was just starting to drift off when I heard a soft tapping sound. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again, tap, 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 against the window. I sat up, my heart racing, and walked over to pull back the curtain. Ryder was standing outside, grinning up at me like a teenager sneaking out past curfew. I couldn't help but laugh as I opened the window. What are you doing here? Did you seriously think I was going to spend a night away from you? He asked, already climbing through the window with practiced ease. It's kind of tradition, I said, crossing my arms even as I smiled. The bride and groom aren't supposed to see each other the night before the wedding. Forget tradition, he said, pulling me into his arms. I'll leave early in the morning. No one will know I was here. I rolled my eyes, but I was already melting into his embrace. Fine, but sleep only. No sex. He gave me that sexy, cocky smile that always made my knees weak. I won't try anything, but I won't stop you if you try something. Ha ha! I hit his chest playfully, and he laughed, catching my hand and bringing it to his lips. We climbed into bed together, and he pulled me close, my back against his chest, his arm wrapped securely around my waist. The mate bond hummed contentedly between us, and I felt myself relax completely. I love you, he murmured against my hair. I love you too, I whispered back. And then, wrapped in his warmth and his scent and his love, I finally let sleep take me. Feels, undercore. I woke to the feeling of soft lips pressing against my forehead, then my cheek, then my lips. I'll see you soon, my beautiful Luna, Ryder whispered, his voice rough with sleep and emotion. I love you. I love you too, I mumbled, still half asleep. I felt him slip out of bed, heard the soft sound of the window opening and closing, and then he was gone. I lay there for a moment, a smile spreading across my face. Today was the day. Eventually, I dragged myself out of bed and made my way to the kitchen. Nina was already up, making breakfast. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, the works. Morning, she said brightly, flipping a pancake. Sleep well? Yeah, I said, pouring myself a cup of coffee. Really well, actually. She gave me a knowing look but didn't say anything. We ate breakfast together, just the two of us, and it felt like old times, like when I'd first come back and stayed with her and Nate. Are you nervous? She asked after a while, setting down her fork. Terrified, I admitted, but also excited. Is that normal? Completely normal, she assured me. I was a mess before my mating ceremony, but the moment I saw Nate standing there, waiting for me, everything else just fell away. You're going to be an amazing Luna, Em, she continued, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. You already are. I felt tears prick at my eyes, and I squeezed her hand back. Thank you. We hugged, and I let myself have that moment of vulnerability with my best friend. Then it was time to wake up my mom and Tina, which was an adventure in itself. They were both hungover and grumpy, groaning and complaining as Nina and I forced them out of bed. Why did you let me drink so much? My mom moaned, holding her head. Because you're an adult who makes her own choices, I said, trying not to laugh. I'm never drinking again, Tina declared. You say that every time, Nina pointed out. The drive back to the pack house was filled with their complaints about headaches and nausea, and I couldn't stop laughing. When we arrived, we all split up to shower and get ready. The plan was to meet in Ryder's and my apartment in an hour. I stood under the hot spray of the shower, letting the water wash away the last of my nerves. Today, everything would change. Today, I would officially become part of the pack, bound to Ryder in a way that went beyond anything human. After I got out and dried off, I wrapped myself in a robe and waited. There was a knock at the door, and I opened it to find my mom, Tina, and 3 she-wolves I recognized from the pack, all of them carrying makeup bags, hair tools, and garment bags. "We're here to make you beautiful," one of them said with a warm smile. "More beautiful," my mom corrected, pulling me into a hug. The next hour was a blur of activity. They did my hair in soft, romantic waves, my makeup natural but glowing, and when they finally brought out the dress, I felt my breath catch. It was simple but stunning, white, flowing, with delicate lace details and a fitted bodice that flared into a soft skirt. It was perfect. They helped me into it, zipping up the back, and when I finally looked at myself in the mirror, I barely recognized the woman staring back at me. "Oh, honey," my mom breathed, her hand covering her mouth. One by one, the she-wolves left, giving me hugs and words of encouragement, and then it was just my mom and Tina. "Boo-hoo," Tina stepped forward first, her eyes shining with tears. "You are so beautiful, Emily, and you're going to make a wonderful Luna. I'm so proud to call you my daughter." "Boo-hoo," I hugged her tightly, feeling my own tears threaten to spill. "Thank you, Tina." She kissed my cheek and then stepped back, giving my mom space. My mom took both my hands in hers, looking at me with so much love it made my chest ache. "You really are beautiful," she said softly, "inside and out. I'm so proud of you, baby, and the woman you've become." "Mom," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I know things haven't always been easy," she continued, "but you fought through it. You survived. And now look at you, about to become Luna, and to mate with the man you've loved your whole life. This is your happy ending, Emily." "Boo-hoo," I pulled her into a hug, holding on tight. "I love you, Mom." "I love you too, sweetheart." Tina left first, giving us one more moment alone. Then my mom and I walked out of the apartment together. My dad was waiting in the hallway, dressed in a suit, his expression unreadable. But when he saw me, his face softened, and I saw his eyes get a little misty. "You ready?" he asked, his voice gruff with emotion. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He offered me his arm, and I took it, my mom taking my other arm. Together, the 3 of us walked toward the back entrance of the pack house. The ceremony was being held outside, on the sprawling lawn behind the pack house. As we stepped through the doors, I saw that the space had been transformed into something magical. White chairs were arranged in neat rows, all of them filled with pack members and guests. An aisle ran down the center, lined with flowers, white roses, peonies, and wildflowers. At the front, beneath an arch covered in greenery and blooms, stood Ryder and his father. And Ryder looked incredible. He was wearing a dark suit that fit him perfectly, his hair styled but still a little wild, and when his eyes met mine, the look on his face took my breath away. Love, pure, unfiltered, overwhelming love. The music started, a soft, instrumental melody, and my parents began walking me down the aisle. I was vaguely aware of people turning to look at me, of smiles and tears and whispered words, but all I could focus on was Ryder, standing there waiting for me, his eyes never leaving mine. When we reached the front, I turned to my parents. My mom was crying, and my dad's jaw was tight with emotion. I hugged them both, kissing their cheeks, and then they took their seats in the front row. I turned back to Ryder, and he immediately took my hands in his grip warm and steady.
Greg stood between us, his expression solemn but proud.
"Welcome, everyone," he began, his voice carrying across the lawn. "We are gathered here today to witness the mating of Alpha Rider Black and Emily Reed, and to welcome Emily as Luna of the Pinewood Pack."
He paused, looking between us. The mating bond is sacred, a connection that transcends the physical, binding two souls together for eternity. It is a gift, a responsibility, and a promise.
I felt Ryder's thumbs brush across my knuckles, and I squeezed his hands tighter.
As Alpha and Luna,
Greg continued, Ryder and Emily will lead this pack together. They will protect, guide, and nurture those under their care. Their bond will be the foundation upon which this pack stands. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a ceremonial blade, old, ornate, and clearly significant.
"This blade has been used in mating ceremonies for generations," Greg explained. "It represents the joining of two lives, two souls, two destinies."
He held out his hand to Ryder first. Ryder placed his palm up, and Greg made a quick, clean cut across it. Blood welled up immediately, but Ryder didn't flinch. Then Greg turned to me. I held out my hand, my heart pounding, and felt the sharp sting as the blade cut across my palm.
"Join your hands,"
Greg instructed. Ryder and I pressed our bleeding palms together, our fingers intertwining. The moment our blood mixed, I felt it, a surge of energy, of connection, of something ancient and powerful clicking into place. The mate bond, which had been a constant hum in the background, suddenly blazed to life. It was like a golden thread connecting us, binding us together in a way that went beyond words. "By the power vested in me as former alpha of this pack," Greg said, his voice ringing with authority, "I bind you together as mates. From this day forward, you are one, in body, in spirit, in purpose." He placed his hands over ours, and I felt a warmth spread through me, starting at our joined hands and radiating outward.
"Emily Reed,"
Greg said, looking at me.
"do you accept Ryder Black as your mate, your partner, your alpha? Do you vow to stand by his side, to support him, to love him for all the days of your life?"
"Boo-hoo, I do," I said, my voice steady despite the tears streaming down my face.
"Ryder Black,"
Greg continued, turning to his son, "do you accept Emily Reed as your mate, your partner, your Luna? Do you vow to stand by her side, to protect her, to love her for all the days of your life?" "I do," Ryder said, his voice rough with emotion. Greg smiled. "Then by the power of the mate bond and the authority of this pack, I declare you mated." He released our hands, and Ryder immediately pulled me closer. "And now," Greg said, turning to address the crowd, "it is my honor to present to you Emily Black, Luna of the Edgewood Pack."
The crowd erupted into cheers, the sound deafening and joyful.
But I barely heard it, because in that moment, something else was happening. I felt it, the pack bond. It wasn't as strong as it would be if I were a wolf shifter, but it was there, in the back of my mind, a web of connections, of emotions, of presences. I could feel them, every member of the pack, their joy, their acceptance, their welcome. It was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying all at once. Ryder and I turned to face the crowd, our hands still joined, and I saw the faces of the people who were now my pack. my family. Nina was crying. Tina was beaming. My parents were holding each other, both of them emotional. And then Ryder was turning me back to face him, his hands coming up to cup my face. "I love you," he said, his voice low and fierce. "I love you so much, Emily." "I love you too," I whispered. And then he kissed me. It was passionate and claiming and tender all at once, a kiss that sealed our bond, that promised forever, that told me without words that I was his and he was mine. When we finally pulled apart, both of us breathless, he rested his forehead against mine. "My Luna," he murmured. "My Alpha," I whispered back. And as we stood there, surrounded by our pack, our families, our friends, I thought about how far I'd come. 5 years ago, I'd been a broken girl who'd tried to end her life because she thought she'd lost everything.
Now I was standing here whole, loved, and exactly where I was meant to be.
And this was just the beginning. And that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, and happy listening.